Good morning from the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine here in beautiful Miami at the Bitcoin Conference 2022. This is the first day of general admission, and we are so excited to be here with you to talk about the speakers, the lineup, some of the things that happened yesterday at Industry Day. And we have a beautiful panel here to discuss with me. We're going to have a conversation. You guys can listen in. I'm Natalie Brunell, host of the Coin Stories podcast. And here with me today, Stefan Livera. He's a podcaster as well, also a director at Swan Bitcoin. Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, and Elise Colleen. So excited to see you. She was the founder of Stillmark, a venture capital fund for Bitcoin. So welcome, guys.
Thank you.
To be here.
I'm looking forward to today.
How's everybody feeling?
Good. Also ready to go. Yesterday was fun, and today I'm even more excited.
I think the hype level is high, right? This is the day where we're going to see the big announcements. We're going to have Cash App on stage early. We're going to have Jack Mallers on later. And I think, as we know from Twitter, there's a lot of expectations. So interested to see what happens.
Yeah. You guys are going to see our reactions pretty much live because we're going to be watching the speeches as well. And then it's going to come back to us and we're probably going to be shocked at some of them, right? Yeah.
Hopefully.
Okay, so here's what I want to know. Yesterday, I was really busy working, so I missed some of the talks. Maybe some of the people in the audience also are trying to catch up on what happened yesterday. So if you guys were there, can you talk about some of the speeches? I know, Pete, we were chatting a little bit about Kevin O'Leary.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary came out hot, polarizing speech, sending a signal to Washington, asking the Bitcoin community to embrace regulation, laying out his plan for what he would like, U.S. Making stablecoins legal in the U.S., also talking about Bitcoin mining and how it's green and how it should go green, talking about carbon credits for Bitcoin. So interesting to get the different reactions on the panel as that unfolded. But I think a lot of calls yesterday for Washington to get involved. And then Janet Yellen speaking this morning, not too much from her other than, the standard of what we've seen, which is Washington wants to get involved. It wants to regulate. And, it'll be interesting to see what happens on stage today if there's any advancement on that.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting because she's speaking at the same time as obviously the conference is going on. And I'm hearing that on the bearish side, she's going to be saying that obviously cryptocurrencies put our financial system at risk, which you can't say that about Bitcoin. Maybe you could say that about, the securities, the other coins. But then on the bullish side, she's saying that this could revolutionize and bring innovation to payment systems. So it's interesting to see her kind of turning, right? It seems like a lot of regulators and policymakers are turning.
They've almost been forced into commenting, right? Like, because there's so much news and advancement, development in the space, they kind of have to respond, So it's almost like they're being dragged to the table.
And everybody's moved, right? You saw China come out with a ban. Even the UK, right, is saying they're going to legalize crypto stable coins. We don't really know what that looks like, but, we have El Salvador, obviously. But, everybody is moving. And I think, this is, it looks a bit like, saying something to be in the conversation.
Yeah. Elise, what are your thoughts?
Well, I suppose that... what are my thoughts? I suppose that I'm pleased that people feel the need to comment on Bitcoin and on stable coins, and especially at the time when we're seeing the two converge. So on Tuesday, for example, Lightning Labs announced the ability for stablecoins to be transacted on Lightning networks. So that will mean peer-to-peer, instant, virtually free transactions, very relevant in emerging markets, but also in the US. And so as Bitcoin at the protocol level begins to more closely compete with SWIFT or provide similar value to commercial banking for its end users, I expect regulators to pay even more close attention. My hope, of course, is that they're also seeking education.
Yeah, you're talking about Taro, right?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, yesterday I was on a panel with Lynn Alden, and she's super excited about that as well. Elizabeth Stark's always, it seems like, pushing innovation, so it's great.
They're on the edge for sure. So Taro was an innovation advanced by Lalu, who's CTO, co-founder of Lightning Labs, and announced on Tuesday, Satoshi Nakamoto's birthday, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, 5 bips. It'll be really interesting to see how that the community reacts. What's your take so far on that?
So I said yesterday on my panel that I think that stablecoins on Lightning and assets on Lightning in general are the kill shot to other cryptocurrencies and competing blockchain protocols.
So what are your guys' thoughts on Terra and purchasing, trying to get to $10 billion worth of Bitcoin? Because I know some Bitcoiners are super skeptical about it. If you watch Twitter, I think probably the most critical has been someone from Swan, Corey Clipson, CEO. He's just like, no, critical. Like this is going to go down in history as a big scam. But others say, this is going to drive more adoption. You guys have opinions?
So we don't necessarily have to you know, there are lots of people have their own reasons for buying Bitcoin. We don't necessarily all have to like their
Yeah.
reasons for buying Bitcoin. And I think for someone like Corey, his concern is more that people are going to, I guess, run into something because they think it's coming and not realize that it's, you know, he's
Yeah.
worried about a rug pull, right? He's
For
worried
sure.
about this.
We
Well,
should be.
Look, it's complicated technology, right? So we're talking about Terra. We're talking about this algorithmic stable coin that runs off this Luna cryptocurrency. And I think we have to remember where the money is coming for these Bitcoin purchases. They're exciting, but you know, this is a distributed organization that has sold this coin, and you know, we could presume that this is where the money comes from, right? People are buying the Luna token. The presumption that it'll be valuable long term, and they're taking this money and buying Bitcoin with it to back that token. Again, I think always exciting to see people make big Bitcoin purchases. His tweet yesterday, you know, went out, walked my dog, bought McDonald's, bought
230 million.
$230 million worth of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
You know, epic tweet will probably live forever, you know, as one of the great tweets in Bitcoin history. But yeah, look, a lot to be skeptical about. I think stable coins in general, it's been great to see the Bitcoin community come around and really understand that, you know, this can be a humanitarian tool. People do want a refuge from the price volatility of both, you know, fiat currencies that are declining and Bitcoin, right? In some cases, right? So I don't know. I think it's very exciting that the stablecoin conversation is coming back to Bitcoin because I do think that it would be great to see the technology of Bitcoin move forward. And again, exciting about Taro, but you know, still too early maybe.
But isn't it interesting that we're seeing these massive purchases? I mean, $100 million here, you know, MicroStrategy through the subsidiary MacroStrategy with the loan. And the price is not budging anymore. It's like we're past that point. Like what's going to be that next leg up that we're going to see? What do we need for it?
Well, I'm the token bear in these conversations. I think we're, and it'll be interesting to see what happens on stage today. I think we're trapped a little bit in declining expectations, right? Q4 last year, people were so hyped. They expected the moon. Moon's on the cover of Bitcoin magazine. They didn't necessarily get the moon, right?
Yeah.
So they are now sort of seeing an environment where, you know, maybe they had these big expectations. Maybe those expectations were met. Even Bukele canceling on the conference yesterday, which is something we haven't talked about.
Yeah.
Probably not going over well on Twitter. But look, if you're following how retail's reacting, I think they're frustrated, right? They want to see Jack Mallers come out and look at some of these rumors with him about Apple and like big companies, right? I don't think there's going to be an announcement that you can make on this stage that will be good enough for this market. I think the expectations are far too high. You know, what do people want? If you know, 12 countries came out and instead they would accept Bitcoin as legal tender, I don't know if it would be enough. My take.
How much is enough? How many countries would be enough, Pete?
Well, it has everything to do with sentiment, right? It's not about reality, right? The fundamentals are that Bitcoin is always improving, right? Whether the technical layer or understanding, that's always going up and the right. But whether people see that, that's the difference, right? And I think that's my question is just the market sentiment. You know, your person who was interested last year, the friend told them about it in August, right? They're gonna have a very different outlook than, you know, us who've been in the industry for a long time.
But here's maybe I'm not like a full perma bull, but maybe it's like, okay, there's like the news waxes and wanes, right? But there's always this underlying growth in the DCA army, the stackers, you know, the people who are just regularly stacking, whether they're a corporate, whether they're a high net worth individual, whether they're just a retail everyday person. And so maybe some of that is just it's just going in the background. But of course, we get this kind of waxing and waning of the cycle.
The growth in Bitcoin is amazing over time. I mean, even something that hasn't got enough coverage. I mean, ExxonMobil coming out and mining Bitcoin. This is one of the largest companies in the world. And that's when you see that the market doesn't really react to that. That's why I think we're in the declining expectations. Again, I'm not saying this because I'm bearish on Bitcoin. Long term, I think there's every reason to be bullish. But again, I do think we have to think that the market is made up of buyers and sellers. And a lot of the people who were buyers might be considering selling, and that's just how it feels.
Well, not only the ExxonMobil, but also insurance companies now holding, but they're not holding gold. They're putting Bitcoin on their balance sheets. And I think that's huge. And that's a story that's kind of hidden and below the surface as well, because that could also eventually be a market mover.
Well, I think the reason you're seeing so much emphasis on regulation is because the institutions right now, you just can't hold Bitcoin. If you're a large institution, right? The reason that they're trading the crypto Bitcoin futures, right? We saw yesterday another Bitcoin futures ETF was approved.
Futures,
right? But that's not going to change. That maybe needs regulation, and maybe that's what Kevin O'Leary, was talking about yesterday. Also, we saw Francis Suarez, mayor of Miami, saying that the next president will embrace Bitcoin. Maybe teasing a run. I don't know what you guys thought. It seemed like he wants the spotlight for sure.
It's really interesting because you were talking about no announcement could potentially move the price. I'm not going to lie. I mean, before the conference, I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay. There's going to be probably, some major announcements here and it's going to shoot up. And I'm like, I need to buy before then. And then, of course, the opposite happens. And I swear, it's my luck that whenever I buy, the price shoots down. And I'm like, I could have just waited, a couple days and had a couple extra $1,000.
You got to have patience. Bitcoin's a long game. And we know that. We know that. We've been here for a long time, right? But look, for people at home who are looking at the market, we need builders. We need people who are going to push the industry forward, right? The car's not always going 60 miles an hour. Sometimes you have to get out and push, and we need more bright minds.
And that sort of work takes a while to digest, I think, for investors. And so Bitcoin's intrinsic fundamental value has certainly been increasing as the protocol has become more secure, more private, more stable. And at the same time, utility has expanded. All of that drives the underlying value of Bitcoin, the asset, but it takes a while to digest. And so I think we'll see the impact of these major announcements this week. For instance, stablecoins on Lightning, like we talked about before, but it might take longer to see the price react to it.
I'll jump in there and just say, and specifically with Taro, right? That's a proposal that's based on a proposal that was made almost like 6 or 7 years ago, right? Client-side validation by Peter Todd. That was something that the kind of Taro builds on, right? This is how Bitcoin development moves forward. It moves forward to somebody, pushing out an idea, that idea going through review, and then eventually it's a long, slow process, right? Bitcoin is being built out, and it isn't, everything up forever, I
think there's a difference though between slow and purposeful. So to talk a little bit about this specifically, Taro is the result of an advancement allowed by Taproot, which activated just last year. And it's also the result of feedback from adoption in El Salvador. And so what Lightning Labs saw when Bitcoin became legal tender in El Salvador was that people really wanted to use the rails. They wanted access to the global economy. For many people, it was the first time, but to tolerate the volatility was difficult. So if your household's income is a couple $100s a month and your expenses are also a couple $100s a month, it's very convenient to use Lightning, but difficult to use Bitcoin, at least at first. And so actually, I think I want to push back on what Pete said, because I thought the iteration there was light speed. To go from Q4 user feedback to Q2 announcements of a response to that, stablecoins on Lightning is incredibly quick.
Have you guys been to El Salvador, by the way?
Yes.
You have?
I have not. I think I might be the only one on the panel.
No, I have not.
Okay.
We'll go together.
Yes.
Book it.
Yes, exactly.
But what you said was interesting to me because I went for the first time this year. I went twice in the span of a couple weeks, and I was so inspired by the fact that Bitcoin was so immersed in some of the communities there, like Bitcoin Beach, El Zonte, where, that's where Bitcoin started in terms of El Salvador's adoption. But for most people, they have no concept of saving. So they do use it, and they have their Strike wallet or their Bitcoin Beach wallet, and they're excited about it and about the potential, especially because there's entrepreneurs coming to the city and there's so much attention and a spotlight placed on El Salvador. But because of what you mentioned, it's like they make a certain amount. They sometimes have to take loans out just to, purchase the things that they need to sell at the Mercado. They don't have a concept of actually accumulating Bitcoin and putting it away for the long term as a savings technology. And so I think educational efforts are underway, but much more needs to be done in terms of what this is, how they can use it as both in terms of utility, like in the form of Lightning and, harnessing the power of stablecoins as a transactional medium of exchange, but also as a store of value, because that's what they need. They need to be able to save for the future so that they don't have to potentially leave the country.
So volatility to the upside is still volatility.
That's right. So here's what we think is going to happen. So we think that we will see people adopt Bitcoin through Lightning and perhaps first through stablecoins on Lightning, learning about the robustness of the tech and what it can do, people will start to be curious and also more confident in the asset. And now I'm specifically talking about populations in emerging markets. And from there, they can start to dabble in savings.
Yes.
And when there's a long-term perspective, of course, Bitcoin's volatility is favorable for those sorts of families. But it's a big ask to get comfortable both with a new tech and Bitcoin's volatility at the same time.
To be able to save in something is just difficult when your income is just not high enough to. And so it could be that Bitcoin's like broader overall adoption is actually factually is driven by a kind of high net worth and speculators in the richer Western countries. But at the same time, there is functionality that will help people who are not coming from that same level of wealth. And I think the other point I just wanted to add as well with protocol and advancements is sometimes things come out and they're very abstract and they're not easy for the average user. Like it needs to be put into a product, and even then there are people who might be savvy or want that thing, but they've kind of been confused, or they've kind of, even some of the speakers can.
I would say the demand for stablecoins is huge. I'll jump in with a different experience. You can read about it in the Bitcoin magazine. I went to Lebanon, hung out with Saifedean and Ammous. Obviously hyperinflation going on there. And
no big deal.
Right.
Hyperinflation going on there, but it's real, right? And people want that stability of the dollar, right? And even Bitcoiners there, this was the thing that really kind of struck me when I was there. They have to use stablecoins. They're effectively debanked. They're buying stablecoins OTC via Telegram, and that's what they're using to stack sats to buy Bitcoin. But I think it's just amazing to like how entrenched stablecoins have become. And that's why I'm personally glad that the conversation has moved back to how can we incorporate this on Bitcoin, bring this back to the Bitcoin chain, because really other cryptocurrencies that they are getting adoption there, right? I think I walked into a shop to do a transaction and someone asked me if I wanted my stablecoin on Ethereum or Tron, right? Like they do know they want this safety from volatility. And they're willing to use new technology to get it, and I think that can be powerful for Bitcoin.
Have you guys heard of Anita Push, or have you read her book, Learning Bitcoin? So she's obviously doing a lot of work in the developing world and trying to spread education. And I was speaking to her yesterday on a stage, and I love what she said. I hadn't heard it before, but she's like, let's keep the unbanked unbanked. We don't need banks. We just need Bitcoin, and empower people through that technology as it grows on multiple layers. So I just thought that was cool.
Good tagline.
What are you guys most excited about for today? I mean, we have such a big day at the conference for people tuning in. I mean, this is day 2 technically, but day 1 for general admission, for all the plebs coming in, the normies coming in, super excited. And I'm certainly excited for all the announcements as well. Cash App, right? We're going to have speeches from some really, really, really big names. What are you guys most looking forward to?
I'll jump in. I'll take Jack Mallers, CEO of Strike. I think that expectations are so high. I'm hoping he proves me wrong. I said there's nothing that can be done, no announcement that will be good enough for the market. I'm hoping I'm wrong, and I'm hoping that he gets on stage and hits a slam dunk.
Yeah. What about you, Elise?
I have to cheat on this question and say I'm excited because one of my colleagues at Stillmark is speaking today for the first time at a Bitcoin conference. And so he will be taking a more technical perspective. He comes from a research engineer background to present that perspective on the Bitcoin VC panel today.
Can you share just a little bit more about Stillmark for maybe people who aren't familiar and just sort of the VC Bitcoin world?
Sure. So I entered Bitcoin in 2013, but coming from a venture capital perspective, and we were investing then in new infrastructures. So we were looking at the time that I found Bitcoin at the transition from enterprise to a hybrid cloud model. So I found Bitcoin as a protocol. In 2019, we launched Stillmark to be the first Bitcoin dedicated VC fund. And we're investing both in companies targeting Bitcoin's core value proposition as an asset, as well as those building on top of the protocols. Oh. We also are working with companies across the world, including folks that were very active in enabling El Salvador's adoption of Bitcoin.
Wow, that's awesome. Stefan, what are you most excited for?
Yeah, I think for me, it's just, I want to stay up on what the announcements are, but at the same time, it's just crazy to stay up on top of things in this space, right? We've got Taro, we've got this, we've got some mining stuff happening, there's lightning things going on. How does anyone
I also will say we just have some really exciting speakers. Max Kaiser will be on the stage later with Mr. Dave Portnoy, who will be on this stage later with you guys. what's going to happen on that panel, who can say?
Yeah. No, I'm super excited too. And just the scale of this event, this is my second Bitcoin conference. And I'd love to hear how many for you guys. Like, I'm still relatively new to Bitcoin. I started investing in 2017. And like so many people, I was exposed to it and I just didn't get it. I guess I had enough of a risk tolerance to just invest because I thought it was gambling, essentially. I was like, well, if I put a little bit in, who knows, maybe it'll take off. But I didn't understand what I was investing in. And 2 years later, I was given the Bitcoin standard by a mentor. And thank God, because that like changed my whole life. And I've told Saifedean so many times, I'm like, you changed my life. You ultimately changed my career, everything. And then last year, my girlfriend and I, we decided to come to the Bitcoin conference. We knew nobody. We got media passes.
You were last year handing out t-shirts here, right?
I was handing out business cards. I had just published 4 episodes of my podcast because I had collected. I basically was like, this is my passion. This is my little passion project hobby. I'm going to put out maybe 12 episodes. I'm going to try to get the biggest voices in Bitcoin to talk to me somehow. And, I'll put it out and just, see what happens just for fun. And we came to the conference. We would hand out business cards in the men's bathroom because the line was out the door, right? So it was just guys standing there with nothing to do. So we were like, listen to this podcast if you want, hear Max Kaiser's backstory, hear Pompliano's backstory. And just to think like a year, it hasn't even been a year, but a year later, like you guys wanted me on this desk. Like,
unbelievable story in front of this volcano.
And the scale of this is even bigger. I'm just in shock sometimes. I mean, Bitcoin is growing so quickly as an asset. The community is growing so quickly. The adoption is growing so quickly. It's truly incredible. And I think that there's no more capitalistic industry, honestly, that is just really you're driven by like merit and truly just what you have to offer, proof of work, what you can contribute to the community, and everybody's welcome to it. It's just awesome.
Well, certainly early Bitcoin conferences were a lot less exciting. It was about 100 people in a small room, usually with no windows. But I will say what's great about Bitcoin 2022, as you said, this is where the counterculture of Bitcoin is played, really the Bitcoin culture, right? People here, there's going to be mainstream artists, athletes, right? This is where people are kind of getting that first touch with the industry, and hopefully they'll have maybe a same experience as you. So.
Yeah, it's funny. Stacey Herbert was saying that she used to go to these conferences and hand out like, oh, here's 10 Bitcoin, here's 100 Bitcoin. Yeah. And today,
and people would leave them on the floor. You could not give Bitcoin away back then.
I mean, I was wondering, like, is that what sats are going to be like someday? If we get like, if we get dollar sat parity someday, that would be incredible. Because sure, you could give away some sats, it's no big deal. But it's just crazy.
I remember, I think even when people were signing back up on Coinbase, you would get like 1 Bitcoin. That was like $10 worth. It's like your free sign up. Nowadays when you sign up for the service, it used to be like that.
Think about how many Bitcoin I turned down over the years.
Or how many sats have been lost. I mean, everyone's made their mistakes and lost coins. And, when I was a new coiner and learning and it left some coins on a custodial wallet because I was a noob and I didn't really know. And,
But at the same time, I think we should encourage people at home. Look, if you didn't come this year, if you're watching the live stream, experiment, download a wallet. It's not hard, right? You get over that mental barrier. If you've done enough to watch the stream, you've gone to youtube.com/Bitcoin magazine, go to a website, find a wallet, and tinker with it, right? If you lose $5, is it the end of the world to you? Probably not, right? But I always try to encourage people to be playful with Bitcoin.
Yeah, use it.
That's one of the things.
It's best to use it from practical knowledge.
Right. Yeah, to get your hands on it, and it's just really,
because there are a lot of bloviators and people who talk about it without having actually done the work, and it shows. I think that's part of like with Bitcoin's culture. People really want to see that you've done the work and that you are accurate and technically precise.
There was a door guy here. He's really shy. Yesterday morning, I was coming in, and he's like, "I'm curious about Bitcoin," and I was like, "Okay, download a wallet. I'll send you some Bitcoin." And he was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah." And we did it. It took 3 minutes. I sent him $15. He sent it back to me because he wouldn't accept my Bitcoin, but he downloaded the wallet and he saw what it was, right? And I think that's been the big leap now is you can really get those seamless experiences where before it just wasn't, really possible. But the technology is now there. And look, I think those are the magical experiences where you really we can talk about Bitcoin all we want, abstractly at the protocol level. All this stuff is great. But people really need to see that, you can send money. You can just download a wallet. You don't need a bank. You can download that wallet. I could send money to you, and you can send it to your friend in, wherever in the world, in Lebanon, El Salvador, wherever. I think that's really where the change happens.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited about it. I just think it's so interesting that my experience is like so many where you need a few touches and exposures to Bitcoin to really start to appreciate it. So like you go from you go from skeptical probably, or maybe entirely dismissive to skeptical to curious to all of a sudden now you're investing to, for me, I was just like at one point I fell so far down the rabbit hole that I was pretty much like, this can never be stopped.
Well,
this is the
and
future.
the rabbit hole never ends, right? You
Right.
you really can go that deep with Bitcoin, right? As Elise was talking about the protocol level, look, everybody starts at zero with Bitcoin. Like nobody was an expert, right? Satoshi made this protocol, he released it, and even the early developers who were coming to it, right?
Yeah.
Like they didn't know, right? So I think this is something we're building together. And as I was saying before, it's like, sometimes the car goes 60 miles an hour, but sometimes you have to get out and push, and we need people who are going to help us build this.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on President Bukele saying it's not going to come anymore? I guess we expected it, or no?
I wasn't expecting it, but I mean, yeah, all this stuff with the gangs. I mean, I presume that's why he has to stay and attend to that. And I was looking forward to what he was going to be saying, and unfortunately, he won't be here today. But I'm sure he's busy and got things to deal with.
Yeah, I thought it was shocking. I thought there was a lot of, look, Bukele's done a tremendous amount for Bitcoin, increasing the public perception. Obviously, has a domestic situation to handle there as president. But yeah, it would have been great to hear from him, especially a year into this, pushing Bitcoin adoption, just to hear in his own words. And of course, people were excited about announcements, right? I think, so much hype around nation-state Bitcoin adoption, so much hype around, would you see, a bigger announcement from Bukele? I don't know. What's he going to do? He's given you a city on a volcano that, that's the current pitch.
Yeah,
where is he gonna, where is he going to take it? I don't know. Look, I think it's a net negative for the conference. I think it would have been great to have a president here, someone official, but, he is a president of a country. It's a responsibility, I would imagine.
Yeah. I mean, I had the honor of meeting him like about, I guess it was probably a month ago. He was really excited because we talked about the conference. We talked about him coming here. He's been to the U.S. several times, and he really likes Miami. He was really looking forward to it. And honestly, I got such a good impression from him. I got the impression that he really, really cares about his country. He wants it to evolve and change and bring economic opportunity. And he's been in Bitcoin since 2015.
Right. I was going to say, I didn't know if you had gotten the details of that story, but I had heard that Bukele has actually been with us for a while, right?
Yeah.
He's been a Bitcoiner.
He was first an investor himself personally, and he was running like businesses, a nightclub and like bars in San Salvador, and he sold all of those when he ran for office. And then he was first the mayor, I believe, of San Salvador, and he was discussing Bitcoin back in 2017. And then, so it's actually not a surprise. It didn't like come overnight, but he's put in the work. I mean, we talked about Saifedean's books. We talked about the Kaisers. We talked about Ray Dalio. I mean, he's a student of Bitcoin like all of us, which was really inspiring. So I was hoping to see him here, but it's a bummer.
Well, and I think that's why there's optimism. There's Bitcoiners everywhere, right? A Bitcoin president in the U.S., maybe not so far-fetched. I'm not sure what the panel thinks, but 2024 may be a bit early. I don't know if we'll see.
Probably.
But someday, probably.
As in probably a bit early.
Okay.
Yeah. But hey, it would be cool to see, but
Bitcoin president in Australia, maybe definitely too early.
Even slower, for sure.
Do you think we'll see a Bitcoin president soon?
I'm sure we will. And normally things move quicker than we expect in Bitcoin, right? I also want to throw out there that some of the exciting things that are going to happen today are not going to be on the main stage. We haven't covered that yet. But it's interesting that we, when we talk about which speakers we're excited about, and certainly I'm disappointed that Bukele will not be here today with us in spirit. But at the same time, I think that some of the technical discussions, the folks building the protocols, pressing what's possible. For instance, I know we have a panel on discrete log contracts, a little bit esoteric, perhaps.
Oh, hey, we'll be very practical soon.
Exactly. And so while it's a disappointment to lose him, I think that a lot of the things happening with less flash are going to be even more important in the long term.
Yeah, and the open source stage not being live streamed, but everything being posted to YouTube within 24 hours. So if people are watching the streams, just go to YouTube. There's a whole video collection out there.
Yeah, I definitely had a lot of FOMO. I was at the Nakamoto stage because I was emceeing the second half, and I was missing out on the open source stage. And there were so many good talks.
What a burden to be on that main stage, sir. What a burden.
I know, so many great panels today, and actually the first one is coming up. We're going to have the keynote. That's in less than a minute now. If you guys are tuning into this, we're going to have a welcome speech and opening remarks from David Bailey. So really excited to watch all of it. I mean, and I'm just so grateful to be here with you guys, and I appreciate how welcoming you've been. I mean, the whole community, I mentioned it before, but so welcoming to new people who want to educate the public and contribute and learn from all of you. So thanks so much. And if you're watching this, next up, we're going to have that keynote and then followed by panel after panel, and we're going to be doing these discussions. So make sure you stay with us on the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine here at Bitcoin 2022. Enjoy the next chat.
Thank you so much. Great job.
Let's check it out.
Hi, welcome to Miami. Wow, it's a lot of people here. Welcome to the biggest Bitcoin conference in the world. Welcome to the biggest freedom conference in the world. Welcome to the biggest finance conference in the world. I'm guessing you guys had a good time last year, because last year we had 12,000 people. This year we have 25,000 people. How wild is that? We also are joined by a lot of new faces, a lot of new pre-coiners. I wanted to give a little shout out. Hopefully we can give a big toxic welcome to a couple of our new faces here. The IRS, DOJ, Treasury, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, FinCEN, the State Department, and the sweet old Federal Reserve. Welcome to the People's Money Conference. Speaking of the Federal Reserve, I'm not sure y'all have heard, but evidently there's a little speech about an hour and a half in Washington, D.C. by Janet Yellen. Have y'all heard of this? She's gonna talk about the need to regulate Bitcoin. She's going to talk about Bitcoin being a risk to the financial system. That's probably the one thing she's right about. It is a risk to the financial system, but she's going to talk about her Fed coin. So let's give Janet a little bit of feedback. Are y'all excited about CBDCs? Are y'all excited about Fed coin? Are y'all going to use Fed coin? Do you think that she's done a good job of regulating the financial system? Yeah, I didn't think so. Janet, how about you fix inflation before you try to fix Bitcoin? All right, how about that? So, Bitcoin is money for the people, money for all people. The people that have been forgotten by the central bankers, the people that are going to go hungry tonight because of inflation around the world. Bitcoin is the money for those people, all people. Doesn't care who you are, doesn't care where you're from. Bitcoin is money for you. And Bitcoin is going to restore your property rights, Bitcoin is going to restore your prosperity, and Bitcoin is going to restore your hope. And so I want to thank all of you for coming today to be a part of building this new financial system, this new monetary system, without politicians, without bureaucrats, without central bankers. Thank you for coming to the best party on the planet, the biggest celebration of freedom on the planet. We have a great show. We have lots of announcements coming today. We're going to make some noise. So, some news and some noise. So, thank y'all. and I'll see you on Friday. Ciao.
Good morning and welcome back to the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine here at Bitcoin 2022 in Miami. You just heard the opening remarks from CEO of BTC Inc., David Bailey. And here I am on this amazing anchor desk with a volcano behind me with Stefan Livera, Pete Rizzo, and Elise Colleen. What'd you guys think?
I think David went big. I love the energy. I love the enthusiasm. I love just coming right out with it, right? Janet Yellen's in Washington making a speech right now about regulation.
Yeah, you want your Fed coin? No, we want our Bitcoin.
Booze. I'll pull out some quotes. Bitcoin is a threat. Fix inflation before you fix Bitcoin. Money for the people. People going hungry around the world. I thought he was really speaking to the issues that we cared about in a way where you could tell that he's passionate about it.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited. So John Vallis is warming up the stage now, podcast host. And next up, we're going to have first on the main stage, an announcement, right, from Cash App by Miles Suter. So I'm really excited. But we have so much going on at the conference, so many different panels. We're excited if you're watching. Next year, hopefully you can be with us in person. But, you know, to what you said and David Bailey's remarks, there's so much going on in terms of a regulatory national spotlight on Bitcoin. And I think this could be, you know, the year where Bitcoin is
called out all the
greenlighted.
agencies that were here. I don't know if you
IRS, yeah.
He doxed them, I guess, publicly, right?
Yeah.
The spooks.
We'll see.
The IRS is really here?
We'll take him for his word, I
They
guess.
apparently hired a lot more IRS agents this past year. So I
Right.
guess they needed a place to be this weekend. So I don't know. What do you guys think the announcement's going to be? Any guesses?
I may know, so I'll give my secrecy.
I wouldn't. I don't know if I even want to speculate. I'm just ready to. Miles has been around in the Bitcoin space for a while. He's really hardcore committed. I'm just looking forward to seeing what he has to say.
Yeah, and Elise, you're excited too, and so many different panels that are happening around the main stage too, right?
Right. And I also want to call out David for being so contributory to Bitcoin. He's such an OG. I think I met David back in 2014, maybe.
Yes.
Handing out magazines.
And the fact that he's built a conference where we can all congregate from presidents of nations adopting Bitcoin to folks to plebs. I think it's wonderful. And so it's great to see him announce the conference. What an accomplishment.
Yeah.
I'll bring it back to Cash App a little bit, though, because just love the transition of the whole company, right? So, I can't say to share the announcement. I think people will be happy with it. I just think, just the transition that they made, being a big financial, Square, it was a, huge financial company, to be so forward with Bitcoin features as they have been. I think that's just been amazing to see. And, will they be a first mover? Will others follow? We'll see.
Well, and for so many people, this is like their entry point because it's just so similar, the infrastructure and, empowering different payment rails that harness Bitcoin's power. Like, this is how people are entering.
But Cash App could have gone the route of other exchanges. They could have gone the route of
Yeah.
PayPal's. We're introducing 1,000 coins to different users, causing that confusion. Instead, they've been laser focused, right? They added Lightning. They were one of the first to upgrade to Taproot, right? So I think the message from Cash App has been pretty consistently that they're here and they're gonna help push the car. Go back to the analogy.
I think the difference is that the leadership understands the new paradigm that Bitcoin introduces and values it. And then after that, they also care about the end user experience, not just in the short term, but over the long term. And it really distinguishes them amongst competitors.
Right. You see who actually cares about financial freedom and who's sort of in it to turn a quick buck.
Right.
Well, turning back to David Bailey, though, I mean, when he says it's a threat, you guys, I totally go the opposite direction in my messaging. Whenever I go on television, like, I don't think we're ready to tell regulators and policymakers that we're threatening the system. I think we need to let Bitcoin do that on its own, as opposed to like come out and say we're attacking the,
and for a while, it has been like that, right? Like they've seen it like, oh, you Bitcoin people, you have your little digital gold coin,
Right,
but
yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But I think now it's getting to that point. It's starting to get to that
Bitcoin
point.
does remove control from policymakers. These are facts. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, but I like it more, in Bitcoin Standard, I think Saifedean quotes Friedrich Hayek, where we're never going to have a form of money until one, like one comes about and just like rises on its own.
Roundabout way.
Yes.
Quote, yeah.
I mean, that's how I kind of see it. It's like this slow,
it might be
silent.
sly roundabout
Yeah,
way.
but we're not going to be able to hide it for much longer, right?
No, it's true. It's true.
Well, not when you've got
Bitcoin does what it's going to do. All right, well, if you're watching this at home, we are live on the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine, and we're less than 30 seconds away from one of our major speakers today, Miles Suter from Cash App. There's going to be a major announcement. You can watch it right here. We're going to be chit-chatting in between, so you're going to come back to us. And yeah, we're excited to hear. You'll probably see our reactions right away, right? We'll be as shocked as you, but you'll
be doing the YouTube faces. Yeah,
you'll see our faces. So thanks for joining us. And next year, you got to be here in Miami in person, right? Everybody.
There's still time to come to the Weekend Sound Money Fest.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it's $110 or maybe a bit more. Just
if you're in Miami, you gotta come. All right, we're gonna take a look at that announcement, and you're gonna come right back to us here on the Marathon Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine.
So I got a question for everybody. Who here has ever smash bought Bitcoin on Cash App? Show of hands. So Cash App has obviously been instrumental in bringing Bitcoin to a broader market. And the guy behind the Bitcoin product team at Cash App is Miles Suter, and he's here to talk to you today. Please welcome Miles Suter.
Thanks, John, and hello, Miami. I just want to say, Miami is becoming an awesome Bitcoin city. I absolutely love the energy and innovation happening here. Earlier this week, we ate some tacos, and to be able to pay in Cash App over Lightning Network in 2 seconds was incredible. So shout out to Tequiza Tacos down the road. My name is Miles Suter, and I lead the Bitcoin team at Cash App. We're so excited to be presenting sponsor of this event, the largest Bitcoin gathering of all time. And we cannot wait to hear all the exciting announcements and discussions this week. Our goal at Cash App has always been to make Bitcoin, the most inclusive financial system in history, as accessible as possible to the largest number of people around the world. That amazing volcano at the entrance, that's Cash App home base, so come swing by and say hi. Looking around this room, we've all found our way here on different paths. My personal journey into Bitcoin began as a new grad on a Wall Street trading desk. It was there that I discovered my total disenchantment with the current financial system. I found myself asking, is this really how this system works? Is this really the best we can do as human beings? I soon found myself down at Zuccotti Park in a Ron Paul t-shirt at Occupy Wall Street. And then shortly thereafter, I found myself fired from my job. In the years that followed, I was in search of a solution of how we can build a better financial system with fairer incentives and universal access. And finding Bitcoin then turned my despondency into excitement for the future. Since then, I've been obsessed with observing and accelerating Bitcoin adoption around the world. For me, I've always dreamt of Bitcoin taking off with those that need it the most, those that have traditionally been left out, who have to flee war or authoritarian states, who suffer from raging inflation, not the big hedge funds, the big institutions, or those that already have financial privilege. My passion for accelerating Bitcoin adoption has spanned all 6 continents, and Bitcoin brought me to places like Hong Kong, where I was keen to see how Bitcoin is being used at the protests. Hong Kong offers an important recent example of why we need decentralized, freedom-optimizing technologies. Bitcoin has also brought me to places like Manila, where I was keen to see how Bitcoin is being integrated into their massive pawn shop system for international remittance. Then, in October of 2020, I headed down to El Salvador because I heard about a crazy experiment going on, an attempt to kickstart a circular economy. Long story short, I ended up falling in love with the community, helping out the project, and not leaving for 6 months, right as the Bitcoin law was to be announced. And the rest is history. In El Salvador, I once again saw the power Bitcoin was having on local communities, expanding opportunity, and driving economic empowerment for those that need it the most. I also got to observe the challenges that come with introducing Bitcoin to a country that is 70% unbanked, which allowed me to better understand where we, as an industry, need to improve. Cash App's core mission is to redefine the world's relationship with money by making it more relatable, instantly available, and universally accessible. We believe that Bitcoin is the world's best digital sound money, period. And therefore, my team's focus is to redefine the world's relationship with Bitcoin. To me, that means getting Bitcoin into the hands of as many people as possible. I first started at Cash App in 2017, when Jack asked one engineer to integrate Bitcoin into the app as a Hack Week project. It's been a wild and unforgettable ride ever since. In January of 2018, we became the first public company to allow customers to buy and sell Bitcoin from our platform. It was such a different time back then, and you wouldn't believe some of the walls that we had to climb and barriers to break down to make it happen. But from day one, we had a foundational principle to stay true to the Bitcoin ethos, which meant allowing customers to withdraw to their own wallets and control their own private keys. Otherwise, what is the point of this whole thing? The following year, we determined that supporting the Bitcoin community meant more than just our immediate customers. It meant growing the pie for all Bitcoiners, existing and future. For us, that meant standing up a team, now called Spiral, committed to free open source development around the world to advance the ecosystem so that everyone can participate in it. The first thing we did as a team was provide BTC Pay Server with their first ever funding. And they are just one example of the amazing work being done by both the core team at Spiral and all the grantees to advance the Bitcoin cause. Next, we introduced a way for customers to earn Bitcoin back on the purchases they were already making on their cash cards, which we call Bitcoin Boosts. We saw the best way to get customers off of zero was to let them self-select their own reward and get some Bitcoin for free. We also became the first major tech company to put their money where their mission is and took 1% of our balance sheet and put it into Bitcoin as part of our treasury holdings. Thank you. We've also been incredibly successful over the last few years working with our partners in culture to not only educate, but distribute Bitcoin to people all around the US as their first experience, driving Bitcoin deeper and further into the mainstream. Through our $1 million giveaways with folks like Meg Thee Stallion, Odell Beckham Jr., Aaron Rodgers, Michelle Phan, we've been able to onboard Bitcoin-curious newcomers and provide them with their first sats without having to do anything but share a cash tag. I love these giveaways because they remind me of the early days of Bitcoin, where faucets would provide anyone up to even like 5 Bitcoin sometimes just by entering in a Bitcoin address. So why is this important? We believe that Bitcoin is for the people, and that in America, Cash App is the financial app of the people. We've been the #1 finance app in the App Store, almost unbroken, for the last 4 years. Many of Cash App's initial customers were people who were underbanked and underserved in the financial world, and they often used us as their primary bank account. So making an inclusive, accessible, modern finance app is in our DNA. Doing the same for Bitcoin then became my team's mission, and we're so proud of how many people we've been able to bring into the movement. To date, we've had over 10 million unique accounts buy Bitcoin on our platform. It's a big number. If you include all the ways that customers can acquire Bitcoin on Cash App, whether it's receiving a boost, a giveaway, or a Bitcoin peer-to-peer payment, that number grows to 12.2 million. And just as context, yeah, give it up. And as context, NYDIG's most recent survey pegged the number of Americans that own Bitcoin to 46 million, meaning that a substantial percentage of Americans have onboarded onto Bitcoin via Cash App. To give you a sense of our scale, in Q4, we announced we had 44 million monthly actives, which means there's still many tens of millions of customers to go, but we're so proud of the role we've played in getting Bitcoin into the hands of the people. And it's often the Americans that need it the most. We heard countless times throughout the pandemic how Bitcoin and Cash App were critical to many users staying afloat with the lockdowns and lost jobs. Our customer base is incredibly diverse, young, and attuned to culture. One thing Jack says is Cash App is culture, which may sound bold, but it's true. We're a fintech company with a fashion line. And there's great merch on sale at our volcano, so check that out. Search on any music app, like Spotify, SoundCloud, Tidal. You'll see literally hundreds of songs called Cash App. Like, it's actually fucking crazy. The deep ties we have with creators in culture, sports, fashion, art, gaming, music, and beyond came about organically at first, and then we leaned in. We realized that cultural relevance has the ability to empower people, and partnering with cultural leaders means we can introduce more people to valuable tools that can increase their financial freedom. So today, we're excited to highlight 3 new Bitcoin products in Cash App, all of which further our mission of making it as easy as possible for anyone to join the Bitcoin revolution. First, to make Bitcoin more relatable, we're starting to roll out Paid in Bitcoin, a simple and completely free way to auto-invest your paycheck into Bitcoin. As far as I know, this is the largest deployment of a feature like this at scale to date. And we already have a significant number of customers receiving recurring paychecks into Cash App. With 2 taps, they're now going to be able to select a percentage between 1 and 100, hit done, and boom, the Fiat coming through the ACH rails will be converted into beautiful BTC for free. I want to give a quick shout out to my friend Russell Kuhn, who came by the Square offices in July 2019, where we first hatched the idea, and he's such a legend, so thanks for that. Secondly, to make Bitcoin even more instantly available, we're announcing Bitcoin Roundups, which is an easy and completely free way to auto-invest your spare change from your cash card transactions into Bitcoin. All you need to do is have a free customizable cash card, enable roundups, and select Bitcoin. That's it. But it's another great way to onboard even more Americans in a really seamless way, and this will start rolling out in the coming weeks. But third, and most importantly, to make Bitcoin even more universally accessible, we're announcing Lightning Receives. So in January, we once again became the first public company to support Lightning withdrawals. And in the coming months, you'll be able to receive Bitcoin over the Lightning network with no block confirmations required. Free and instant global interoperability is a big deal, especially when being deployed at Cash App scale. And it's coming sooner than people think. For years, we've heard Bitcoin can't scale, but it's happening right before our eyes. Millions of users can now go beyond using Bitcoin as just a store of value and push us closer to its destiny as native currency of the internet and the world. We're also extremely proud to announce that we intend to push mainstream Bitcoin UX to the next level by killing the existing paradigm of having 2 separate QR codes depending on how you're receiving Bitcoin. We believe the best solution to the paradox of choice is one magical QR code, which combines on-chain details and a Lightning invoice. We intend to do this by integrating into an existing standard that's actually like 10 years old called BIP21. Customers shouldn't care about what rails they're sending Bitcoin over. It should just be a seamless, intuitive experience. One magic QR code, scan it, and it just works. We're in touch with the open source Bitcoin design community to make sure we're all aligned with wallet partners throughout the ecosystem, and we've already begun to reach out to certain teams to ensure there's no breakage. But this isn't a newer proprietary implementation. This improvement just needed a push to proliferate throughout the ecosystem, and we're happy to provide that. It's important to note BIP21 is backwards compatible. It'll never break on-chain transactions if the other wallet doesn't support Lightning yet. You'll still have the option to copy-paste either address type if you prefer to specify which rails to use. We believe that this improvement will make adoption stronger and the lives simpler for not only everybody in this room, but more importantly for those in El Zonte, Lagos, Beirut, and beyond. All of these features will be free to customers because we want to make it as easy as possible for every person to become a Bitcoiner. Everyone has their own path to joining this community, but to this date, I've yet to find someone for whom it clicks, and then they change their mind and say, no, this is all a bunch of BS. Once you are into Bitcoin, you are in for life. Our conviction has never been stronger that focusing on Bitcoin is the best way to bring economic empowerment to those that need it the most. And we'll continue to do that for our existing customer base in the US and then beyond. That said, we recognize we're just one piece of the larger puzzle of like-minded individuals building companies and services to bring Bitcoin to the world. We look forward to collaborating with all the amazing people in the industry, driving deeper compatibility, interoperability, and accessibility throughout the ecosystem. And similarly, Cash App is just one part of blocking. There's so much happening at the company, I can barely keep up. There's free and open source development via Spiral, a collaborative custody hardware wallet, decentralized fiat on and off ramps with TBD, and I think this one's underrated, a brand new Bitcoin ASIC miner, which is going to be amazing. Just to highlight a few. I truly believe that no company in the world is doing more for Bitcoin than Block Inc. But let's not forget where it all started at one hack week at Cash App. Believe me, we have some incredible things in the works that just are not ready for announcement today, but they're getting close. There's 3 or 4 additional things I'm dying to spill the beans on, but we all know as Bitcoiners, proof of work first. You will know them when you see them, but 2022 is going to be an amazing year for us. So come join us. We're hiring for amazing roles throughout our Bitcoin team on Cash App. There's tons of people from our team here across a number of disciplines, including many of our recruiters who are working nonstop to expand the team and further the mission. We're stationed at both the Volcano and the Botanical Gardens. So if our mission resonates with you, please swing by. We are humbled and honored to be working with such great people across this industry on such an important mission. Thank you. And before you go anywhere, we talked a lot in that presentation about the booming interest in Bitcoin these past years and the shift in culture and how influential people have done such a... Spreading the message often comes through good messengers and trusted sources. And today we have three people on stage, three of the most notable athletes of all time that have embraced Bitcoin. We have Odell Beckham Jr. and Aaron Rodgers, one reigning Super Bowl champ, one reigning NFL MVP, and both of them earlier in the year took part of their salary into Bitcoin via Cash App and also gave away $1 million on Twitter. Lastly, we also have tennis legend Serena Williams. Her firm, Serena Ventures, has been early to invest in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency exchanges as well. She invested in Lolly, a Bitcoin rewards company, along with a company called Nestcoin, which is working in countries in Africa to help spread education. Also, this just in, Serena will be partnering with Cash App to expand access to Bitcoin as a means of financial freedom as well, so more details to come there. Anyway, please welcome OBJ, Aaron Rodgers, and Serena Williams.
You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up.
There you go. Good to see you. Yeah.
Big fan. Hi, Serena.
Hi.
Hi, Ben. Woo. Well, welcome, everybody. I got to admit, I am a bit starstruck right now, but I'm so excited to be chatting with three legends right here. Let's get, how are you guys doing?
I didn't think there was going to be this many people here.
Yeah, we're good. We're excited to hear and talk about this.
A dirty little secret, I've never presented on stage before, so this was a big audience. Well, let's just get right into it. We so appreciate having you all here. But Bitcoin's been around for more than a decade. How and why do you think people came around to it within the past few years? And what role do influencers and icons like yourself play in this ascent?
Who are we starting with?
This is open-ended.
I feel like social media, I mean, you said it, you know, the influencers and icons, you know, that's the new generation. You know, we see kids growing up now, they're all on iPads and, you know, cars are driving themselves and things like that. Like, technology is the future, so I think social media has a big play on that.
Yeah, and one thing about Bitcoin, you actually don't really think about it being around for so long. You know, a decade is a pretty long time. So it's had a long time to kind of just to work. And I really like it. I'm really into the whole cryptocurrency because I think it's obviously the future, and in particular Bitcoin really stands out because it's so unique and it's so different.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah. She said it.
Well, OBJ and Aaron, you guys made the bold step of converting your salary into Bitcoin this year. Why did you decide to do that, and what has it meant for you?
Yeah, for me, my journey goes back to actually a guy I saw you put on stage, on the screen, Russell Okung. I had a conversation with him a few years ago, and when he mentioned he'd taken, I think, almost $7 million of his salary in Bitcoin, I said, why in the hell would you do that? I think a lot of the journeys, you talk to different people in the space, it begins with the questioning and the lack of understanding, and the more you dive into it and look into it, the more it makes sense. And so for me, I had a great conversation with Russ and started looking into it, and like I try and do with any topic, I like to dive into it, learn more about it, talk to the experts. So I personally talk to people who've been in the space for a long time who think it's going to 500,000 a coin, and I talk to the crypto analysts at my financial institution who believe it's going to zero. And just because I wanted to hear both sides of the story and enjoy the conversation, and to me it was a no-brainer, even though there were people who were bearish against it. And so I looked into the opportunities, and obviously it's been great partnering with you guys, and and kind of getting the awareness out there. I think people didn't realize how easy it was to buy Bitcoin and to get involved in the space. And like Serena said, it's definitely the future of currency, I think, and I'm excited to be partnered with you guys.
Awesome. I'm actually really keen to hear, inside the locker room, are there certain people who are the biggest bears or biggest bulls?
Yeah, I mean...
Anybody you want to call out?
No, we won't call anybody out, but you definitely just see it growing. And, you know, like you just said before, it's been around for so long, and we don't think about a decade being long. But it's just going to continue to grow, and, like, you might as well get with it or you get left behind. I would definitely rather be ahead of it.
A lot of the old guys, a lot of the old coaches kind of looking down there, you know, back in my day, we didn't have anything like this and shit like that. I'm like, get with it.
Yep.
Wake up.
So one thing I've been thinking a lot about, and is really important to our mission, is about financial independence for people. And I think about that a lot for professional athletes, but also college athletes with the recent change in NCAA rules to let them make money off their name, image, and likeness. Do you see Bitcoin impacting that at all, or how do you think those recent changes come into play here for tennis and for football?
Well, personally, as a tennis player, we didn't really go to college and do the college sport, but I was very excited to see that change with the NCAA having an opportunity to have these players really kind of be able to benefit from their own IP. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So for me, I was really excited to see that. But because the avenues that we have now to invest in Bitcoin or to invest in general, in particular with Cash App, these college athletes have an opportunity. Sometimes you don't make it out of college, and then you do other things. And they now have an opportunity to start their career because they have an opportunity to make money, and they can start financial independence, which I think is something that's so important to talk about, and having that financial independence and having platforms like Cash App make it so easy. You don't have to buy a whole coin. You know, you can start investing, and little by little, you can build yourself up to where you want to be financially. And the opportunities there are really so unique. And so I think I was so excited to see that happen with the athletes for college.
Don't worry, Serena. I don't think Odell or I really went to college either. Definitely not at LSU, but
yeah, definitely not.
I didn't graduate either, but
that makes me feel a lot better.
I think it is important to realize that, you know, when people are looking at the stock ticker like I do every single day, and you see Bitcoin trading, I think it was just at 43 something. They're like, I can't afford a Bitcoin, right? It's $43,000, but you can stack some sats, right?
Yep.
I'll be honest with you. I only learned what that meant when I partnered with you guys, and people were blowing up my messages. Hey, thanks for the sats. Thanks for this. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? What are you talking about? so I, you know, you can buy fractions upon fractions upon fractions, and I would say to the young kids coming out, you know, when I was in college, we got a scholarship check and didn't go very far in Berkeley, but with the NILs these guys are signing, to me, it makes sense to convert a portion of that into an opportunity like crypto and like Bitcoin, when it's money that you're really not worried about. Otherwise, you wouldn't see, you know, especially some of these young quarterbacks and star players making over $1 million a year. You know, to live in college on scholarship, you know, it's not super expensive. So the opportunity to set some money aside for future gains and future generational wealth, I think would be something these kids would really want to get into.
Yeah. Especially with inflation picking up, and you want to put it into the hardest money known to mankind.
Yeah, well, if the Fed keeps printing trillions of dollars, you know, the best defense against inflation, I believe, is Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they will keep printing money too.
It's the only option. Serena, I want to ask you about Serena Ventures. You've invested in Bitcoin and some cryptocurrency exchanges. What convinced you to get started?
Well, I've actually been investing for 9 years, and so I've been watching cryptocurrency for a while, and I invest in early startup companies, so we really have to kind of have our mind out there already as what's the future. So when we see stuff like Bitcoin coming up, it's explosive, right? It's really exciting, and it's like, okay, well, can this be the future? And then once everyone, and once social media, and once all influencers got behind it as
Elon.
well, one of the biggest influences,
Yep.
quiet as it's kept. Once everyone got behind it, you really realize that it is some sort of stabilization in terms of currency, and I think it's so interesting because Bitcoin it's not gonna be a ton available, right? So I really like I like looking at it like that and deciding, okay, well, this is a super strong investment in terms of all of cryptocurrency. It's something that we really wanted to lean into and be a part of it. And so, I just always at Serena Ventures, we're just looking at different opportunities. We also, like you mentioned, we invest in Lolly, where you can also have an opportunity to invest through Bitcoin, through purchases and rewards. And so that's been a really good portfolio company for us as well. So it's a lot happening in the cryptocurrency world. And obviously, I think it's all being led by Bitcoin.
Cool. And a lot of my talk was about increasing accessibility to Bitcoin and bringing it to people that need it the most. Or how do you think about that at Serena Ventures? I feel like outside of cryptocurrency, you do a lot of other things to expand accessibility.
Yeah, so for us, it's super important to expand the accessibility. We want to have people of color, we want to have women, we want to have everyone involved in this, right? And so for us, when we look at it, we break it apart. And honestly, when you think about it, when this was all started to kind of bring some balance into society, and that kind of didn't happen at all. It kind of went the other way. So I think a lot of people don't realize that women and people of color actually will probably invest sooner and more, and so that's important to know. But it's just having that opportunity, right? So I think we're all here to kind of talk about how we can get that opportunity through Cash App, and it's such an easy way to invest, and it's like you don't really think about it. You just have an opportunity and you say, okay, listen, I'm gonna put $1 here. You can literally start with $1, right? So at Serena Ventures, it's really important for us. Diversity is super, super important for us to invest along those lines, and that's what we do. We've been doing it for a really long time, and now we are excited to do it even further in terms of when it comes with cryptocurrency and just in general in the whole Web3 space. It's a lot. It changes literally every day. We wake up and there's something new. But it's really just controlling that and just deciding what to move forward in.
Yeah, focus is key.
Yeah.
Odell, I want to ask you about how have your friends and families and fans, teammates responded to you embracing Bitcoin?
I think the thing about it is it's almost become like cool, and I feel like it's super relatable for all ages. My family, they're asking questions on it. I'm still learning each and every day. So I can't sit there and give them like all the advice, but like you hear it talked about in our locker room, the chatter, crypto, and all those things. So it's just, I think it's something that's, like I said, it's gonna be around for a while, and you just kind of got to get with it.
Was there anybody in the locker room at halftime of the Super Bowl checking the price of Bitcoin?
I don't know the answer to that, but. Yeah, I don't know. I would hope not.
That's a 40-minute halftime, though.
It's a long halftime. Longest ever.
Yeah. Well, Serena, what do you see as societal or cultural barriers to getting more people into the space? I know you just talked a bit about that. But anything else you want to add there?
Yeah, I talked a bit about it, but also just talking about it, using your platforms to talk about it, and me in particular, using my platform to say, oh, this is what's happening, this is what we should invest in, this is some things that you should look at, because it's really just about, at the end of the day, it's really just about education, right? And just understanding who who has an opportunity to invest in it. So I think that there's so much that we can continue to do and that needs to be done, and it's definitely going to take years and years to continue just to have people have opportunities to invest. And you know, starting as little as $1 at Cash App is pretty cool and it's unique, but we're seeing more platforms being able to do that, and I think Cash was able to lead that. But it's just really also about knowing that there's a belief like, okay, wait, I can invest, I can have a Bitcoin, and like Aaron was saying, you don't sometimes, right now I think it's like for one coin it's super expensive, over $40,000. So I think it's just about changing the education of like, okay, you don't have to actually buy a whole thing. You can just buy a little bit of it and keep adding and adding onto that and building and towards. And then also when you're doing that, you'll also learn about other investment opportunities. You'll learn about other things that you can do as well. So, yeah.
Cool. Odell and Aaron, as we mentioned, we both worked with you to get paid part of your NFL salary into Bitcoin this year, but it's somewhat of a hack. The teams and the NFL are still paying out in dollars, in fiat, and then it comes and it gets converted into Bitcoin. Do you think it's possible in the next year, 2 years, or some timeline to get a contract denominated natively in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think so. The NFL is just always about a decade behind, well, in Green Bay at least, a decade behind kind of the rest of the NFL. I love Green Bay. I'm going back there. Come on. Woo! But I think the NFL is a dinosaur at times as far as their advancement in a number of different areas. But I think there's a real possibility. As Bitcoin has become more mainstream, there's no way of getting around it. Guys are taking salary in Bitcoin. Guys are investing heavily in Bitcoin. And it's going to be there's going to be a push. It's just going to take one kind of game changer contract where a team with the foresight and with creativity, working with a player who can be transcendent with the contract, being able to set the table for what a contract paid out in Bitcoin can look like. And that's what happens. It always has to be one trailblazer, one specific thing that happens that is kind of the beginning, the kickoff point, the crescendo for all contracts to follow in kind.
So can I ask you a question? Did you already sign your deal with Green Bay for next year?
I did, yeah. I'm old though. It's got to be. It's got to be one of these young guys. It's got to be the Joe Burrow signs the contract, and
Yep.
somebody get to him about how important Bitcoin is. Maybe he can, set the template for how the rest of the guys can do it, because guys talk about it all the time. Guys are really interested in it. It's all over the locker room, and I think it's going to be something you're going to see mainstream probably in the next half decade.
Right on. Well, so does anybody know Burrow out there? We got to get in touch with him. Do you have any prediction, OBJ, on who it could be?
No, I mean, I feel like he pretty much said it all. But it's just something that you have to get with it, or you're just going to get left behind. That's how I feel. I encourage my family, my friends to get with it and just keep learning about it. That's the best thing. I feel like this is the first year, 2 years in my life where, like, I really look at what do I care for and what do I want to get into and how can I, continue to expand my mind with some of these things. So just get with it or you're going to get left behind. So
cool. Aaron, I heard you earlier in the chat, you were talking about the Fed printing money and macroeconomics. How big a role did that play in kind of like your aha moment with Bitcoin? Did you study economics at Berkeley? I know you said you kind of went to college. How did you? Can you talk to me about this rabbit hole that you went down? Because you clearly know a lot.
I studied economics at junior college, actually.
Okay.
Any JUCO people out there know how difficult that class was. No, I love my JUCO experience, but I've always been interested in the economy and progress of creativity and technology, and also the hindrances to those advancements. And I think the only thing that can get in the way of the crypto revolution is the government. And I think that'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the next 5 to 10 years as they try and find a way to wrap their head around the decentralized nature of Bitcoin and the blockchain. And I'm excited to see how it all plays out, but I'm betting big on crypto continuing on in the fashion that it's been. I think the most important thing for Bitcoin that's going to help as it becomes even more mainstream is what you guys do on Cash App. And I'm not just blowing you up, as half the crowd possibly is either on their phone swiping or doing Tinder or whatever right now. The simplicity and the ease at which you can get involved in investing is very important. And the more that Bitcoin becomes a staple in the mainstream, even more than it already is, the harder it's going to be to attack the decentralized nature of it and the ability for it not to be regulated, which the government would love to do, I'm sure. So I'm excited about the future of Bitcoin. I'm excited about continuing to get guys more involved in the locker room to think about what they're doing with their investments and their assets, especially disposable assets. But I went down the rabbit hole years and years ago, and once you kind of see the other side, there's no turning back.
Very well said. I guess this is a question for anybody, but what do you think this audience of early adopters, founders of this conference, like, what do we need to do to ensure Bitcoin is a success? Do we need more education, more access, more awesome parties and events like this? Like, how do we keep the momentum going?
Parties.
Not so much that, right? No, I think education is the main thing to keep it going. Talking about it, education, and it's so important that it's built and it continues to be built for everyone. You can see that governments are using cryptocurrency or can use cryptocurrency, as their main form of money in the future, and so it's really important for it to be built for everyone. And it's so much, like Aaron said, once you go down the rabbit hole, there's really no turning back because there's so much that you can continue to learn about it. So it's really key to have that education available as well for everyone, and let everyone know that it's not meant for just experts or just one group of people. It actually can be meant for literally everyone, and just how do you get involved. And so once we can break that down and let everyone know that there is an opportunity for that, it could be so much that can be done.
I totally agree with you, and we're seeing in China and introducing a central bank digital currency and discussions of a number of other countries exploring that possibility. But to me, it's really the antithesis of Bitcoin, which is permissionless by default. It's open to everybody. It definitionally cannot discriminate against anyone, which to me is so important.
Well, that was the whole point of cryptocurrency, so it wouldn't be discriminate against anyone. So
uncensorable digital sound hard money. It's gonna continue to change the world, and I think you three are playing a huge role in helping to spread the word, get it to more people, increase accessibility, and so I'm just so thrilled to have you three up here. I so appreciate all the work you've done and will continue to do. But I think that's all the questions I have, and honored to be up here with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Pay me in Bitcoin. Good morning and welcome back to the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine here at Bitcoin 2022 in Miami. We just heard an amazing panel of sports legends, Aaron Rodgers, Serena Williams, Odell Beckham Jr., moderated by Miles Suter of Cash App, who made a major announcement this morning. Let's see a couple announcements. You can receive lightning payments, you can be paid in Bitcoin, and you can round up things that you buy to save in Bitcoin. So we're going to discuss all of this. Thank you for joining us again. I'm your host, Natalie Brunell, host of the Coin Stories podcast. I have with me Stefan Livera, fellow podcaster, Q, who's host of Bitcoin Magazine Live, and Elise Colleen, who founded Stillmark. Thanks so much. What do you guys think? I mean, a lot to go over here.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. I'm most excited about the paid in Bitcoin aspect of the Cash App announcement. I think it's just going to drive this adoption angle of the stacking group of people who are just every week, every paycheck, just stacking consistently. And that really just contributes to the overall growth of the ecosystem. So I think that's probably the big thing. And I think out of the discussion for me that I saw just recently with the sports stars and legends, some of it for me, it was just coming down to personal finance education just for the everyday person, right? So obviously Bitcoin, there's all this technology and all this stuff out there, but at a very basic level, it's what are you doing with your money to save? And so that's the important message.
Yeah, I mean, look, the big takeaway for me from that was not only are they continuing to roll out at Cash App Block, continuing to offer new products, new innovations from them for their clients and customers, but also figuring out ways to market to new audiences and onboard more people to Bitcoin and make the UX user experience so easy. Eliminate that friction, as we were talking about earlier. My favorite thing to do when I'm in a circle of friends who aren't Bitcoiners is I'll ask, do you have Cash App? Awesome. Let's slide on over just 2 taps to the right and let's buy a little bit of Bitcoin. Easy as that, and they're making it easier and easier.
That's right. I think the next wave of adoption is driven by earning, and Cash App recognized that with 2 of their 3 announcements today, the paid in Bitcoin and the Bitcoin roundups, right? So some of the earning will be active. People will be seeking to earn in Bitcoin, and some will be passive, like the roundups on Cash App.
I think it's really interesting, too, how they touched on the idea of inclusion. And, you know, it's so sad to me as an immigrant of this country that the middle class has sort of been eroded, right? It used to take up the majority of the American society, and people could afford a nice life, you know, an average nice life with a house, your white picket fence. That was the American dream. That's why my parents came here from Eastern Europe. And it's become so much harder because every year it feels like the goalpost, no pun intended, moves, you know, and it's just harder and harder to afford retirement, afford education. And that's what the fiat system has created. And now we have Bitcoin that's reordering. It's an opportunity to create a new inclusive financial system. And it seems like all of those athletes and obviously Cash App, they get that and they want to bring that to these different communities.
Right. Just like Aaron Rodgers said, the best defense against inflation is Bitcoin.
That's a great quote.
It's getting out there. And I think so the other thing that came across for me from that discussion also was they were saying, look, it's all over the locker room discussions as well. Everyone's talking about it. And now it's becoming part and parcel. It's just becoming part of the furniture. Everyone understands Bitcoin is here to stay. Now it's about how do you best use it? How do you go from just having a toe dip level of Bitcoin to actually increasing your investment or your saving and your overall education and understanding?
And it's about your curiosity and Bitcoin leading you to the right questions about Bitcoin, the right questions about the traditional financial system. And I think we see that there were different paths for the panelists in our Square hosted panel, that they asked those questions all from different angles and came to the same conclusion that Bitcoin is a good way to opt out and to opt into something they trust. I thought 2 of the themes from the panel converged. So there was a lot of talk about earning and also about diversity. One of the things I think we might be overlooking in 2022 is how earning Bitcoin drives diversity and how that brings in a completely new wave of Bitcoiners.
You know, I also liked something that you pointed out when we were just chatting offline, watching the panel, that these three major athletes came from, it seems, really humble backgrounds where they were maybe already questioning the system. I love that you pointed that out. And something eventually led them to Bitcoin. For Serena, I was shocked that she's been in it for 9 years. This is not new for her. And now she's trying to spread, awareness. And something I looked up while the panel was going on is just some statistics. And 40% of people who own crypto are people of color. I think that's a pretty impressive number. And 2 in 5 Black adults say they invest in Bitcoin versus just 3 in 10 of all adults. So, I mean, clearly this is like driving adoption in diverse communities, which I think is something we all want to see, right?
It's not a surprise because I think when you're an outsider to the system, you're already questioning the system and how it works for you and where it doesn't. And asking those questions leads people to Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, what are you most excited for the next panel? We're just 2 minutes away. We've already got the next one coming up. If you're just tuning in, we're on the Marathon Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine here at the Bitcoin Conference. And this is, we're shifting gears now. Now we're talking to billionaires, right? This is the Billionaire Capital Allocators. It's going to be hosted by Greg Foss. And we've got Ricardo Salinas, who just came back from El Salvador and I think speaking in Austin. We've got Dan Tapiero, Orlando Bravo, and Marcelo Clore. What are you going to be looking for in this conversation?
I think it'll be a lot of these conversations will be how do you get high net worth people and how do you sort of get the message to them and like what's the value for them? And I think for some people they're sort of stuck in a track of like, oh, I've got my stocks and my bonds or I've got my investment in companies and to sort of change that frame and think, wait a minute, I actually need to think about where am I storing my value?
Yeah.
And that's the Bitcoin conversation.
But what's interesting is like the last panel, I feel like, these athletes, they have such a platform to the average person, right? They touch so many people. They have such influence. So that's almost bottom up, right? The retailers, the people coming on board through things like Cash App that are easy to onboard people. Now we have top down, the billionaire allocators and the companies coming in, the institutional avenues. So I love that we have all of it here at the Bitcoin Conference, right? We're touching on all of these aspects. Any final words before we throw it to the next panel?
I think one thing I'll take the other side of the coin here is we have to have a healthy bit of skepticism. Billionaire taking a 1% allocation in Bitcoin is a hell of a lot more allocation towards Bitcoin than most normies, most plebs are able to do. And that will change the market. I'm also curious to see what they talk about as far as self-custody goes. Trying to custody over $1 million worth of Bitcoin is very different than trying to custody a couple coins.
That's right. All right. Well, the next panel is coming up. Thanks so much for joining us. Come back and see us afterwards. We're going to be discussing all of it here on the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine.
So I hope you guys enjoyed that panel. Big surprise. I'm a big believer that Bitcoin is for everyone. I think we all share that. And what I'm happy about is that people are starting to appreciate that you can buy 10 cents, $1 worth of Bitcoin, and you can buy $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. And in recent years, as the Bitcoin thesis has become more obvious to people, as more people are appreciating its value, more players are coming into the space. And that's great, because that means more liquidity in the space. It pumps our bags, of course, which everyone's happy about. And more importantly, it spreads Bitcoin to more and more people around the world who can avail of the benefits and the freedoms that it provides. And so today, I want to introduce to you guys the Billionaire Capital Allocators panel. And I'd like to introduce first Orlando Bravo, co-founder and managing partner of Thoma Bravo, the largest technology private equity firm in the world. Ricardo Salinas, founder and chairman of Grupo Salinas. Dan Tapiero, founder and CEO of DTAP Cap and 10T Holdings. Marcelo Clore, the Chief Executive CEO of SoftBank International. And holding it down is my man, Foss the Boss, Greg Foss, 35 years in the high yield credit markets.
Thanks, man.
All right. Hey, guys, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so proud to be up here. My name's Greg Foss. My granddad told me, surround yourself with greatness. Papa, how am I fucking doing? These men are brilliant.
No.
They all passed grade 11 math. And this is a Bitcoin conference, not a shitcoin conference. So I have a mallet here. If they bring up shitcoinery, they got a little tap, a love tap, all right? Listen, guys and ladies, the Bitcoin community is absolutely beautiful. It's about giving. I've never met so many givers in my life. Perhaps that's because I worked on Wall Street and Bay Street, where the whole world are takers. But these guys are giving their time to help educate us about risk management. But at this point, please give yourselves a hand for being here to learn about what I feel is the best asymmetric investment opportunity that I've seen in my 30 years of managing risk. Okay? These guys are going to tell you why. But please welcome them with a big round of applause. I have questions for them. Thank you for being here, gentlemen. All right, so they're all accomplished risk managers. I'm going to start off with a pointed question for each of them, and then I'd ask you guys to follow up, okay? We've talked individually, and I'm going to start with Ricardo. All right. And what resonated with me when I was speaking with Ricardo was the fact that he's lived, a Mexican who has lived the hyperinflation of Mexico.
Yeah.
And if you wouldn't mind, if you could expand to the audience your experience and why you were concerned with other fiat currencies. So listen, Bitcoin solves the fiat Ponzi. No other shitcoin solves the fiat Ponzi. Remember, the biggest challenge here is the fiat Ponzi. Bitcoin solves this. Over to you, Ricardo, and your experience. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Well, one of the things about being Uncle Ricky here is I'm the oldest guy around, so. And it's one thing to understand a theoretical problem, another thing is to having lived it actually in your skin. So I have a big grudge against fiat, and they call it the fiat fraud, because that's what it is. It's a fraud. And we have all these promoters across the world promoting fiat fraud in different flavors. You can have the Japanese flavor, the American flavor, the Euro flavor. It's all a fraud. But my story is when I started working in Mexico in 1980, I was a young guy, got out of school, did an MBA, came back to work in Mexico, was making $2,000 a month, pretty good at that time. But 6 years later, my salary was down to $20 a month. So that's hyperinflation. And at that time, we thought in Mexico that the way out was through the dollar, you know? So we all tried to save in dollars and make money in dollars. Unfortunately, today, 2022, it looks to me like the guys who are making dollars in 6 years might go from 2,000 to 20. So I would put a big warning sign, you are here and going there.
That's a beautiful...
Unless you buy Bitcoin.
So that's a great response. And remember, managing risk is about changing your portfolio allocation when the information changes, right? Don't stick to a trade when all the information indicates you should reverse that trade or at least get out of it. That's what these guys do well. And I know, Orlando, you had a question, or you had some feelings about where you feel the US dollar is going as well. Can you add to Ricardo's experience and projections on that front?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I want to say something. I am fired up to be here. Look, I love my job. I've been in the business of getting in touch with these great innovators in software and in technology and helping them become great companies, and I love what I do. But I just came in last night from New York, and to see this crowd together, in total of 30,000 people that have created a new financial system that crosses all borders, that is fair, that competes against monopolistic systems, as Ricardo was saying, I feel that energy. And by the way, Greg, I heard that one time you got so fired up that you just walked out the stage. I can see that now. I think we need to see that today.
Well, it was because I was speaking too much, so be sure and throw donuts at me if I keep talking. You guys want to hear from these guys.
But look, you don't, so I'm going to be brief because we have I'm honored to be here with all of you, just awesome group. You don't have to be an economist to see what's going on with inflation. It is plainly obvious. The fiscal policymakers issued a $2 trillion package after the economy was doing very well, and it came after the first $1 trillion package. Altogether, that was 26% of US GDP.
Oh my God.
The largest one before that was the Marshall Plan at 2% of GDP. So you can make all kinds of excuses on supply chains and all the geopolitical issues, but when you pump that much money into the economy, you're going to grossly devalue that currency. And for me, and I wasn't an innovator in Bitcoin. I'm a latecomer, and I love it. But for me, the Bitcoin represents a competitive system to those government-owned monopolistic currency systems. And it'll have to make them better if not all of us will have a voice and an ability to exit. And that's what's going on.
Beautiful. Yeah. Marcelo, would you like to add to the US dollar outlook, if you would?
So, you said it very well. I mean, not only was the economy performing, but then COVID came in, and the only way that the government could react was by issuing and pumping more and more capital, pumping more and more dollars into the economy. So what that has created is inflation, close to hyperinflation, because we've never been so many years that we've had, this sort of 7.9 or in Europe, 8.5% inflation. And now we're desperate. And now we're going to be in the hands of the Fed to figure out if they can figure out how to do a soft landing. But if they overcorrect, then we're going to move from inflation to recession really, really fast. And recession is very dangerous because we've seen what happens in recession. So we're at the mercy of a government today that hopefully the Fed can figure out a way through their interest rate hikes of not to basically slow down this economy to the point that it takes us to recession. This is a point of why, I have made a decision to increase my personal allocation on crypto, being Bitcoin 80 or 90% of my holdings, to actually increase it to 10% of all my entire holdings, which is a big, from what we traditionally, capital allocators, the safe thing that was said to us was, hey, keep everything at 2%. So to us, we're starting to see Bitcoin as one of the safest way in order for us to maintain our wealth. But more importantly, also, it's probably the only investment that exists today where the potential of gains is so much larger than the potential of
asymmetry. Asymmetry. And Dan, I'm going to get to you, but what's weird? It's awesome, and this is not scripted. Look, I'm from Canada, right? And I love the USA. I've told you guys that I've told you how much I love the USA. The USA cannot fail. It absolutely cannot fail, and when I say that, I mean the US dollar. I do not want it to fail, but you guys are doing a great job at pushing yourselves to that eventuality. Isn't it interesting, we talked with 3 very successful, I hope this isn't an insult, Latinos or Latin American, you know, I'm from Canada. Canada is gonna fail 10 years before the USA fails. It's Fiat. And I'm a proud Canadian. I don't want it to happen, but we have a buffoon as a prime minister who says things like, the budget will balance itself.
Yeah.
Now that's, if he was the CEO of a publicly traded company, he'd be fired on the spot, all right? You can't say stuff like that. It's irresponsible, it's immature, it's what a drama teacher says. Okay. Canada is in trouble. It's a G7 nation. Turkey is a G11 nation. Look around you, not around you, look outside of the USA. People see stuff happening more quickly. The USA is privileged. It's got a reserve currency status. But Bitcoin is going to become the global reserve asset. This is an aside. Over to my friend Dan Tapiero, who has managed a lot of money successfully in a macro environment, and his words were, there's no alpha left in macro. I hope I'm paraphrasing that correctly. He has decided, and since we both manage money at hedge funds, I'd like to switch the conversation to the current challenges of traditional asset management and the 60-40 portfolio, and why people need to consider alternative silos like, and I'm going to say digital assets, but you know I'm focusing on Bitcoin. So, Dan, would you expand on the 60-40 portfolio, what you think, what the future holds there?
Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks, Greg. Let me just, what he's talking about, the 60-40, is what traditional asset allocators, the exposure that they hold, and that's 60% in assets or equity and 40% in bonds. Right, I know, bonds, right. Well, and what's happened is that that's been a brilliant strategy for the last, from 1981 really until, until actually very recently. But now you have negative 7% real yields. In the US, you have $200 trillion of cash and debt, mostly negative real yields. And so, you have many pensions and insurance companies, large entities, sitting on a non-productive asset class. And there's really nowhere to go. And so $200 trillion is a lot. If you think there's 500 trillion or so of total assets in the world, there should be, and I think we're starting to see a little bit of a transition out of bonds and cash, again, a little into equity, but I think it's going to be coming into Bitcoin, into this, this I call broadly this digital asset world. The returns, obviously, I mean, I look at it as an investor, and the returns, on the one hand, you're losing money in your 30 to 40% of your portfolio versus, Bitcoin, which of course has gone up over 200% annualized since its inception. So I think that as, we have more people here. I mean, I was at the conference in 2019, and it was just, 1,000 people or 2,000 people, 10,000 last year, 25,000. I suspect next year will be more. And, the voice is being heard, and I think we're starting to see also a greater movement from institutions. And I see this firsthand. I myself have 2 pension funds, US state pension funds, that are investors. 3 years ago, you wouldn't have seen that at all. So it's starting, it's slow, but that 200 trillion I mentioned in cash and fixed income, if you take just 10% of that, that's $20 trillion, right? I'm not saying it's all going to go into Bitcoin, but I think people are starting to see it.
Well, let's help people with the math. If 20 trillion flowed into an asset class that's capped at 21 million coins. What's 20 million divided by 21 million? You don't need a calculator for that, people. That's $1 million a coin, okay? Because we're measuring it in today's dollars. The assets are measured in today's US dollar value. So I know Orlando has some viewpoints as to the money that wants to flow in, but I wanted to expand on Dan's viewpoint. Everyone knows who Ray Dalio is, okay? Very brilliant investor, Bridgewater, that created a strategy called risk parity. He would balance his equity portfolio against a leveraged portfolio of US Treasury bonds largely. And as everyone knows, as interest rates go down, bond prices go up. So there was a buffering process that if equity prices fell, the bonds generally benefited from a flight to safety, okay? But it's easy when interest rates start at 14%, when I started trading bonds in the late 1980s, and they end up at under 1%, okay? That is bond price support. So Dalio made an incredibly smart business decision by leveraging the bonds, which were less volatile, against an equity portfolio. Brilliant man. Okay, it doesn't work anymore, Ray. It's fucking over, okay? Because interest rates are out now in the US 10-year at 2%, 2.6% when I looked this morning, okay? And they could be on their way back up, except the Fed's gonna have to come in and dampen interest rates because it doesn't work with the debt spiral we're in, but I digress. Listen, the Fidelity report that came out on digital assets, and I'm paraphrasing Fidelity here, it basically said there's only Bitcoin. And then they said there's other digital assets, but understand what they meant was there's only Bitcoin and then there are shitcoins, exactly, okay? Fidelity is going to move the world because if you're if you're an asset manager competing against Fidelity and they offer the silo to invest in this new asset class, you better get your game in gear or you're going to lose your clients to Fidelity. So I'm going to open the panel to the other guys. I know Orlando for sure is seeing you run $100 billion of assets. You have large pension funds. You mentioned to me that you see the interest in this new asset class. Would you like to expand on that for the audience?
Thank you, Greg. Yes.
And I will absolutely, everyone will get a chance. Beautiful.
And it's interesting what you said about a couple of pension funds. That's exactly what we're seeing. So the pension world and the sovereign world is something that, right, I've been in for a long time, 25 years. So we have deep relationships. We know these great people. And when you think about it, in that world of original source of capital, there's about $30 trillion today. And the decision makers are very small groups of people that are actually extremely talented, extremely humble, and they actually do a really, really good job of investing. They're phenomenal allocators. So this is the deal. 2 years ago, I would go around meeting all of them because that's part of what I do. And the first 5-10 minutes of the meeting, it was all about, hey, I heard you like Bitcoin. What's going on? And the individuals themselves are all big believers and personal holders of Bitcoin. But after that 5 minutes was over, then the meeting progressed and the institutions were not ready to join in this movement of adoption. Now, 6 months ago, I'm getting calls from these really large institutions saying, you know what, I'm building a small bucket here of Bitcoin. And they're experimenting. The key is, for this to really, really be big, is they have to make money. Once they dabble in, if they start making money, the floodgates will open. And you will get another step function in values.
Can I just say one thing? What's really important about that is he's referring to sovereign wealth funds as well. So when you start having these $100 billion, $500 billion entities, sovereign wealth funds, talking about exposure in Bitcoin, adding exposure in Bitcoin, the next thing is for the central bank, and the next thing is for that government. And so, you know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, wide-scale global adoption. It starts with I think, the smart allocators you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I may pick up on a little bit on what Dan said, he said the 60-40 allocation, 60 equities, 40 bonds, and he said 40% of the portfolios are in bonds, about 200 trillion. And he said there's nowhere to go. And this is really bad news because I know for sure that some of you out there are counting on your pensions. And this is very dangerous because, like the poet said, things change gradually and then suddenly. And the problem is that this bond investment is a terrible investment. I wouldn't touch a bond with a 10-foot pole. It's just the worst thing. I mean, the best thing that can happen to you is you get back your $100. That's the best thing that could happen to you.
I love this guy. I absolutely love this guy. Marcelo.
You know,
oh, sorry. Keep going.
Just to go on that, I definitely don't have any bonds. I have the liquid portfolio. I have 60% in Bitcoin and Bitcoin equities, and then 40% in hard asset stocks like oil and gas and gold miners, and that's where I am, man.
Rock and roll. Marcelo.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you a little perspective of, what my life has been. And I started seeing what I call the cell phone revolution, and then I became the CEO of Sprint and merged with T-Mobile and enjoy an era of what's amazing, innovation, disruption, cell phone. After that, we enter something incredibly unique, which some call it the digital revolution or the AI revolution. And for the last 4 years, I've been the CEO of SoftBank International, and we're investing in disruptors of the digital economy and investing about $1 billion a week and manage about $300 billion. Then I started seeing what I like to call the Bitcoin revolution. And about 3 weeks ago, I quit my job at SoftBank in order for me to learn more and start putting all my knowledge towards this new revolution that we're seeing. And I like to call it the Bitcoin revolution, which is what's going to happen next.
All right. Whoa.
Wow. So, wow, eh? At times like this, my sister would tell me, don't say anything, and she's a stand-up comic, so she knows when to sit down. But unfortunately, we have a couple more minutes to burn. That's not unfortunate. I mean, I'm just reveling in this opportunity. Marcelo, can you tell us, you started to expand on it. You've shared with us your exposure to Bitcoin. One of the things I get in trouble with the Bitcoin maxis with is that I'm not 100% in Bitcoin. Now, it's just not the way I've managed risk, and I don't think it's the way the gentlemen on the stage have managed risk either. I'm not saying don't be 100% in Bitcoin, but what I'm trying to say is you don't need to be 100% in Bitcoin as a percentage of your portfolio in order to benefit from the asymmetry of the trade to the upside. I'm going to do just fine. My 40% exposure, and I think we talked about different. Now, I'm not saying go out there and get 40%. I'm saying get the heck off zero. And here's the funny thing. When you get somebody to invest in Bitcoin for the first time, and let's say you get them to 5%, right? And they have 95% in other stuff, it's like they forget the 95%, right? It's they're focused on this 5%. Chill the fuck out, okay? Sit down and I'll talk to you guys in 20 years. The Bitcoin price is a rounding error. And I mean that sincerely. None of us are smart enough to say whether it's worth 25,000 or 55,000. What we are smart enough to say is there's a high probability that it goes way the heck higher from here. And you're supposed to actually be happy if the price goes down so you can buy some more. For the fucking kids. For the kids.
I agree.
For the believers.
Okay, now listen. I'm a selfish boomer. I'm pathetic. You fucking boomers are ruining the lives of our kids. Grow a backbone. Pay your debts. And I'll share something bigger with you. I was suicidal. I spent 30 years managing risk. It takes a toll on you and your brain. and then I hit some other bumps in the road. And one of the reasons I was suicidal is because I was so discouraged about the state of the economy and the future that I was passing to my kids. Now, I had found Bitcoin, but I didn't study Bitcoin like I did. And once I did, I found hope. And I'm not here to preach. I guess I am. I'm preaching to you that this is hope. It's freedom. It's beautiful. It's technologically sound. But you don't need to be all in. That being said, if you are, God bless you. At this point, opening the floor to anything you guys want to talk about. And that includes, you know, Foss, just get off the stage and leave it to us. Go ahead.
I think you made a really important point about not being all in, but not being at zero. I mean, you don't have to be all in. And furthermore, when you buy your first Bitcoin, and I've orange-pilled a lot of friends, the next thing they do is they start checking the damn price on their iPhone watch every 10 seconds, you know. The hell with that. You know, when you buy a house, you're not checking the price of your house every 10 minutes, right? Just sit on it for 10 years, 20 years, and get on. And that's what needs to happen. Sorry.
The point I wanted to add, consistent with that, is you don't have to be 100%, but it also, you don't have to be the first one. You don't have to be the earliest one. I'm certainly not. There's some pioneers here that saw it a lot earlier than I did. I spent 30 years living in San Francisco doing tech, and in this community and in these dinners, that was all around me. I just wasn't paying attention. It took that time to stop. Pandemic came, more time to think. What's important to you? What are your values? And then you see this, and you're just overwhelmed with the importance of it and what it means to society as a whole. It's consistent with the movement and with the revolution that Marcelo spoke about. Is when I started looking into it, is how open the community is. Everyone would talk to me, everyone would be ready to share thoughts, everyone would be ready to teach me about it. And what I found in my sector is anybody who takes the time to slow down and really understand what's going on becomes a big believer in it.
So I like to say that I moved. First, when I got into Bitcoin was because I have an older son who was just beating the hell out of me every day. He says, Dad, you're the only guy who doesn't get this, and you think you're a smart guy investing in tech and all that. I know. So you got to pay attention to your kids. So I actually took a step back and say, what is going on in the world? And the world is a fascinating place today because of AI. Pretty much every company, every company, and every function is going to be massively, massively disrupted. But the big disruptors are basically centralized companies, right? Google centralizes every search with every web page. So everybody has to use Google. It's sort of like a monopoly. You look at Facebook, the ledger is, they're centralizing identity. You look at JP Morgan, they're centralizing all assets. And the new world is going to be one in which you're going to be able to transact on a peer-to-peer basis without the need for JP Morgan or all these banks to take a toll as we transfer value. And then the big aha moment came to me when I realized, what is the internet? What has the internet done? Google and others. They have allowed the free flow of information, but they were never able to perfect the free flow of value.
Yeah.
And the powerful thing of Bitcoin and everything that's going on, what I like to call the next 5 years are fascinating because AI is going to continue to disrupt, while at the same time you have a new force disruption, which is a whole digital currency, which is being led by Bitcoin, and that's just incredible. The fact that we're going to be able to transact on a peer-to-peer basis without these central intermediaries that attack our privacy and that attack our ability to just send our assets from whoever we want to whoever we want. That was a big moment for me that allowed me to move from a FOMO investor, say I'm scared that I'm the only idiot who's not investing, to a fundamental believer that we're into something that is relatively big and bigger than anything that all of us must have experienced before.
Yeah, he's orange-pilled for sure.
I would just say one thing, really. If any of you are worried that you're late to this, just remember that only 2 to 3% of the world have crypto accounts or crypto wallets. So, I mean, the way I see it over the next 10 years, any sort of reasonable adoption rate, I think we're going to be up at least 10 times from that in the next 10 to 15 years. So I always say to my analysts, it's never too late to do the right thing. I think that's especially the case here.
This is like being in the internet in 1994.
Right.
And if we all knew what happened to the internet in 1994, a few people have turned into the richest people in the world by betting on the internet in 94.
Yeah,
and I think Bitcoin, where it's today, is basically where the internet was in 94, 95 from an adoption curve.
Good point. However, I would qualify that a little bit, Dan. Not crypto, Bitcoin.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crypto out there, you know?
I know.
And there's plenty of shit coins in that crypto.
Love it.
So what's the point of moving out of one shit coin and moving to another one?
The current shit going being the US dollar is what I infer. So guys, look, I got involved in Bitcoin in 2016. I mentioned my health challenges. Bitcoin in 2016, when I got involved, was under $1,000 US a Bitcoin. Bitcoin is today a better investment on a risk-adjusted basis at the current price. Okay? Don't overthink that fact. What has happened? COVID. The response by the government has painted them into a corner where it is mathematically impossible to stop printing money. They won't tell you that. All you got to do is run the math. With the coupon on the debt, grow it, making the denominator grow, the numerator grow way faster than the global GDP can possibly grow to keep up with it. It's mathematical certainty. There's very few things in life that are 100% certain, but fiat debasement is one of them. Guys, this is so simple. Anyway, I digress. We have 6 minutes left. I'm gonna finish off with something, but I want anybody here to give 2 minutes, let's say, anything, any subject for the audience. Up to you guys.
Okay, so hyperinflation really damages two kinds of people. The most vulnerable. Number one, it ends any pension that you might be expecting down the road. Your savings are wiped out. So people that depend on their savings are very hardly hit. Young guys, we can always get a salary increase, move from here to there, they'll make it. Older people who have saved all their lives and depending on a pension, they're going to have the hard end of the stick coming to them. The other kind of people that are really damaged by hyperinflation are the poor people because they don't have assets. So it's not a pretty sight. And we should be able to point the finger at who's responsible for this. Because if you and I go around there printing money, we get put in jail for fucking counterfeiting, right? And they get promoted to the Treasury.
I just want to say, Greg, thank you for sharing that. We need you in this world. You're the best.
Wow.
And you are just absolutely awesome. And we need more Gregs out there. Really, really, really amazing. Wow. And look, I just want to end with how proud I am of this community. When I hear all these criticisms from the establishment in financial services about, oh, this is used by bad people and fraud and this, come on. This is a group of phenomenal people that want what is right, that want freedom, that want democracy, that want to cross borders. It is just an awesome movement, and you're here. And, of course, the adoption is going to increase over time. What do you think? Is it going to go down? Do you think less young people are going to be involved or more? No brainer. Do you think the dollar is going to go up or down? It's very, very, very telling. So thank you for having me, and I've really enjoyed being part of this.
Marcelo.
So, we've experienced, the greatness of Bitcoin and the ability that we can help people that needs it. What I've seen is, just in this year alone, what happens when the government controls something. When there was money that was sent to the truckers in Canada, the government seized all that money because they use traditional ways. When we send money to help people in Ukraine, and we've used Bitcoin, that money is getting there, and absolutely no Russia or nobody can stop us from sending money to Ukraine. So it's been an incredible use. Yeah. And I will tell you something for the ones that were here last year at this exact same conference in Wynwood. You have no idea the impact that you have created in my life. After seeing so many crazy people together, that's what woke up my interest to say, I no longer want to be just a tech investor. I want to change my life, and I want to put a big part of my life to understand this new way, which is Bitcoin. So thank you all for inspiring me last year.
Yeah, I would just end with, I think it's important to understand that this, the invention of Bitcoin, as I like to call it, is a unique invention in the history of financial and monetary history. And so, if you're thinking that you're not sure about it, all of certainly my work and my focus on it, I really think it's bigger than anything I've certainly seen or studied. And it's because it's that ledger of truth, right? We've never had truth.
Bitcoin is truth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so proud to be on stage with these guys. I'm proud of the Bitcoin community. I've met through the Bitcoin community guys and ladies that I call friends and dear friends now. Guys like Jeff Booth, Preston Pish. I've met a doctor in Madison, Wisconsin, who's involved in an education platform with me because he didn't understand the legacy financial system, and he actually didn't understand the paper I wrote on bond math because, it's actually first and second derivatives are not grade 11 math. But God bless him, he and I have created, along with 4 other global partners, an education platform called LookingGlassEducation.com, where we explain the problems of the current financial system that they don't teach you in high school because they don't want you to know. Because the Fiat Ponzi cannot be exposed. I love these guys. I'm proud to be on stage with them. I love you guys. Bitcoin is hope. And I'm going to leave you with this. Last year, at this conference, I met a group of young Guatemalan kids that wanted to start Bitcoin Lake, modeled after Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador. And Jose Lemus and his team at Ibex Mercado had this vision for Guatemala. And then Jack Mahlers, your dog, you came on stage six hours later and you announced you onboarded a fucking country. And I'm like, and these guys are in Guatemala and they live 3 hours away. And they got in their cars and they went to Guatemala and they started the merchant solution for Guatemala. Beautiful kids. I invested in their company, a token amount, a lot of money for me, but they just raised $4 million. And they are now onboarding the city of Miami. How cool is that? That's in 1 year, okay? Jose, my friends at Ibex Mercado, you're changing the world. And that's what Bitcoin does. Finally, on behalf of Canada, and thank you for the trucker support. You can vote whatever way you want. You can vote whatever way you want. But Bitcoin is freedom. Thank you. Thank you.
Bravo.
Bitcoin is hope. Well said by Greg Foss. Welcome back to the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine here at Bitcoin 2022 in Miami. I'm Natalie Brunell. I've traded in my mainstream news desk for this amazing Bitcoin Marathon Desk, and I have an amazing panel with me. We're going to be discussing the conference and all sorts of Bitcoin things. So I want to introduce someone you might recognize, Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool Sports. Q, he's our anchor of Bitcoin Magazine Live, and Elise Colleen, who founded Stillmark. So first, I'll just throw it right out to you guys. What are you thinking about the conference and the last panel?
No, I've been loving it. To see the conference from 1 year ago to where we've come today, twice the size, G8A1, it is starting to get lively all around us here at the news desk. We have a giant volcano that we're sitting right in front of. You know, it's come full circle, and we're excited to be here.
It's Dave's first, right?
It is
Bitcoin
my first
conference.
Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm taking it all in. It's pretty huge, pretty remarkable. But yes, I'm taking it all in. First one.
What's your first impression?
It's huge. Like, I didn't know what to expect,
More
really.
than 25,000 people.
Is it 25,000
More than
people?
25,000 people.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect because I didn't get my credentials, got lost, or I wasn't paying attention. So I came through the front. I had to like battle my way in. I had to convince them I was a speaker. So I'm getting the full experience, parking, fighting for parking all the way in. But yeah, it's a full-blown event.
Elise, how many have you been to?
I'm lost count at this point, but this is the one I look forward to every year.
That's awesome. Well, talk to me a little bit about this panel. We heard from the Billionaire Capital Allocators panel, and I thought some interesting things were talked about because, you know, one thing that Greg Foss said is that he met a doctor, right? And the doctor was trying to figure out Bitcoin. And it's just, that's his job. His day job as a doctor. We have billionaires who have a lot of people probably to help them understand this technology. But for the average person, you know, I come from a humble background. It's not easy to learn about Bitcoin. So what do you guys think about just, you know, we hear about billionaires who are allocating capital to this type of asset. But for the average person, I mean, it took you a couple exposures, and you're still skeptical.
Yeah, I feel like now it's been 7-8 years. I've gone in and out. I had a guy, Marty Bent, we talked about a little bit, who worked for me, who was trying to convince me. And then I had the Winklevoss twins give me a whole speech that made me think it was totally fake, and I got out. And then I got in about a year ago. So I've been in, out. To be honest, I still am not sure I truly understand all of it, but I know enough people, conferences like this are in it. That's the place I got to be.
Yeah, and one thing that you were saying is that's what convinces you that it's not going away, right? Now we have these big companies. We have people that are putting a lot of money behind it. Is that what convinces you that it's got legs?
Yeah, I think you get to a certain threshold or momentum, and it's like the breaking point where enough people are behind something involved that it's not going anywhere, despite what you hear like a Peter Schiff say or things like that. One of my arch nemesis is now on Twitter.
What are you guys looking forward to for the rest of the day? We're going to hear an announcement from Samson Mow, and he says he's going to do a mic drop, so it's going to be pretty big, right?
I mean, Elise and I were actually chatting just about that. This Samson Mow announcement should be one of the biggest ones coming out.
Oh, really?
I'm just going to set the expectation that if he's not announcing on behalf of some sort of a nation state, either adopting Bitcoin or doing something pro-Bitcoin, I'm going to leave it disappointed. But, you know, I like to set the bar very high.
I'm looking forward to some of the new experiences that happen here at the conference by interacting with founders and startups. Greg mentioned one at the end of that last panel, which is Ibex Mercado. Ibex is the payment sponsor for the conference. And throughout the conference center, they have all these different new experiences about how to use Lightning and how to integrate it into your e-commerce experience and brick and mortar too. And so I'm looking forward to playing around with that this afternoon.
Awesome. Dave, what are you most looking forward to? Or what's your biggest question about Bitcoin? If you're still skeptical, like,
honestly, I was interested to see the people. Like,
The people.
I want to see who is attending this thing and see all the people that were here, the different companies. But yeah, the overall vibe, feel the people. Are we getting like crazy people in my mind, or are we getting everyday normal people? That's kind of what I want to see.
And have you tried the pizza in Miami?
I've had all the pizza in Miami. 11th Street's the best. So I live here, but shout out 11th Street. Relatively new. That's my favorite.
Yeah. Are you going to pay for it in Bitcoin or no?
They
You're gonna
probably don't
hodl
accept
your
it. I
Bitcoin.
actually went to a pizza place here and got absolutely ridiculed for selling my Bitcoin.
Yeah.
They call it, like, they were just calling me paper hands and things like that. I am diamond now, but yes.
Yeah. By the way, I saw potentially an altcoin portfolio that hasn't been performing well.
Shitcoin
All right,
portfolio.
a shitcoin portfolio that's not been doing Dave so well. So.
But I'm still holding 40,000 down to 2,000.
We hope by the end of this experience, you go from paper hands to diamond hands again.
That's right.
Hold on. I'm already diamond hands. I'm not going to have 29 Bitcoins. I'm holding them for life.
Diamond hands.
I'm
All
going to
right.
die with them.
Coming up is an announcement from Samson Mow. You don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Marathon Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine, live at the Bitcoin Conference in Miami. If you're watching this at home, you better come next year. All right. So check it out. Next panel coming up.
That we're live streaming all this, so the commentary booth needs a little time in between to comment on the goings on here. But what I was saying was last year we made history at this conference, and I have a feeling we're about to do it again. So please help me in welcoming the former CSO of Blockstream, someone who's currently focused on nation-state Bitcoin adoption, Mr. Samson Mow.
All right, thanks, man. All right, thanks everyone. So my talk today is about nation-state Bitcoin adoption. I guess you guys like that, right? All right, so first up, I'll make a small announcement. I have a new Bitcoin company called Jan3, named, of course, for January 3rd, the Genesis block. This is a Bitcoin company that will focus on Bitcoin and Layer 2 tech, like Liquid and Lightning. We'll be taking over some of Blockstream's projects, Raretoshi, the NFT platform, as well as Aqua, a Bitcoin and Liquid wallet. We've also signed an MOU with the government of El Salvador to build digital infrastructure for the country and for Bitcoin City. So Jan3's mission is to accelerate hyper-Bitcoinization. We might work on a lot of different projects. The mandate is quite wide. So operating Bitcoin wallets, talking to nation-states, central banks about how to secure their own Bitcoin, maybe even just generic infrastructure projects that we can weave Bitcoin into. We've also raised $21 million at a valuation of $100 million. And our investors include Alistair Milne, Chun Wong, the co-founder of F2 Pool, and of course, Alzante Capital, launched by Max Kaiser, the high priest of Bitcoin, and Stacy Herbert, the volcano blonde. So we're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff. Keep an eye out. All right. My timer's not running, by the way, so I'm just going to take as long as I want, right? OK, now it's running. So everything started in El Salvador. Everything started in El Salvador. This was where the Bitcoin law was first passed. And this is where they launched the first Bitcoin bond, the Volcano Bond. And it's under the leadership of President Nayib Bukele, and it's too bad he couldn't make it today, that we now have this beacon of hope and freedom. So what we have to do is defend that. On one of my trips to El Salvador, I met this guy. He's ex-military from Scotland. He moved to El Salvador. He's moving his whole family there. And he sat down, and he gave me a very serious look, and he told me, what you have here in El Salvador is a beachhead. And what that means is we have a small foothold for Bitcoin nation-state adoption. What we need to do is get more nation-states and even cities to adopt Bitcoin. We have to defend what we have and gain more ground. So that was why I decided to leave Blockstream and focus more on nation-state Bitcoin adoption. Because I think now is a pivotal time in human history, and we need to move things forward faster. So what we need is more nation-state Bitcoin adoption. And I believe it's not going to happen the same way as in El Salvador. It's going to be organic, and it's going to be bottoms up. It's going to be grassroots. El Salvador is a unique case. They were able to pass the Bitcoin law rather easily. But every country, every jurisdiction will have a unique path to Bitcoin adoption. So legal tender is one way. Another way is de facto legal tender. So in the case of Lugano in Switzerland, this was done by Paulo, and he basically orange-pilled the city. But because there's no capital gains on Bitcoin in Switzerland, the government is accepting it for payments for anything, parking tickets, taxes, you name it. But there's no capital gains, so it is, in fact, de facto legal tender. But there's other clever ways to do it, too. So I've been working with a group in Guatemala as well, and we've been looking at the laws there. They have legislation already talking about foreign currencies. So what you can do is declare Bitcoin as a foreign currency because their neighbor, El Salvador, is already using Bitcoin as legal tender. So there's going to be custom, bespoke solutions for different places around the world. And we need more of these. So I might have one today. So a few weeks ago, I was sitting in what I consider to be a Bitcoin city. I was sitting with a group of friends. We're having dinner at a restaurant in this city. And there's places to stay, there's businesses, there's offices. It's still early, but they have something there. And this place is called Prospera, on the island of Roatan in Honduras. They've been building up steadily and gaining ground. And I'd like to welcome to the stage the president of Prospera, Joel Baumgar.
Woo! Thank you, Samson.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Honduras Prospera Incorporated is the promoter and organizer of the Prospera jurisdiction on the Caribbean island of Roatan in Honduras. And we have three major announcements today. So first, as Samson said, Bitcoin within Prospera operates as legal tender. That means no capital gains tax on Bitcoin. You can transact freely using Bitcoin, and you can pay taxes and fees to the jurisdiction in Bitcoin. You can also start a Bitcoin business in the jurisdiction using the regulatory framework of your choice, and all done in an AML and KYC compliant manner. Second announcement, enabling Bitcoin bonds. Starting today, the Prospera jurisdiction can enable the other municipalities in Honduras or other companies or political subdivisions outside of the United States to float Bitcoin bonds from within the Prospera jurisdiction. This incredibly innovative financial instrument created by Samson is an incredible way to bring foreign direct investments to the part of the world that needs it most. And within Prospera, the mechanism to do that is completely AML and KYC compliant. And thirdly, if you want to invest directly in Honduras Prospera Incorporated, you can invest directly in our security token convertible note offering, which is live for accredited investors on the Securitize platform. And you can do all of that in compliance with US legal and regulatory systems and receive equity in the form of a security token. So my contact info is on the screen. Please take a quick snap with your phone. We'd love for you to reach out. Exciting things are happening in Prospera, and you are welcome to be part of it. Thank you so much, Samson.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm running out of time. Fuck. OK, there's more. There's always more. I promised 3 mic drops, right? I don't have a mic. So next, this one's cool. We have Madeira. This is an autonomous region of Portugal, and they will be adopting Bitcoin. I'd like to welcome to the stage President Miguel Albuquerque.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. As the government of Madeira and the president of the government, I believe in the future and I believe in Bitcoin. You want to be in the future, my island, my government, and you want to say to you that now Madeira, it's a fantastic place to live, to work, with a fantastic environment, fantastic modern conditions in infrastructures. And I want to say to you a good news. Individuals in Madeira don't pay, that sell and buy Bitcoin, don't pay taxes. They don't pay, they are not subject to personal income taxes. The second good news, if you offer fantastic conditions for everyone that wants to come to Madeira. We have the rate for corporations in the special free zone is 5%, and the general in the rest of the territory, it's lowest, one of the lowest in Europe, 14%. I have to say to you that me and Samson and Jean Tree is going to continue to work to the future and to work to create in Madeira a fantastic environment for Bitcoin. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oops. All right, running out of time. Don't kick me off yet. Now I have Senator Indira Kempis to give an update on Mexico. Uncle Ricky, please pay attention. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Bitcoiners. How are you? Well, in Mexico, 67 million people are not included in our financial system. Bitcoin is the answer to solve this problem. Through financial inclusion and financial education, the Mexican people can have a better quality of life, and we can reduce social inequality around the country. Therefore, we have already been submitting bills to guarantee financial inclusion and financial education as a constitutional right for our population, for our freedom. Additionally, in 2 months, we will propose legislation to modify regulations in fintech and in monetary law.
So it's Bitcoin law.
And we have a message for our president. We are looking forward to sitting down and grabbing coffee with you to talk about this plan. Bitcoin as legal tender in Mexico now. So,
okay. I accept the invitation. Thank you.
A cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Samson, for being with us in this journey. And thank you to you, too.
All right, thank you. Okay, they're going to kick me off soon. I got to wrap up. So this is what I've managed to get done in about a month. And I'm just one guy. There's 25,000 of you here, probably another 100,000 watching online, and there's millions of us around the world, Bitcoiners. We're going into dark times. Inflation, CBDCs, surveillance, you name it. Bitcoin is the way to fix all of this, but it takes all of us to use Bitcoin to reach that goal. We can have a free world and increase freedom, but it's up to all of us to make that happen. So let's go out and do something and make it happen. Bitcoiners are already mobilizing around the world. In Canada, Brad Mills, NVK, and I were getting ready to do something for Canada. Other groups are mobilizing. There's a group in Guatemala. But we are everywhere, and we're going to make this happen. Thanks very much.
Across the across the world. We're hearing really big announcements here. We're live on the Marathon Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine at Bitcoin 2022. I'm your host, Natalie Brunell. I'm joined by an amazing panel. Dave Portnoy of Barstool Sports, Ben Askren, former UFC fighter, and Alex McShane, also of Bitcoin Magazine. First of all, please subscribe to this page, like this video so more people see it. And we've got to discuss this because nation states are adopting Bitcoin, small regions, autonomous regions, islands adopting Bitcoin, and we're hearing potentially Mexico. So I'm going to throw it to Dave first. What was your reaction to this? I mean, pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are going to have to explain what that exactly means to me. Like, what it's replacing their current currency. I mean, you can use Bitcoin here, too. So I don't know what that means. So somebody smarter can explain it.
Well, it looks like more places you're going to be able to use it in tandem with, say, their foreign currency or the U.S. dollar. A lot of people obviously using the U.S. dollar, but I think its strength as the global reserve currency is just weakening so much. Ben, what did you think about, some of these announcements by Samson, who said he was going to have a mic drop moment?
I don't know if it was big enough to do a mic drop. In all fairness, Samson. But what it made me think of is a sovereign individual, which is kind of a Bitcoiner book about how people are going to be able to choose where they live, and they're going to have laws that speak to them. And so with Prospera and I think it's Mediera, they have Bitcoin-friendly laws, and I'm sure they're going to try to attract a lot of Bitcoin companies and Bitcoiners to those places.
Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, some of the announcements that were made were Prospera, an island in Honduras, Madeira, which is an autonomous region in Portugal. Apparently, it's an archipelago of islands. Sounds like a place I want to go. And a senator from Mexico spoke that they're going to introduce potentially a Bitcoin law. So Samson, I think, is going to speak to the president. Alex, what's your reaction?
I'm just impressed with Samson. He's stepped away from his career to take on this new role as a Bitcoin ambassador to nation states, and he's showing us what he's accomplished in just a few months. We've got Bitcoin in Madeira, autonomous region of Portugal. We've got Prospera, an island in Honduras, and he's meeting with the president to discuss Bitcoin as legal tender in Mexico. I mean, I think this is great. This is a fantastic win. I tend to agree with Ben. Probably can't top that El Salvador announcement. Hard to beat from last year.
Maybe next year.
Maybe next year.
So is it just a travel ad for these companies, basically?
No, I think so, Dave. I think it's important is when these companies hold the United States dollar as a federal reserve, as a reserve currency, and it's devaluing itself, that's going to hurt them, right? Because they're holding all their wealth in dollars. Right. And if they hold it in Bitcoin, and Bitcoin increases in value, then their reserves increase also.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are learning that Dave's still very skeptical about Bitcoin.
We'll
like maybe
I'm in on it. Just sometimes
he's a bullish bear on Bitcoin.
I mean, I don't think I'm walking down the street and being like, what was the name of one of these countries?
Prospera.
Prospera just went Bitcoin, and people are like, oh my God, I don't know that that's happening.
Every little step counts. And, one of the things Michael Saylor has talked about, he's one of the next speaker.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best speakers on Bitcoin, right? Michael has been saying that a lot of the currencies, they're gonna collapse into the dollar, and then the dollar potentially, maybe into Bitcoin. But right now, you can't put your money in anything that's not a melting ice cube except for Bitcoin.
I think this actually mimics the Michael Saylor model of coming to Bitcoin first from a country lens as a defensive tool to prevent you from leaking your assets through, through the 100%. Currency, from leaking the value of them.
I can't recommend the Sovereign Individual enough, though. Really great book, and just speaks to, hopefully, we as individuals, the nation-state model is going to go away, and we're going to get to choose the region that we want to live in based on their laws and regulations.
Totally. People are going to vote with their feet. All right, we've got less than a minute left, so anything you guys are really looking forward to in this conversation? Michael Saylor, Cathie Wood, the future's bright.
This is going to be the Giga Chat of Giga Chat combos. We've been looking forward to this all morning.
I don't know what they're talking about, but I love these two, so let's do it.
So we're here at the Marathon Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine, live at the Bitcoin Conference. Make sure to tune back in. We're here between the conversations. We're reacting live to all these announcements. So next up is Michael Saylor and Cathie Wood, and join us for the chat and the banter afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
Introduce the next panel, I want to share with you guys an anecdote. Over the past 2 years, I've been attempting to orange pill people in my life, as I'm sure many of you have as well. And my father and mother have been one of those. And I've been particularly effective with my dad, who incidentally I brought here with me to this conference, and it's amazing to see him witness all of this. And side note, if you are orange pilling family members, just be careful, right? Because you might be sitting around a family dinner sometime and someone brings up like a critique of Bitcoin. And if you've done too good of a job, the family member that you orange pilled might like jump down their throat if they're not calling out Fiat as a scam. So just take it easy and be careful you don't create too many monsters in your family. But the reason why I bring him up is because I brought him to an event last night, and after we were there meeting tons of great people, learning a ton, all that kind of stuff, he remarked to me, man, everybody's so positive. Everybody's so happy. Everybody's so humble. Everyone's so polite. Everyone's so smart. And I was like, yeah, that's Bitcoin. That's what this is all about. People are engaged and motivated and enthusiastic for the future we have in store now that we have a tool like Bitcoin. And so this next panel is going to be discussing the bright orange future that is Bitcoin. So please help me welcome to the stage Cathie Wood, the founder, CEO, CIO of ARK Invest, and Michael Saylor, the GigaChat himself, CEO of MicroStrategy.
Well, Cathie, I just wanted to dispel one question I've been getting all morning as I walk around the show. People are asking me whether or not I'm still bullish on Bitcoin. And I would like to, just clarify that I am more bullish than ever on Bitcoin. The future's bright. So, we're here to talk about what we see in the future. And you've spent a career in institutional investment and capital markets, looking at it from the point of view of an investor. And I spent my career attempting to attract money from people like you, running a company in the public market. And so I think we're both half of the coin. And that's why it's exciting to talk with you today. So, in my mind, I got three main areas: the political, macroeconomic, regulatory environment. What's going on there in the next year to 2 years? And the second is the capital markets and what's going on with large pools of money, the people running the trillions and trillions of dollars, I guess hundreds of trillions of dollars. And then the third is technology. And of course, you love technology, you know the capital markets. We both have political opinions.
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we start with politics and regulation and economics? What do you see as we look forward, and how do you think it's going to affect Bitcoin?
Well, I think the most interesting thing that's happened, and we met someone from Mississippi, I think a congressman from Mississippi, and I'm seeing the politics around Bitcoin changing radically because it has become, the single issue that some people are voting on, and this is bipartisan. And even where we've moved in St. Pete, because people know that I'm very Bitcoin focused, the politicians have come to me and said, I want to pull together a room of Bitcoin enthusiasts, and I really want to learn from them what they want from us. Think about that. Think about that. That is a radical shift over the last few years. The other thing that I see, so a year ago, roughly, when Janet Yellen was appointed Treasury Secretary, I remember her first comments about Bitcoin were money laundering, nefarious characters, environmentally damaging. And then 2 weeks ago, someone's whispering in her ear, and we talked about this, you think it might be Gary Gensler. There is someone whispering in the ears of politicians, if you want to lose, If you want the U.S. to lose out on this, one of the most amazing innovation platforms of all times, you keep talking like that. So she has changed her tune. So I'm very positive here. And of course, we're meeting people from around the world, just met from Honduras, Mexico. I think the movement is spreading pretty quickly now.
Yeah, I think the last 12 months has been just a 180-degree turn. If you roll back 12 months, you had so many smart people that had a lot of money and power saying, Bitcoin looks too good to be true. It's so good, someone's going to ban it. Right? We heard that. And I think a couple of weeks ago, with the executive order, what we had was the President of the United States giving a green light to Bitcoin. You have a one-page memo, and it says, whereas 40 million Americans, rely upon this, and this is part of their future, I hereby direct every government agency to get educated on Bitcoin and figure out how you incorporate it into the government. And I think that if I scan the last 100 years of history, and I ask, when's the last time the President of the United States directed the government to embrace a new asset class? The answer is never. So I think that Bitcoin should be taking a victory lap for what happened here just in the past few weeks in the United States government. Because a year ago, Bitcoin was, maybe it was Eastern technology and it wasn't Western technology, and maybe the government was going to ban it and we're afraid of it. And what happened in the last 12 months is Bitcoin moved west, Bitcoin has been embraced. The administration has given a green light to Bitcoin. And, Congress and the Senate are enthusiastically figuring out Bitcoin, and now there's a little jockeying, I think, about who can be the most pro-Bitcoin politician.
Yes, bipartisan. This is a bipartisan issue. It's bringing our country together in many ways, which is, given what we've just been through, so shocking. The one thing that I will say we need to watch out for is, in China a few years ago, it was blockchain technology all the way, we're going to lead the way. And then, of course, they banned everything in favor of their own CBDC, of course, the digital yuan. I don't hear talk about that here, and I haven't heard much talk about, hey, this is going to displace the dollar as the reserve currency of the world. That's very good that we're not hearing that kind of rhetoric, but I am sure as the elections evolve, someone will raise it as an issue. Nonetheless, I think the momentum is clearly behind Bitcoin now.
I mean, the momentum is clearly behind Bitcoin. Yes. A lot of people have anxiety about regulation, and they ask me, aren't you afraid? And I do not have anxiety about regulation. When I look at this, I say, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to be worked through. FASB's working through some accounting issues. FDIC's working through some banking issues. SEC's working through some security issues. The administration's working through all their issues. But regardless of how fast that happens and how sharp that occurs, I don't think there's any outcome other than favorable for Bitcoin. And I think that what I say over and over again is Bitcoin is the ethical safe haven for any public figure, and it is the technical safe haven for any technical company, and it is the financial safe haven for any investors. So if you have anxiety, I think that people that are thinking about this are going to realize that Bitcoin is the risk-off crypto asset network, and all of this regulation is going to create volatility, but ultimately the single number one most important issue is you walk into a room with people that have collectively 10 or 20 trillion dollars, and you tell the story, and they say, well, Bitcoin sounds better than gold, and Bitcoin sounds better than owning a big tech stock, and Bitcoin sounds like the solution to all the world's problems, and it's just so good that someone is going to take it away from me because it's too good. And what you need is this one-page memo from the White House saying, no, we're not taking it away from you. And then at that point, people can start to put billions of dollars into this asset.
Sure, and I think we have someone at the SEC who is behind Bitcoin. At MIT, certainly that was the case. And the SEC has declared, as we all know, that Bitcoin is not a security. Now, Gary Gensler is talking pretty aggressively about everything else out there being a security. So I think this has elevated Bitcoin from a risk point of view, not to a lower risk. I shouldn't say elevated. It's actually lowered the risk that it's so clear Bitcoin is not a security, and everything else, at least in Chairman Gensler's eyes, is.
So the regulatory future is bright. Let's talk about economics. Look, I think economically, everything that we're seeing in the last 12 months, inflation, war in Ukraine, Russian sanctions, the Canadian trucker crisis, CPI, unexpected PPI, and anxiety about how to manage a portfolio. All of these things have been bullish for Bitcoin, and anybody that thinks about it would realize that although they're unfortunate and unpleasant for the world, they have underscored to every mainstream objective observer the use case for a global non-sovereign store of value crypto asset like Bitcoin in a way that none of Michael Saylor's talking ever would.
Yes. Michael and I had a very spirited discussion yesterday afternoon about inflation as an issue, or is it ultimately going to go away? And we don't agree on everything, but one thing that I know and that we agree on is that if inflation is an issue, clearly Bitcoin is a great hedge against inflation. When we look at the deflationary impact of the various technologies around which we have centered our research, we think longer-term deflation and creative destruction associated with disruptive innovation, that's the bigger risk. And when you think about Bitcoin in those terms, you're thinking about a hedge against counterparty risk. So if we're going to have this debt deflationary bust that some still worry about out there, you've got Bitcoin as a hedge against that. So, it's as an investor, whenever I hear win-win, I usually don't believe it. But as it is very interesting to watch the equity markets or the investors in equity markets treating Bitcoin and other crypto assets like they are treating the rest of tech, which is not very well of late. And to see the holding behavior in the Bitcoin community, I think, is it 70% of the Bitcoin outstanding, so roughly 13.5 million units of the 19 are in long-term holding hands, so more than 6 months. So the community gets it, and my fellow investors will get it with time, but in the meantime, it's going to be a very nice ride.
So I mean, that's a good segue to technology, because I think you're very enthusiastic about technology. I'm very enthusiastic about technology. And I think that technology is going to drive adoption of Bitcoin more aggressively in the coming 36 months, even than it has in the last 36 months. I guess I'd like to take a moment to give a shout out to Cash App and to Kraken, because I think both of those companies have done an enormous service for the Bitcoin community by integrating Lightning into their platforms, and I think they've thrown down the gauntlet. If I put away my macroeconomic hat and just think as a technologist, if you're a technical entrepreneur, if you're a venture capitalist, and if you're trying to figure out what's the next great thing, I think it has to involve Lightning in somehow. And if I look at the industry, I think every crypto exchange, if they're going to remain viable and competitive, they need to build Lightning into their exchange. And so I hope the people that run exchanges that don't have Lightning are listening to my presentation. I think that the lesson that's being shown to all of us is if you want to be successful, then you adopt the Bitcoin standard. And the Bitcoin standard is you buy Bitcoin, you hold Bitcoin, you support the Bitcoin protocol, and then you support the layer 2 open source permissionless Lightning protocol so that your company can trade and transact with all of the other hundreds, soon to be thousands, soon to be hundreds of thousands of companies in this entire asset economy at the speed of light, friction-free. Cathie, what do you think about technology trends that are going to impact Bitcoin?
Well, I agree with you on the Lightning Network. I was fascinated. We were studying the announcement this morning, and there's so much friction. There has been so much friction involved in the process that taking away some of that friction, whether it's direct deposit, you can put 2% of your paycheck into Bitcoin, or the idea that I don't need to know whether I'm on the Lightning Network or on the base layer. I can transact. I can become a part of this community and not have the friction. I think they're pulling a lot of the difficulty, complexity out. I've watched the number of Lightning channels. They're up to 84 to 90,000. That's nearly a triple over the last year. That's probably because of El Salvador. With this announcement, I think the number of channels is going to explode. The liquidity, we think, is going to go from, and I should say we, in the audience, we have Yassine Elmandra and Frank Downing, my secret weapons in terms of Bitcoin and everything crypto, for example. But we think that the liquidity, which has gone up tenfold in dollars, fourfold in Bitcoin over the last year, that's just a taste of what's going to happen now that Cash App is going to make this make it so much easier to use the Lightning Network. And I also say follow the developers. I think we're going to see an explosion of developers focused on the Lightning Network. And so now I think this has been the missing link in terms of the use case. Store of value, yes, it's always been there. Means of exchange and unit of account now have a much better opportunity for Bitcoin to dominate long term.
I didn't mention BitPay, but I got to say I was really excited this week when I read that BitPay is also supporting Lightning, and it made me think. We're in a year, right, 2022, where people are going to start to realize that not supporting Lightning is like not supporting the internet, right? If you don't support Bitcoin, you don't support sound economics or integrity. But if you don't support Lightning, it's just kind of like cutting yourself off from the internet. And it's so much so that you start to think that I don't want to do business with a company that doesn't get on board with Lightning. Like, I got to find another vendor. And I'll tell you another exciting thing about Lightning. I'm really excited about the speed and transaction velocity. I'm excited about the interoperability everywhere in the world. I'm also excited about what Lightning Labs announced this week with their Taro protocol, because if we can move USD stablecoins at the speed of light over the Lightning Network, then I think the killer application in the world is going to be when 6 billion people, maybe 8 billion people, when your 3-year-old's got it, when 8 billion people run around with a mobile phone, with an Android or iOS app, and they've got a Lightning wallet, and that wallet has got some BTC in it as a store of value, and it's got some USD or Euro or CNY or whatever as a medium of exchange. And then you're going to see tens of trillions and then hundreds of trillions of dollars all moving on Lightning rails secured by the Bitcoin network. And then people are going to wake up and realize, holy crap, this stuff really is going to change the world.
You know, I often, when we're trying to impress upon investors how important this movement is, what I usually say is, okay, listen to this and listen to every word because every word is important. Bitcoin is the first global. That's really important, as Michael said. Private. Now, it's open source, but there's no government involvement. So private. So first, global, private, digital, rules-based monetary system in the history of the world. It is a very big idea. Yeah.
Any form of money moving at any frequency instantly anywhere in the world over Bitcoin, right, is such a beautiful vision. So let's talk about capital markets. I just think we've made enormous progress. 18 months ago, MicroStrategy bought $250 million of Bitcoin. People thought we were crazy. You know, and everybody said, well, you bought it, you're not gonna buy any more, and when are you gonna sell it? You know, and then it promptly traded down, and we were down $50 million, and people were dancing on my grave, gleefully speculating about when the board of directors were gonna fire me. And then we finished a Dutch auction, and we bought 175 million more, and I thought, well, I got it 20% cheaper, why wouldn't I? And then people thought, well, you're going to stop. And then we didn't stop. And then Square, now Block, bought Bitcoin. And then Tesla bought Bitcoin. And we bought more Bitcoin. We're up to 6 billion Bitcoin. By the way, if you want to turn 250 million into 6 billion, buy Bitcoin. Don't buy gold. If I bought gold, I would have had $250 million worth of gold instead of $6 billion worth of Bitcoin. So when I say it's a lever and it's a ladder, I mean, yes, it's a ladder. So now at the end of, right about now, we've got 24 publicly traded miners. We got another dozen public companies. We've got $100 billion worth of assets flowing in this economy. Investment banks are doing deals, they're doing ATMs, they're doing convertible debt, we've done junk bonds, we've done all sorts of things. And I feel like the capital market's coming alive. From my perspective, Cathie, 24 months ago, I went to Merrill Lynch and I said, I want to buy Bitcoin. They laughed at me and said, not only will I not sell it to you, we're not allowed to talk about it or we get fired. Like, okay, well, then I wired like $175 million out of that bank and I went somewhere else. And you know, I think the victory lap here is now my inbox has Bitcoin research from Merrill Lynch sent to me by the same broker. Like, we're covering it now. This is what we think. So every bulge bracket firm is starting to cover it. They're all grudging that they're going to start to trade it. It's coming. And you've got all these publicly traded companies that are leading the way. I'm interested in your perspective as an investor. How do you see the capital markets and their attitude toward Bitcoin today versus a year or 2 years ago?
Well, it's improved, but it's a long way from, you know, being fully accepted, embraced, and so forth. What we're seeing with Bitcoin and traditional institutional investors is the same thing ARK is seeing about all of our strategies, associated with all of our strategies. They're very volatile. That's scary for institutional investors. There's no index. They're not in my index. So, you know, this would be very risky to get involved. This is a new asset class, you know, and we don't even know what the regulations are. So we're seeing a lot of pushback still that way. But as many of you may know, in our Big Ideas 2022, which is at ark-invest.com, we have a price target in 2030 for Bitcoin of more than $1 million per Bitcoin. And yeah, see, even you can't believe it. I expected a big roaring no, but and if you go in and you'll see how we build that case, we see institutional investors, all we expect over the next 8 years is that 2.5%, roughly 2.5% of assets, institutional assets, are allocated to Bitcoin. So we don't need a lot. And if it's more than that, and that's how institutional investors work, they tiptoe in. In the 70s, it was real estate. In the 80s, it was emerging markets, 80s and 90s. And now I think it's going to be crypto starting with Bitcoin. And that's very important, starting with Bitcoin, because they understand what it is and what it's not. It's not a securities.
Nice. So we got to wrap it up here. We got to wrap it up here, but I leave you with two thoughts. One, whenever I meet with very powerful people, politicians, senators, Congress persons, governors, or whenever I meet with billionaires or CEOs, normally what they say to me is, my daughter or my son said you're a rock star and I have to meet you. Okay? And they're like, I had a guy come to my house. I met his son, and the next day, the son brought his father, and his father could, like, buy the entire city of Miami. And he said, well, I don't know what's going on, but I know Bitcoin is really important, and my son says I got to sit down and listen. And so I orange-pilled him for 2 hours. And I'm not going to say who, because it's such a common story, but my point here is, every one of you knows someone. Go tell a CEO, go tell your father, go tell your mother, go tell somebody that Bitcoin's going to change the world and they should figure out more about it, because the number one thing you can do is educate the world on Bitcoin and let people know they need to figure out Bitcoin. And every one of you does make a difference, because I would never get those meetings if it wasn't like someone that went and said, you got to pay attention. And my last point to you, you do not sell your Bitcoin. Thank you. Thank you.
Do not sell your Bitcoin. You just heard it from the Giga Chad CEO Michael Saylor of MicroStrategy. Welcome back to the Marathon Desk here, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine live at the Bitcoin Conference. I'm Natalie Brunell. I'm joined by an amazing panel here on the Anchor Desk. I've traded mainstream news for Bitcoin news, right? We've got Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports, Ben Askren, also known as Funky Boy, right? Former UFC fighter, and Alex McShane of Bitcoin Magazine. What an amazing conversation. A lot of talk about Lightning Network, Bitcoin as a powerful savings technology. Dave, I'll start with you, because you know what? They also talked about how 15 million coins are in strong hands, diamond hands, and you say you're diamond hands. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm never getting rid of mine. I've already sold them, like I said once before. I bought it at 11,000. And then the Winklevosses, I guess you guys say orange pill, tried to orange pill me, and they did the reverse. They got me to sell it. now I'm holding on forever. I'll probably die with them just to prove a point.
I thought it was Marty Bent that orange pilled you.
Marty Bent tried to, and he made no sense as well. And things were very, very complicated at the time. Like, I needed like a 3,000-digit code. He gave me a little thing that looked like a keychain. He's like, it's great, but if you lose it, you lose everything. So he did not orange pill me. He actually scared me away. He got me to buy it, and I still do own it. I just don't know where it is.
This is a great point. Bringing it back to Saylor talking about people giving other people their introduction. It takes a couple touch points to get it, because it's complicated stuff. Not simple starting out in the Bitcoin, but worthwhile if you learn how to buy and hold, right?
When did it change from needing like that key so you could just buy and sell like a normal human?
You can always do that. Obviously, it's like when I started in 2017, it's easier now, but holding it on an exchange or something is still kind of risky, obviously.
So what they were...
Is it?
I mean, I guess has there been a major centralized exchange hack? Not for a long time. Like 2016, 2017, it was all the time.
I think the risk
Recently,
is not,
almost none.
Not your keys, not your coins. So one of the things they're
I don't
talking
like
about
that.
is
I don't
this.
like the sounds of that at all.
Yeah.
So the
this
idea is if
ease
you
of
don't have it
use.
at your house, then someone can take it from you. If it's on an exchange, they shut down your access. You can't access it from the exchange, right? If you have it on your Trezor or Ledger at home.
Yeah, but if you lose that.
No one can take it. You got your seed words, right?
You gotta
please
back
tell
it
me
up.
you don't have your seed words on your phone,
Have
do
you not been educated on cold versus hot storage yet?
Do you have your seed words on your phone, Dave?
No, but my current, I don't want to talk about my Bitcoins now because everyone's going to hear I have Bitcoins. They're not in my house. You guys are laughing. I'm not laughing. Like mine are just in an exchange.
Okay, so most people think like you don't want them there because it could be hacked or they could shut down your access. Whereas, okay, so mine, I have a multi-sig, not at my house, but I know where they are. No one can ever take those from me, right? They're mine. If I want to take them to Argentina, they're mine. Wherever I want to take them, they're mine. If I lose those things, I can just remember my seed words and I can re-access my wallets.
Gut reactions. How'd you feel about Michael Saylor today?
It was good. I don't want to say it was normal Michael Saylor, but there was like, I don't feel as though there's any, and I've listened to a lot of Michael Saylor, so I don't feel like there's any revolutionary points being made.
Yeah, I feel like we got a little tamer, a little more reserved, public-facing Saylor today. Not what we're used to in the podcast, but...
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite quotes from today was, if you don't support Bitcoin, you don't support sound economics. If you don't support Lightning, you don't support the internet. Because really, that's what this is all about. This is a technology network. Maybe it's in its early stages, but it's growing very, very quickly. And it's not only a powerful savings technology, but now with Lightning, a payment rail that can transform.
And that's helping us bring Bitcoin from our store of value. Last year, we probably saw more of the medium of exchange, trade of money in El Salvador. And now we're looking at unit of account expanding on the Lightning Network. I really liked, he had two quotes. It's an ethical safe haven for any politician. We're going to see more and more politicians adopting Bitcoin just because of the single issue voters that are going to flock to their support.
Yeah, I really like that Cathie Wood also pointed out that if the U.S. wants to lose, it'll be against Bitcoin. So hopefully we're not going to see that. Dave, have you been bullish on, sort of U.S. lawmakers adopting Bitcoin? You live in two cities where the mayors are for Bitcoin.
Yeah, and it certainly galvanizes a younger audience, right? So for the mayor, Suarez has been great in Miami, and I think they realize it is a way to get a passionate base behind you. Not gonna lie, I mean, I'm in the social media business, popular, like Bitcoin and that community is a good community to have behind you. Anybody who's trying to get influence and support their cause.
Yeah, Ben,
I was going to say, if you do adopt that community, as Dave learned, don't sell.
Sometimes they can be sticks.
I know.
Well,
Earlier, Dave and I were talking about that. He thinks there are traders. I think there are a ton of hodlers in Bitcoin. I am a big hodler, but you still think there are people trading on them.
I think there's both.
Yeah.
And I think there's people who maybe say they hold all the time and maybe don't. Who knows?
All right. Well,
I just hold.
You are watching the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine. By the way, make sure you're subscribed to this page, like this video so other people see it. We are live at the Bitcoin conference having discussions right in between the amazing panels with huge speakers. The next one is a keynote from Fodé Diop. You don't want to miss it. And then come right back here and we're going to be chatting about what was discussed all here at the Bitcoin conference.
And don't forget rule number 1, educate someone on Bitcoin. Rule number 2, you do not sell your Bitcoin.
Do not sell your Bitcoin.
I know young Nick in the front row here is having a good time, always front and center. So, this is amazing. We're in the backstage before we come on. Everyone seems to be remarking, like, I can't believe this, all of this, the lights, the venue, this many people. And it's awesome. And I'm having a great time, and I hope you are too. But the shame almost is that there are certain parts of the world that don't have this. they don't have all this access to education. And they certainly don't have access to all the means to participate in this. You know, there's so many parts of the world where, you know, we might be engaging with Bitcoin because we see opportunity. We want to contribute to that hopeful future that we see. But a lot of people don't have access to the existing financial rails, so Bitcoin is literally a lifeline for them. They're able to access a global liquid market of value exchange without any intermediary. You don't need an ID, you don't need a bank account. All you have to do is join the network and you can participate in this global phenomenon. And so our next speaker is going to talk about that, in particular, what's going on in Africa. So I'd like you all to help me give a warm welcome to software engineer and founder of the Bitcoin Education Academy, Mr. Fodé Diop.
On the boat. Can you guys hear me? All right. Senegal is in the building. Thank you so much for having me here today. Last year, I was not too far from here in Wynwood. I was sitting in the crowd. So for me to be standing here today giving this keynote is nothing short but amazing. So thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. So I've been sitting in the back listening to all the talks. I didn't hear once somebody mention Africa somehow, some way. So I want to always talk about what I deeply care about, which is the African continent and Bitcoin, obviously. I call my talk Africa's Bitcoin moment because last year, while I was here, I heard Jack Mullers from Strike and the President Nayib Bukele mention legal tender in El Salvador. So I just took off, went to El Salvador because I wanted to see what would happen before Bitcoin and after Bitcoin adoption and see what I can learn to maybe apply in Senegal. And what I saw in El Salvador was so amazing because I have never seen so many people go to a country and wish nothing but best for that particular country. Bitcoiners are amazing, so I want to see how we can replicate this on the African continent, all right? So, I know Gladstein has talked about a lot about the franc CFA problem in West Africa. We have this currency that's shared by 15 countries, but which is unfortunately made by France in the south of France, and it's really messed up. So please check out Bitcoin Magazine's Monetary Colonialism or Gladstein's new book, Check Your Financial Privilege, or Reasons Magazine's documentary short piece on this particular problem. So to make things like a little bit clearer, let's basically compare two currencies in Africa. The one on the left called the Cedi is for Ghana, and the one on the right is called the franc CFA, and is shared by 15 countries in West Africa. What are the main differences? Well, if you look at the Cedi, it's made by Ghanaians, and it's for Ghanaians. The franc CFA was made by France, by the French people, for Africans in south of France. Ghana has been named 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, I think it's even higher now, amongst the top 10 fastest growing economies in 2019. None of the 15 countries that use the franc CFA in Africa rank in that particular list, and it's a shame. The Cedi is a floating currency, kind of. It's kind of like pegged to the dollar a little bit, but it's not too bad. But the franc CFA was pegged against the French franc back in the days, and then when they went to the euro, they pegged it against the euro. And that has consequences as well. Now, the Cedi could be devaluated technically, but only if it benefits the African people in Ghana. The French CFA could be devaluated by France, like for myself, when I got here in '94 to go to college, the money my dad saved for me got cut in half because overnight, France decided that they were going to devalue our money by 50%, which is a shame. So look at Ghana again, right? They have their foreign currencies and their gold in their own central bank. Senegal itself has to ship all the gold and pretty much all the money, or 50% of it, to France to basically manage, right? Ghana can trade with anybody that they want in the world. Senegal has to go through France first. They like it or not, turn it down, and then they can maybe sell it on the international market, which means that Ghana is technically sovereign economically. And my country, unfortunately, Senegal, is still dependent on France. We just celebrated our independence last Monday, April 4th, but I believe that today, in 2022, we are still under French imperialism, and it really sucks, actually, right? So the Cedi, that money benefits Ghana, obviously, and the Ghanaian people. And for us, the franc CFA, unfortunately, benefits like France, right? So, which currency would you rather have? Personally, I would rather have a currency that's controlled by Africans that benefits Africans, ultimately, right? But in the end, let's say Senegal wants to get off the CFA. Are they going to use the CEDI, this money from Ghana? I highly doubt it. We are a sovereign country. We don't want to basically use someone else's currency that might fluctuate or whatever else actually at the whim of another government. So for me, I believe actually Bitcoin is the answer in a lot of ways. Same as America here, we have the USA, United States of America. I can go to any state here, Oklahoma, Nevada, New York, whatever, it's the same people, use the same currency, I can trade with anybody, and I can do business with anybody. My wish is for a United States of Africa. That's actually my wish. But how do we get there, as a matter of fact, right? How are we going to make this money? Who are we going to trust to basically print this money for the continent? We can trust nobody. Because why? Because Bitcoin is pretty much trustless. We don't have to trust anybody in this world. So how do we basically make sure that we can trade, we can prosper, and we can help our kids? Africa will have the youngest population in the world by 1950. The average age is going to be 14 years old. 14 years old, right? But how are we going to get all the jobs to these kids and opportunities themselves? And especially if we have corruption and inflation and all these things. Ultimately, we need a currency that will basically unify us, right? Again, right? Unity, United States of Africa. How do we make it happen? Maybe Bitcoin might not be the ultimate answer, but it's technology that's working today you can possibly use to help us get to where we need to get to, all right? So, I want to announce our first Africa Bitcoin conference in Ghana this year. I chose Ghana. We're doing it, man, we're doing it, we're doing it. The idea is like, I'm from Senegal. I want to have this conference in Senegal. We are raising $1 million to throw this conference together. Why do I want to do it in another country? Because I have a problem with the currency that's in my own country, right? So until we figure out these questions and answer all these things that basically surround our currency that's controlled by the French, right? We cannot possibly have this event in Senegal. So therefore, we're going to Ghana, and I'm joined here by Farida. I don't know where she's at. She's in the crowd. But please see us later if you want to have more questions about it. And we'll have it first week of December. And ultimately, we got some sponsors already. Alex Gladstein. I see Carrie Lee here from Gemini. And of course, the Bitcoin Developers Academy, my own program. And we'll be announcing it for the first week of December. And if you want to check it out, please go to afrobitcoin.org or just scan this QR code, and it will get you to the link. And hopefully, we'll see you in Africa in December in Ghana. Thank you.
All right, we've been kicking it on the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine here live at the Bitcoin Conference 2022 in Miami. I'm Natalie Brunell, host of the Coin Stories podcast, joined by awesome co-anchors, honestly. Dave Portnoy of Barstool Sports, Ben Askren, former UFC fighter, and Alex McShane of Bitcoin Magazine. Please subscribe to this page and like this video so other people see it. Let's get right to it. That was another great speaker, talking really about the separation, I think, of money and state. Dave, what did you think?
Well, I think that's super important. And I also think on the other side of it, what has always worried me a little bit about Bitcoin in the beginning is as there's a new class of wealth, that the super rich will be like, hold on, you're not going to become more rich than I am. But I do like the separation. I think it's important.
So I first heard this guy speak at Oslo Freedom Forum, and he told this really interesting story of how he wanted to be a basketball player. So he moved to the U.S. He wanted to be like Michael Jordan. And so, I mean, we've got some athletes up here. Ben, what are your thoughts on just, you know, the idea that you don't have to come from a fancy background. You don't have to come from the elites. You don't have to be a politician. Bitcoin is for everybody.
Bitcoin is for everyone. I mean, the most important thing that I think he said, and I'm hoping he's factually correct historically, he said 1994 he came to America.
Yeah.
And that year his currency got devalued by 50%.
Yep.
I think that's something that a lot of Americans don't understand because we haven't experienced that, but it's happened in a lot of countries where, you know, their government-backed currency drops drastically, really, really quickly. And hey, I've been saving for 30 years, and now whatever I have is half or less. And obviously in countries like Venezuela, it's going faster than that. It's like every year, boom, down, down, down. And so now you have a currency which is separated from the government, and we're not seeing that with Bitcoin.
Yeah, and Michael Saylor, who spoke right before him, he always puts a spotlight on the fact that, you know, we see inflation here, but it's way worse in other countries.
Yes.
Alex, I know this is something you've talked about so much in your writings and on your show. What do you think about Bitcoin being that defense strategy against inflation?
I think it's a great store of value. I think that here at home, as he mentioned, check Alex Gladstein's new book, Check Your Financial Privilege, points out that here in America, we're not really savvy to this. We have control of the mint here, and we still feel this inflation, right? Americans are feeling these gas prices. Like, imagine if another country was controlling, you know, you have to separate money from state. It hasn't always been like this. We have to return to a stateless, decentralized currency, and that's Bitcoin.
Alex, do you think that this is always going to be, you know, smaller countries coming in first and smaller communities that are pushing the movement, or do we need the big institutions?
I think it's a combination. I think the people who understand Bitcoin the quickest are the ones who have a problem that Bitcoin solves. They're the one who identify it as a tool. And sometimes, you know, people who are, you know, very wealthy in US dollars, say, they might not get it at first because they just don't recognize, you know, they have that privilege. They don't, they're not hurt as much by the inflation. They just, you know.
Yeah. Dave, I know that you've been back and forth, right? You've been more bullish, more bearish. Now you're back in. Apparently the Winklevi told you something that made you sell all your Bitcoin. Can you share more about that?
Yeah, they said that Elon Musk was going to outer space and was going to mine gold from outer space, and it would rain plentiful down on Earth, making gold useless. And I was like, and for that reason, I'm out. I sold all of my Bitcoin. It was 11,000, and almost coincided directly with like the bull run. I don't know what it went to, like 30, 40,000. It escalated quickly. So
that was fascinating because, yeah, it was Marty Bent, who a lot of people in the space know that got you in, right? He was working
Marty
for
Bent
you?
was a shady character at Barstool. He was working for us.
Marty Bent worked for Barstool?
Under the guise of working for Barstool, and he had a corner Bitcoin office. His name at our office was Bitcoin Marty. We're like, what is he doing? He should be like writing blogs or doing sales, and he was doing Bitcoin. So, yeah, he actually got me my first Bitcoin on that Trezor, and I have no idea where it is or how much it's worth. He probably took it.
That's because you were asking questions about Trezor. That's the cold storage. That's where they won't confiscate it from you. All right, we are a minute away from the next panel. A lot of you guys know this speaker as well, Andrew Yang, who ran for president. Is there something that, Ben, you're looking for in this speech?
Well, and Joe Jorgensen obviously was a Libertarian nominee last year also. So probably talking about government and how Bitcoin interacts with it, I'm assuming.
Who's this guy, Alan Farrington, with the chipmunk?
I don't know him at all.
Alan Farrington's just released a book on Bitcoin.
Okay.
So.
Is he
Tell us more. What is it?
Anonymous?
Bitcoin is Venice. No, he'll be here. It's great.
Yeah, Bitcoin is the Renaissance. I love it.
I hate to wrap up without mentioning a Bitcoin conference that's going to be announced in Ghana. They're going to put $1 million up. This is for Senegalese, all the West African countries that are being screwed over by France and other nations who control their countries. This is their retaliation. They're going to put one of these in Ghana in 2022 in December.
I love it. And more nation state adoption, hopefully. You are watching the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine live at the Bitcoin Conference. Please subscribe to this page, like this video. The next panel coming up, Overcoming Idea Inertia, moderated by David Zell. Check it out. We'll be right here waiting for you when you come back.
Nice.
There's been a lot of discussion and some exciting announcements today about nation-state adoption of Bitcoin. And certainly over the last few years, Bitcoin has become a political issue. However, that institution, the institution of politics, is notoriously resistant to new ideas. So here to discuss overcoming idea inertia, please help me welcome our next panelists, starting with Andrew Yang, entrepreneur, former presidential candidate, and founder of the Forward Party. Dr. Joe Jorgensen, president at People for Liberty, the presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party, and senior lecturer at Clemson University. Alan Farrington, author of the new book, Bitcoin is Venice. Glenn Greenwald, Pulitzer Prize-winning independent journalist. And David Zell, co-founder at Bitcoin Policy Institute and director of policy at BTC Inc.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Love you too.
All right. What a panel we've got. This is going to be so exciting. So guys, each one of you has a unique relationship to what I like to call the duopoly of ideas. Most of the time in the United States, there's just two positions on something. Taking a step back, we used to have 3 media companies, and that was it. NBC, ABC, CBS. But even though we've had an explosion of growth in news companies, media channels, still, most media is only representative of a sliver of the possible ideas you could have about something. The left-right divide dominates the conversation, and it's hard to get ideas that don't fit squarely within one or the other into prominence. And I think every one of you on this panel has a unique relationship to this phenomenon. So I want to toss it to, first of all, Andrew and Joe, because you guys have utilized, in a fascinating way, third parties as a mechanism for taking ideas that were frankly unheard of and bringing them to national prominence. What are some of the lessons and ideas that you have about this concept?
Well, thanks, David. First, it shouldn't take someone running for president to have a new idea get out there, you know what I mean? It's not exactly an efficient mechanism. But I was talking to Glenn about the fact that people respond to Bitcoin very ideologically in a way that's not very rational or principled. And unfortunately, we're at a time in American life where as soon as someone says they're for it, then the other side says they're against it. We're getting more and more polarized. And that's a recipe for disaster in terms of innovation, in terms of having new approaches to our financial future. And it's one thing that I'm dedicating my time, as other people on the panel are, to trying to change that, where 62% of Americans don't feel like the duopoly is working and they want to move on from it, but they keep being told, no, you have no choice, it has to be an R or a D, even though the founding fathers were negative on partisanship. And you have a lot of people here, I have a feeling, who voted for Joe. Anyone here vote Libertarian?
Yay, thank you, thank you.
So there are so many perspectives that aren't accounted for in our media and our politics, and it does threaten to destroy us. But the people here give me hope, because I know you want a different approach that actually is about solving the problems of tomorrow instead of blaming someone for it.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know, you make a great point about the dichotomy. And real quickly, on the campaign trail, I was asked, okay, so who's right? Donald Trump, who says that kids should go back to school, or Joe Biden, who says they should stay home, or Donald Trump without masks, Joe Biden with. And I said, neither is right. It shouldn't be the president making these decisions. It should be up to parents, teachers, and students. And I'm finding that with Bitcoin, although unfortunately with Bitcoin, you've got both Democrats and Republicans against them, but against it. We'll see about that. You've got the Republicans who are saying, let's go back to the gold standard. You've got the Democrats who don't care about money at all, obviously by the way they're spending it. So when I was on the campaign trail, people would ask me, so do you want to go back to the gold standard? And my answer was, no, that's not far enough. Since when are monopolies any good? We've got to get rid of the monopoly and have free market money, just like we've got, you know, we should be having free market everything else when you go buy groceries or clothes, whatever. So there's a thinking out there that it's either this way or this way, and there's no other way, or it's the two of them, the two of those parties against basically the citizens.
Yeah. So both of you have utilized third parties as a means of taking ideas and putting them into the mainstream. Now, Alan and Glenn, you guys have both leveraged independent media to do something pretty similar. I'd like to hear both of you kind of give your perspective on the role of independent media in overcoming this duopoly on ideas. And then, Alan, I'd like to hear from you how Bitcoin can play a role in this.
So, yeah, when I first started getting interested in politics in terms of wanting to write about it and work in it, it was in the early aughts, and there was the emergence of what at the time seemed like something exciting, which was political blogs, what was called back then the blogosphere, a really cringy term. But at the time, it was a little bit exciting, and the idea was it was a way of creating a separate kind of conversation, a different sort of conversation than the one that typically takes place within the corporate media. And for a while, it mildly succeeded. There was a different kind of discourse, a different way of talking about politics. And one of the things that you saw happen was soon as the corporate media saw the success of it, first they mocked it and ignored it, that standard cycle, and then they co-opted it. And they started having blogs and hire bloggers and kind of brought them into the mainstream discourse, and it kind of evaporated. And what you're seeing now is, in a way, a reemergence of that same ethos, but in a much more vibrant and potent and ultimately threatening way. And it's in part because the public has validly lost so much faith and trust in sources of corporate news and has developed a strong antipathy for them as well, that almost anybody who says, I stand outside of that structure and have something different to say, gets a hearing increasingly. I think, you could just look at the fact that I think the single most influential media figure in the United States is not somebody who's ever on NBC News or in the New York Times, it's Joe Rogan. And where does he fit on the political spectrum? Is he on the left? Is he on the right? He's neither. He's nowhere. He's just curious and open, and that is increasingly what people want, and I find that very encouraging. And I think Bitcoin is a really good window for understanding this, because for a few years when Bitcoin first emerged, there was this almost like reflexive hostility toward it. I think it got kind of ghettoized as this like libertarian currency, with apologies to Joe, that instantly means if you're on the right or on the left, it's something you ought to ignore, or consider fringe or worthy of derision. And the more you kind of look, the more baffling that becomes, because there's so many political and cultural and social dimensions to Bitcoin. It answers so many of the problems that so many political factions can't find a solution to, that it's almost baffling why there's a reflexive hostility toward it. But I think the more these spaces open, where there's an independent way of talking about things, liberating ourselves from this duopoly, you see an increasing level of acceptance, or at least interest in new technologies like Bitcoin. I know that's been my trajectory. I thought it was just this weird thing for people who wanted to make money. And now I realize all my causes of free speech and privacy and undermining imperialism are all served, at least in part, if not fully, by this new technology. But I think the reflexive hostility toward it is sort of reflective of this idea of how powerful that mainstream structure is, where if they can take anything and declare it marginalized or outside of the duopoly, many people, including ones who don't think of themselves as being within that duopoly, kind of get conditioned to reject it. But I see the trend very much in the right direction.
They tried to do that to Joe Rogan too, you notice.
Yeah, they definitely did. Soon as anything becomes successful or potent, it becomes threatening, and that's what they try and do. And they're going to do that to Bitcoin the more interesting it becomes as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm very much a product of exactly this new ethos that Glenn is describing. There's no way that I would have really been able to achieve anything that I have in this community, or have ended up here, were it not for really just like Medium and Twitter, basically, which now we kind of take completely for granted. I mean, probably in part because of, as Glenn was describing, the extent to which they've been partially co-opted. But it's still amazing to me, like, what they really represent, right? I mean, Medium is blogging really is not Medium in particular, but blogging is self-publishing without a gatekeeper. And Twitter is then broadcasting of really anything, but predominantly in my case, of that publishing, again, without a gatekeeper. And I think the really amazing thing, something that this community can absolutely be proud of, is that I am in no way atypical. I mean, even earlier on in my journey, I was accelerating my own education and making connections by people who'd done exactly the same thing. I think, if anything, it's weird to sort of be an establishment figure in this. I don't know if anybody is. I don't know if that even means anything.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on what you said about how they're becoming increasingly against it. And obviously, since they're talking about coming up with their own, but it's online currency, completely different. They don't understand how it works. They are threatened by it. Look at the $1,400 checks that were sent out. Now, if we were under Bitcoin, could Biden have sent out $1,400 checks? No, because with Bitcoin, you don't make the money out of thin air. There's a finite amount. You can't just go out in the back and print a bunch, you couldn't print $1,400 worth of Bitcoin for everybody. And so they know that that's going to take their power away from them to come up with all the programs they're coming up with.
Yeah.
For the record, I quite like the $1,400 checks.
We know you do, Andrew. Alan, you were actually, I know we don't want to get too into politics or UBI, but you were talking to me earlier today about how you think there's actually maybe a little bit of synergy there.
Sure, yeah. I was wary of this maybe coming up because, I don't want to just... I don't want it to descend into a debate about UBI. I'm sure that's not why Andrew came here, what he thought he was expecting. But
oh, sure it is. I'm sure it is.
But I think, I don't obviously mean to speak for others, but I would be surprised if it were typical of Bitcoiners to be all that supportive of UBI. But the point I was making to you is that I myself am not, but I'm very sympathetic to the idea, I guess. I think because UBI, I see UBI as being a political response, and at least it is an effort at a political response, and it should be given, and Andrew in particular should be given credit for that, but to a problem which I see as ultimately economic and which ultimately Bitcoin also solves.
Right.
I just want to agree with Joe that I think there is a response coming due in Washington right now that I'm actually working hard to try and keep from being something that pushes a lot of this energy and innovation offshore. So we all saw there's an executive order and they're coming out with a regulatory regime. Buried in the text of that was a timeline. They said that they want to have the new rules out within 210 days of that announcement. So the next 6 months, there is going to be a whole new set of policies where Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are concerned, and I think we have to make sure that they keep those rules on this side of sanity, is what I'd call it. And I'll say also, as an American, I want this innovation energy to stay right here in America if we can help it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you make a great point about this side of sanity, and that's what I'm hoping the Libertarian Party can do. A lot of people didn't realize this, young people, when I was on the campaign trail. I would ask them, did you realize that both Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton were against gay marriage just less than 10 years ago? And their response was no, and why would they do that? Well, politics. It wasn't the Democrats who brought about marriage equality. It wasn't the Democrats who brought about legalization of marijuana. It was the libertarian push. And so we hope to do the same thing for Bitcoin that we did for those, which is to talk about it in a way that it's people's rights, that we have the right to privacy, and that the government shouldn't be looking over every single thing we do.
Absolutely. So, without going back down the UBI rabbit hole.
Okay. Good, because, and by the way, I received an email saying that I was not to debate with Andrew Yang on our individual politics. So.
We can save that for after the panel.
Yes.
But I do want to talk to you, Andrew. Speaking of Joe Rogan, you've had, what, 1, 2, how many times have you been on that show?
I was on once during the presidential, but we've been in touch since then. We have a lot of friends in common, in particular Dave Chappelle, who tours with Joe sometimes.
Gotcha. Now, how do you see the sort of utilization of technology and independent media and maybe Bitcoin in doing the work that you're doing and sort of advancing an idea that doesn't fit within left or right?
I think the work that independent journalists like Glenn are doing and Joe Rogan, you could put others in this camp, where they're intellectually open and curious and willing to be somewhat heterodox in their views is what so many Americans and people around the world are hungering for, and they're being denied it by the corporate media, the gatekeepers, and the rest of it. And I certainly think that this ecosystem, I mean, look around you. Like, this is a media company, it's a community, it's awesome. Like, this is the beginning of an alternative that I think is going to grow and grow because the mistrust of the establishment is also growing and growing by the numbers. And what's fascinating to me is that your trust in media actually is very, very partisan. So if you're a Democrat, the trust level is at 69%. Democrats still trust the media. And some of you are like scoffing at that because like that seems really very high. Among Republicans, it's 15%. And then among independents, it's somewhere in between at 36%. But all those numbers are going down. So the question is what comes up to replace it? And I think that people like Glenn are doing their best to replace it, and it's just going to keep on growing over time.
Just on that intersection between journalism and heterodox politics, I remember the first time I ever became interested in writing about WikiLeaks was back in 2008, before anyone who knew who they were, before they had done their big Iraq and Afghanistan document releases. And what made me interested in them was that there was a small little article in the New York Times that said that the U.S. Army had prepared a classified report declaring WikiLeaks an enemy of the state and was planning on how to destroy WikiLeaks. And ironically, that document got leaked to WikiLeaks, which being WikiLeaks, they immediately published it on their site. And I remember thinking, you know, any group that the U.S. Army considers to be that threatening is a group that I have a lot of interest in and I want to find out more about. And I've been thinking about that with Bitcoin as kind of a way in. Within the last year, one of the most vocal opponents of Bitcoin, one of the people most frequently warning of the dangers it poses to the prevailing order, is Hillary Clinton. She brings it up in interviews all the time now. And then recently, within the last 3 months, Donald Trump has been doing that as well, echoing a lot of the arguments that Hillary Clinton has for why you should regard Bitcoin as menacing, that it threatens the hegemony of the US dollar, of US power in the world, which of course it does. And on some level, I feel like, you know, one way to communicate this is to say, look, anything that both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump regard as menacing to the prevailing order is something that if you don't instinctively support, you should at least be receptive to learning more about as a reason why it's so threatening to the prevailing order. And I think that the key to making more people interested in Bitcoin, again, not just as a currency, but as a political movement, as a movement of privacy that enables free speech, that can undermine this infinite credit system that is at the heart of US imperialism and infinite war making and endless war, is to take it out of the left-right framework, which is not that hard to do. I did 2 interviews, video interviews. The first person I chose on purpose was someone who calls himself the blockchain socialist, who from a very traditional left-wing perspective argues why left-wing social movements should be really interested in Bitcoin. For obvious reasons, you need to be able to plan and organize without the state hearing and monitoring what it is you're doing. And then I interviewed Alex Gladstein, and he talks about the ability of Bitcoin to overthrow the dollar as the thing that enables and fuels imperialism. And then you look at what happened in Canada recently with the ability of the Trudeau government to just freeze the bank accounts with no due process of anybody participating in a protest the government dislikes. And Bitcoin offers the ability to solve so many of those problems, which both left and right and everything in between should be really excited about. And I think that is the solution to everything. It's exactly what Andrew said. The reason the media is collapsing in terms of trust and faith is because people are sick of those kind of, this duopoly being served. Everything has to be favorable to one party or the other. And the more you can bring things outside of that, I think the more of a hearing you're going to get. And that's why what's replacing the falling, collapsing corporate media is this part of the ecosystem of the media that is very aggressively and explicitly opposed to that.
Really interesting connection, by the way, with really interesting connection between WikiLeaks and Bitcoin. Perhaps an obvious one, I'm not sure, but is that they're both non-violent, right? So I'm sure there are many entities, let's say, that you would expect the likes of Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump and the wider US establishment to deem a threat in some, however ill-defined sense. But it's especially odd that these are basically just ideas. I mean, they're basically, actually, even stronger connection between the two. They're basically just truth. These people are scared of truth.
Yeah, and I'd like to also build on what you said. Of course, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are on the same side of this because they're both on the same side of big government and power. And that's where, Andrew, that's where we have, I think, the biggest problem with third parties. And I think one of the problems that third parties have, besides the deck being stacked against us, is third parties are principled in their ideas. Now, I don't always agree with the principles. Like, for instance, I'm huge on the environment. However, I think the Green Party's suggestions are going to hurt the environment, not help it. But, Green Party, all about the environment. Libertarian, let's give people the freedom to do what they want. Andrew, I know yours is going to be very principled. I know it's new. Constitution Party, whatever. So we have ideas that we're trying to put out there to the people. But what the Democrats and Republicans do, they're like chameleons. And it's whatever the people want them to be, they will be and they will say. And I told people on the campaign trail, I understand why people voted for Donald Trump, because he comes along, I'm a businessman, I know how to balance a budget, cut spending. And yet he gives us bigger government than Barack Obama. So basically, they just read people and give us what they want. And so what we've got to do is we've got to, I hate to say it, but I don't want to say start acting like Democrats and Republicans, but what we need to do is we need to start listening to voters more and showing how, yes, we can solve your problems. Yes, we have the answer, rather than going around putting our ideas first. We need to put the voters first, not our ideas, not our philosophies, not our principles.
Yeah. Well, how many of you all would vote for a third-party candidate if you had the chance, either independent, libertarian, or otherwise?
There you go.
Well, they all had the chance last year, or last time.
Well, I'm sure.
I was on the ballot in all 50 states, and and can I mention real quick? A friend of mine said, "Yeah, a friend of mine went to vote, comes out of the ballot voting booth, and says, yeah, there was Trump and Biden, and then some named Joe Jorgensen. Who's he?" So the problem, again, the media, they didn't even know I was on the ballot. But yes.
Yeah, the structural limits, you weren't in the debates and that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, that's the point I'm making, is that if you had that choice presented to you, you would take it. If Joe had been up there on the debate stage with Joe Biden and, I had to say his last name, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, a lot of Americans would have looked at Joe Jorgensen and said, sign me up. Because the fact is, we might be in for a Trump-Biden rematch in 24, and over 50% of Americans don't want either of those choices. And so if you had a third choice and it was presented to you and it was competitive and it was meaningful, that third choice becomes very, very popular very, very quickly by the numbers. It's one reason why they're so eager to deny you that choice. So I want to applaud Joe and the Libertarian Party for presenting that choice to the American people, and I wish you got your, you wish you were on that debate stage and got your just due.
So I want to take a step back here. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that each one of you have been called crazy. When you left the Democratic Party and started the Forward Party.
Oh, I was called crazy when I ran for president. But
yeah,
true.
In the Democratic Party.
Oh, yeah. It happened earlier than that, David.
So, yeah, I think that's an experience that all of you probably have. And I think that's an experience that all of you have in the audience. Like, most Bitcoiners have dealt with the experience of being looked at like they have three heads. When people talk about, I'm going to a Bitcoin conference, I own Bitcoin. People come after you. They call you an idiot. They say you're falling for a Ponzi scheme. They try to argue with you and explain to you why you're wrong. There are real risks, both material and social, in stepping out on a limb in advocacy or support of something new. And all of you have taken material risks. You left, what was it, The Guardian. You left a cushy, cool job where you were crushing it to go try to change politics. And, you were in legacy finance, and now you're here on stage. So I want to hear from each of you about the thought process of you know, wouldn't it just be easier to just shut up and not say anything? Like,
No.
what motivates you to kind of challenge this so deeply ingrained duopoly when, as you put it, Joe, the deck is really stacked against you?
I read Animal Farm in 5th grade, and that changed me for life. When I learned some people are more equal than others, and then when I saw it happening in real life. And again, I was called crazy in the 70s for thinking that marijuana should be legal. I was called crazy in the 70s for thinking gays should have the right to marry each other. So absolutely. But no, I don't want to live in a world where some are more equal than others. And a lot of people have asked me, oh, you're a woman, you know, do you have any women models that you're... No, I'm just mad. I'm just mad at the injustice. And I think also that that's where we fall short, is if you look at the movements that have gained traction, such as Black Lives Matter or the Me Too, they're talking about an injustice. And I think that we don't do that enough. But that's what keeps me going, and I feel very strongly about it.
Andrew?
My parents immigrated to the U.S., and I always had this deep sense of gratitude for their decision and for the opportunities that I had in this country. And I felt like our country's not doing well. Our country's really not doing very well. Most of you probably realize that. And so when I saw, it's one reason you're here, baby. In 2017, when I started telling my friends and family, hey, I'm going to run for president, their response was, of?
Mine too, mine too.
You know what I mean? Like, that's, but I looked at it and said, I genuinely think I can help my country understand what's happening to it in terms of the fourth industrial revolution and the transformation of our way of life. And if that's your upside, that you can advance the condition of your society and help maybe improve millions of lives. And then the downsides were time away from my family, opportunity costs, and potential public ridicule or humiliation. And it seems like a pretty easy decision, at least to me. You know what I mean? Like, if you can help millions of people, you have to take that.
And may I add quickly, 3 of my grandparents are immigrants, and my grandmother used to tell me stories about the old country, where they took away all your money, and it didn't matter how hard you worked, everybody ended up the same. So again, I grew up with a real love of what our country started as.
I think this animates Joe too. This is my fucking country. I'm not going to let it go down the tubes without a fight. You know what I mean? Like, I love this country.
Wow.
David, I want to go next because I want to say something extremely dark that I don't want to end on, so Glenn can then say something positive. That it's also nicely differentiated from these positive visions. What motivates me is that I feel like I have a very strong sense of what will happen if we don't win, right? Over the course of my lifetime, digital surveillance has gone from negligible to absolutely omnipresent, as Glenn will know better than almost anybody. Obviously, everybody here can talk at length and be called crazy by their friends about inflation, about fractional reserve and
Though the higher Bitcoin trades, I think people see you as less crazy over time.
That's true. Yeah, you do eventually get proven right. And CBDCs are coming. It's which I find quite amusing because I honestly have never even seen a coherent definition of what that actually means. It's more like an aspiration. It's a particularly dystopian aspiration, but there's an enormous amount of weight behind it. It will eventually happen. We will need Bitcoin as an alternative. I am motivated by contributing however little to ensuring that it exists as an alternative.
Yeah.
Say something happy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised that you're so sure that I'm not going to offer darkness. I'm not really accustomed to people expecting that of me. But I'll try. You know, one of the formative experiences I had on this question of why do you take risks and why are you willing to kind of put yourself out there in a way that isn't always popular is when I met Edward Snowden in 2013 in Hong Kong. I had been talking to him for several months online, developing a journalist-source relationship with him, and he was extremely careful for obvious reasons that he knew at the time and most of us didn't, that the internet is a place where when you speak, there are lots of ears that you're not aware of that are hearing what you're saying, and so he was very careful, which meant I didn't really know anything about him. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know where he worked. I didn't know how old he was. I made him prove that he actually did have extremely sensitive documents, and he proved that to me, which is why I got on a plane and flew halfway across the world to Hong Kong to meet him. But I didn't know much else about him, and when I met him, I had this mental image in my head of who he was. I thought he was like this very kind of old, ragged, national security guy in his 60s who had seen it all and just like got to the point where he couldn't take it anymore, was willing to go to prison. And when he walked up to me and my colleague Laura Poitras in that Hong Kong hotel, he was 29 at the time, but he looked like a kid, like out of a video store, like 22, 23. And I was shocked, and I spent that whole first day trying to understand why would somebody like this, who has his whole life ahead of him, who had a very good job for Booz Allen, making a lot of money, had a girlfriend who loved him, a family that was supportive. He wasn't the kind of vintage case of this like disgruntled, alienated whistleblower. Quite the contrary. Why would somebody like that be willing to risk their entire life? I mean, our working assumption was 95% likely he was going to end up in an American prison for the rest of his life. By sheer luck, he didn't, but that was the likely outcome. And he ultimately said to me, we know we're all going to die, and the only question really is, how are we going to live? And to hear somebody in that stage of their life who wasn't just saying it but was living it was a really profound experience for me. And one of the things that happened as a result of that work is it got a lot of positive attention. It won a Pulitzer. There was a film about it that won an Oscar. My life changed in a lot of ways that I never expected. A lot of doors flew open. There's a huge incentive system that's designed to kind of co-opt you. They offer you a lot of money to go to events. You go at these events, you're supposed to, sit in cocktail parties with people that you've accused of being war criminals, who you believe are war criminals. And, suddenly all of these incentives are designed to lure you out of this kind of dissident space into a space where you're much less threatening. And I felt myself falling into that hole and realized that, if I ever fell into that hole, everything that I did would just become a job. I would now become part of this system I regard as decadent and toxic and destructive. And so I think probably everybody who stays outside on purpose has to at some point make the choice that you look at this system, the evil it produces, and you really do have two choices. You can either be supportive of or complicit with it, or devote yourself to trying to undermine and subvert it. And, when people ask me who's the happiest person I know, I always say it's Edward Snowden, even though he's in exile in a country he never chose to be in for 8 years and probably for the rest of his life, because every day that he puts his head on the pillow to sleep, he knows that when faced with the choice of who he wanted to be and what he was going to do, he made the right choice, and there's just no substitute for that in terms of happiness. So I think that's a really good motivation scheme.
I wouldn't be so pessimistic about the rest of his life. If we elect Joe, we can get him back.
Or Andrew. I think Andrew, too, is going to offer the pardon.
On the campaign trail, I said I would pardon him, Julian Assange, Ross Ulbricht. I went through the list every chance I got, yes.
That's a good question. Yeah, Andrew, if you were president, would you support the pardon of Ross Ulbricht?
Of Ross Ulbricht?
Yeah.
No. All I will say is that there's a history of presidential pardons being given out as political favors in like the last day in office. And I think we should be looking at pardoning people who acted out of principle or service at great personal cost.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, as we wrap down, I want to thank each of you for being on the panel. Thank each of you for taking the risks that you just described in fighting against the duopoly, against the mainstream. Even if we don't all agree, I think it's really, really good that we have people like you and people like everyone in this audience who are willing to take a stand for something that the rest of the world calls them crazy for. So I appreciate it. Thank you guys so, so much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
Welcome back to the Marathon Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine, here live at the Bitcoin Conference 2022. I'm Natalie Brunell, joined by some amazing co-anchors, Dave Portnoy, Ben Askren, Alex McShane. And that was a really interesting panel for me because I come from the world of mainstream news. They talked about media narratives and politics, and I gotta admit, I've been jaded when it comes to politics because I've interviewed campaign, elected official after elected official or someone who wants to run, and all of them make these promises and they never come true and the system gets worse. So I want to talk to you guys about that because some of the points were raised. Alex, what are your thoughts on mainstream narratives in Bitcoin?
In terms of mainstream narratives in Bitcoin, I think vote with your Bitcoin. These politicians are going to adopt it, bring it in to boost their platforms. That's great. Some of them, I think, time will tell, right? Whether they're a net positive for the ecosystem or whether they turn their backs on Bitcoin if the price depreciates. So I would just say vote with your Bitcoin first. Vote with your capital first. Well, and then turn to leaders in the space, right? Bitcoin doesn't have any leaders. It'll eat up all of these people.
Is it just me that I'm just super skeptical when it comes to politicians on either side? Like,
No, they're trash. Politicians are trash.
Agreed,
like
100%.
One maybe out of 1 million have like good intentions, but left, right, they all stink. They all stink.
I know. I mean, I get really excited when one comes out and they're clearly orange-pilled, right? And they seem to get it or they're doing their homework and they say that they're going to support Bitcoin. But I'm always skeptical because their actions speak louder than their words. Like we saw with Mayor Eric Adams, right? He came out, he said it was for Bitcoin, but not Bitcoin mining. It was like, well, do you get it?
Wait a second. You don't get it.
Right? Ben, what are your thoughts?
The fact of the matter is to rise to a certain level where you get to an elected, you're just a puppet a lot of times for other interests. But yeah, politicians stink.
No, I think he made a great point, whether it's the media or whether it's a politician. When you start getting to certain levels, people in power don't want you to get power, right? So they say, come with me, here's what I'm going to do, or else, right? Or else you're not going to take that next step up. And so I think that's like, we see that happen all the time.
Yeah, I would say my two takeaways are, one, I mean, the biggest thing you're seeing, even with the negative news about Bitcoin, is you're seeing people lend legitimacy just by interest, right?
Yeah.
But the second thing you're going to see is misinformation and attacks for people who are close to the money printer. For them, Bitcoin is not in their best interest, right? So you're going to get people like Glenn Greenwald, Andrew Yang, Joe Jorgensen, people who have been disaffected from that system, turn to Bitcoin as a safe haven.
Yeah, well, that happened to me because I didn't like how politics and media seem to be in bed together, and I didn't like it. So I came out because Bitcoin fixes that. Look, the next speaker is literally the guy who changed my life. He's probably the reason I'm up here. I read the Bitcoin Standard in 2019, went down the rabbit hole, and now I'm a Bitcoin anchor, I guess. All right. So keynote speaker next, Saifedean Ammous, author of the Bitcoin Standard, pretty much the Bible for Bitcoin. If you haven't read it, you have to. His speech is called, "Is Fiat Money Worth It?" I think I know the answer, right? And make sure to come back here to the Marathon Desk hosted by Bitcoin Magazine for more commentary. We're going to discuss the panelists. Make sure to subscribe to this page and like this video for more. And check out Saif's speech.
Nice.
I hope you guys have been enjoying the morning session. Check, check. There we go. I hope you guys have been enjoying the morning session. Here to close it out before a short intermission is someone that I think we probably all owe a debt of gratitude to for helping us understand the history of money, fiat money, and why Bitcoin is ascending as the future dominant global monetary standard. Please help me in welcoming to the stage the author of the new book, The Fiat Standard, and the classic, The Bitcoin Standard, Mr. Saifedean Ammous.
Thanks, my man. Cheers, Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for being here for my talk. We always hear fiat people complain about the high cost of Bitcoin. Bitcoin takes up too much electricity. Well, what about the cost of fiat? Not a lot of people ask that question because they're just used to it. They think it's just costless, it's provided by government. But it does have a cost. Now, to be clear, The cost of fiat is not like the cost of Bitcoin. It's not in terms of its electricity where you really find the true cost of fiat. It's true that there's a lot of electricity that's being spent to operate the fiat system, but all of that, really, in terms of the consequences of fiat, when you compare the cost of running it to the cost of the consequences of running it, the cost of the electricity to run it really rounds down to zero. The costs of fiat are elsewhere. They are in the catastrophes that it creates for its users. So the first obvious and most important cost of fiat is inflation. Annually, fiat money experiences a dilution of about 14%. That's the average over the past 60 years. If you look at the data from 1960 until today, it goes up roughly around 14% per year in terms of the total market supply. So the average fiat user experiences a dilution of their stake in fiat money by 14% per year. The total global money supply is roughly $100 trillion. So we're losing roughly the market value of around $14 trillion a year in current terms, which is, since global wealth is $400 trillion, this is 3.5% of global wealth. So the cost of fiat is roughly 3.5% of all human wealth. And that goes to finance governments and wars and monopoly bankers. But not only is this a very high cost, I think the point that many people miss is that the cost of inflation is a very highly regressive tax. The rich are able to protect themselves by buying hard assets which benefit from inflation. The poor are the ones who hold the majority of their wealth in either cash or basic saving accounts. Those are the people who can't afford to buy a lot of real estate or hard assets or get into the stock market. They don't have financial access. They're the ones who host most of their wealth in cash balances, and they're the ones who suffer the most from this. And now, unsurprisingly, all the people in the fiat world who are paid by fiat money and are constantly going on about inequality fail to mention how this exacerbates inequality all over the world. But of course, it doesn't just stop there. Now, you could say, well, this is a lot of money, but it goes to finance government, and government does good things, right? No, government doesn't really do good things with the money that it gets. Government is basically just central planning. Government distorts and destroys everything it touches. There's nothing that humanity can't provide voluntarily. Anything that requires a gun to be put to people's head in order for it to be provided likely isn't needed, or it would be provided much better if people didn't have guns in their heads. So the world would be better off if the people who benefit from fiat just took their money and bought gold with it and got rich from it. But unfortunately, the real cost is that they actually spend it, and they try and do good things with it, but the consequences are usually terrible. So the value of your money is declining, so your ability to buy essentials is declining, and government has the purchasing power that it takes from you, which it spends on convincing you that you should give up on the essentials that you need to live a decent life, and that is actually for the good of the earth and for your health. And so all of the ancestors' food that all of your ancestors have eaten all throughout history is now considered bad for you. You need to eat industrial waste, because that's the correct way that fiat finance scientists conclude. And similarly, we see the distortion in the energy market, where they're trying to force people to use pre-industrial technologies. We no longer have a Concorde, and we're being primed to think with fiat money. You know, fiat scientists are telling us that windmills, a 6th century technology, is what is going to be needed for the future. This is just inflation cover-up. This is inflation laundering. They're trying to make you live like a peasant and think that that's better because, you know, it saves the planet or saves the oceans from boiling or whatever. And it doesn't stop there. Economic distortions caused by fiat are extensive. The fact that our money is devaluing roughly by about 14% per year means it's very hard for people to save for their future. And if they can't save for their future, they start discounting the future more. The future becomes more uncertain. And so we see time preference rises. And this is a topic I discuss in both my books, the Bitcoin Standard and the Fiat Standard. The degree to which we discount the future declines or increases. Our discounting of the future declines. And the valuation we attach to the future declines, the less our money is able to save its value and hold on to its value into the future. We discount the future more, and so we see this reflected in all kinds of ways in which people behave, not just financially and economically, but in all kinds of ways. And similarly, the central planning of the money supply by governments creates business cycles. The entire business cycle is caused by the manipulation of interest rates. And of course, it's destroying capital. It makes people invest in negative yielding businesses, businesses that yield a negative return in real terms because they seem to be yielding a positive return in nominal terms, and that's better than holding on to fiat. And then finally, this major economic distortion is that we have a global system of partial barter. You can't just buy things with money internationally. You have to buy different currencies for different countries, which is highly inconvenient. And the fourth and the most disastrous cost of fiat is in the cost of conflicts it creates. Under hard money, under money that is not controlled by government, governments could only fight until they ran out of their own money. Under fiat, governments can fight until their entire population runs out of wealth saved in money. So with fiat money, governments can continue to fight until they destroy the entire wealth of their society. It's not just their wealth. And that contributed to making wars under the fiat standard far longer and far more deadly. And it contributed to making governments far more deadly and far more powerful. Governments murdered 169 million people in the fiat century. They're by far the most dangerous thing on the world, by far, more dangerous than any animal or natural disaster. And all the greatest tyrants, all the biggest tyrants in history ran on fiat money because it allowed them to finance doing all kinds of insane and criminal nonsense. And another point that is very important about fiat is not just that it finances war, it also raises the stakes of war enormously. It makes the reward for winning war much bigger, both domestically and internationally. The people who get to control the money supply get to control a lot, and so the stake of war under a fiat standard becomes much, much higher. So this is how we can understand the cost of fiat. It's not in the electricity that it uses. And this is why we can understand why Bitcoin consumes a lot of electricity. It's a far more advanced technological way of performing the functions of money that leaves it immune to interference by the government and therefore prevents us from paying all the heavy costs of fiat that come from government control of money. And so in the same way that washing machines consume more electricity than washing with your hands, everybody who has a chance to buy a washing machine chooses to buy one because it's far more convenient. And in the same way that cars consume more energy than walking or bicycles, a lot of people prefer to have cars because they're far more mobile. You cross the ocean with an airplane because it's a much better technology for doing it than if you try to do it with a kayak in the sea, even though the kayak consumes a lot less energy. This is how life improves. This is how our quality of life improves. We expend more energy on making things without having to rely on human fallibility. We increase the productivity of our machines, increasing our productivity, allowing us to perform these jobs much more reliably and with far less negative downsides and consequences. That's why we have computers, that's why we have pipes. And Bitcoin is just another machine like these machines. Yes, it consumes a lot more electricity because it saves on a lot of other very, very, very high costs. That is basically the topic of my latest book, The Fiat Standard, which you can pick up in the bazaar, in the Bitcoin bazaar in the back area over there. I'm going to be selling copies of the book and signing them. And also you can take a course on my website that starts this week on Saifedean.com based on the Fiat Standard. Thank you very much.
Read the Fiat Standard and don't sell your Bitcoin. Those are my two takeaways from Saifedean Ammous, author of the Bitcoin and Fiat Standard. We are here on the Marathon Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine, live at the Bitcoin Conference in Miami. I'm Natalie Brunell. This is Dave Portnoy, Ben Askren, Alex McShane. What an amazing speech. I mentioned earlier, this guy got me into Bitcoin, converted me to Bitcoin. Now I have a career in Bitcoin. Dave, what did you think of his talk?
It was interesting. I mean, all the Bitcoin is very pro-Bitcoin, and I'll have to read the book. I haven't read the book.
You haven't read Bitcoin or Fiat?
You guys, I will say it's the first time you guys clapped after a presentation.
Well, I will say someone tried to come up and shitcoin Dave, and he didn't allow it. So he's becoming more of a Bitcoin maxi.
Not only
I
did it
think
try
live.
to shitcoin me, it was a shitcoin that has cost me 40 grand.
That's
so
right.
it wasn't just any shitcoin; it was my shitcoin.
He's not lying. I saw his account. It's
it's
gone down heavily from a certain altcoin I won't mention.
What's 40 grand to 2 grand?
As Saifedean would say, those are high time preference investments, right? He told us, he told us with the Bitcoin standard, we got to get away from these. Taught us about low time preference money. In the Fiat standard, he's introducing low time preference lifestyles, right? Got to get your health right. Got to get your facts right. Got to invest time in yourself.
I think the most important thing that he said, and Natalie, you said it was Jason Lowry, but the actual cost of war.
Kinetic war.
Kinetic war. Where they could just print money, they could do as much war as they want.
Yeah.
Not like hundreds of years ago when they had to print bonds to fund wars, and then people were like, wait, what's this shit I'm paying for? I don't want to go to Afghanistan or wherever.
Yeah.
You know, like, let's not pay for it. How about that?
He dropped some scary statistics on us,
Yes.
right? Like 169 million people killed under
Yeah.
Fiat. All of these leaders like Hitler that were empowered by Fiat and corruption. And then he pointed out also 14% inflation. It's not the CPI like they tell us, right?
Yeah, and I
CPI
think
is a lie.
I think CPI is a lie. I think the takeaway there is also just these fiat governments have been so pervasive that none of us even knew growing up that we had an option, right? Fiat means by decree. This money has been forced upon us. You see what it does. And in response, we're taking Bitcoin and we're going to have a user-activated soft fork of the legacy financial system.
Yeah, and
That's what I like. You know, he points out the fact that we're coerced into fiat, whereas Bitcoin, we can like opt out onto this life raft pretty much, because you're right. Most people save in cash. My family, immigrant background, like they fled communism. They only ever saved in cash, and they have suffered because of it. They lost everything in the financial crash because they didn't know how to, you know, outgame the system, and the system's so broken. And he points out how, you know, Bitcoin through sound, hard money can hopefully fix that. But how many of you knew what hard, sound money was before you learned about Bitcoin?
Not me.
Yeah, well, that's why that stat. It's like Bitcoin's only been around for so long. So every war was financed on, you know, fiat.
Yeah, and you were mentioning, I mean, as your business grew, right, you had to figure out places to put your money so that you could see the value in the future, right?
100%. You want to be safe. I mean, I have Bitcoin. I have normal money. I have real estate. So at this point, I mean, I don't know. You guys may be all Bitcoin. I wouldn't recommend that either.
I mean, what are you guys looking forward to the rest of the conference? I know this is your first. This is probably what? How many for you guys?
This is my first also. I wanted
really?
from last year, I didn't make it. I want Jack Mallers. Jack Mallers better announce something freaking good.
We're looking at you for Apple.
Shout out Parabolic Guy, too scared to come, I heard.
Parabolic Guy was too scared to show up.
Yeah, sad.
Jack may or may not have previewed a little bit of his big announcement on my podcast, and it's awesome. He,
Well,
by
what
the way,
is
like
it, Natalie? Give us the juice.
I can't say. You're gonna have to tune in. You're gonna have to watch the marathon desk. By the way, subscribe to this channel, like this video so other people see it. Join us in Miami next year. Why are you sitting at home? There's like a huge crowd behind these cameras. It's amazing. And yeah, thanks so much for watching. By the way, I've been joined by Dave Portnoy, Ben Askren, Alex McShane, and we're going to take an intermission, but we're going to go to the Bitcoin mining stage. So check that out, and we'll be back here on the Marathon Live Desk in an hour. So come back. So many Bitcoin topics, so many cool people, way cooler than me, and we'll be back.
Sectors, too many going into one region, and a lot of it's FUD, right? It's education again. I think there's going to be a very strong narrative that, ironically, so much of it was in China previously, and everyone said China controlled Bitcoin. Clearly they didn't, right? People are going to start saying the US controls Bitcoin, but the US operates very differently from China, right? It's a republic. All the states manage themselves very independently and differently. I think a great analogy and example is we have medicinal marijuana use or even marijuana legalization that's still being passed through the federal level, But at the state level, you have plenty of states that have already legalized it, right? So it's actually very decentralized by nature, just from the individual provinces or the states that Bitcoin mining is gravitating to.
Well, just to add on that, actually, I think the supply chain issue is also very related to the geopolitical risk. So we suffer that a lot because we are migrating the hash rating to US, and we need to like ship the miners here, and also sometimes we ship the containers here, like the sea shipping takes forever, and then the construction in the US, they're purchasing lots of components from China. You have to wait for a long time. So the geopolitical risk actually is also causing some constraint on the supply chain.
I think what Sam mentioned, there's this trend that I see on Twitter. They talk about the movement of deglobalization. You know, everybody in this room, we grew up in an era where everything became globalized and the internet made this world even more globalized. But I think it started during the Trump era where the deglobalization movement happened, where people are now starting to look inward, the whole Russia and Ukraine thing, China just, putting its virtual walls. We're seeing a new era of deglobalization, and that affects what Sam is talking about with respect to the supply chain.
Right. I think the strongest example is the U.S.-China trade war tariffs, right?
There's another great example of deglobalization.
Yeah, it's quite costly when it's an extra 25% price tag from importing anything from China. So.
Right.
Yeah.
And that affects mining rig market?
Absolutely. And the market, I think, is efficient. It's just, it takes time, right? A lot of the manufacturing from China has gravitated now towards Southeast Asia. You have manufacturing in Malaysia and Thailand and other regions. And I think over time, there's going to be manufacturing here in North America as well.
And so with the manufacturing part, we recently had the news of Intel coming out with their ASIC. Does that help with diversification, with decentralization, with regards to, I know TSMC has been a major fab?
So yeah, I think I can take a stab at it first. I'll say that, like, I think it's terrific. New competitors and new entrants in the space leads to more competitive offerings, right? So I think it's terrific. I think there's an uphill battle for Intel because the incumbents typically have a very long advantage and lead as far as the research technology, and as well as kind of proven model and units that are kind of already energized on shelves. Oftentimes you'll see specs in over promises when people are releasing a new product. So I really would love to kind of work closely with Intel, kind of get them integrated and kind of up to speed on kind of the space and the nature of our industry, because it's very, very competitive, right? We were gifted not only kind of the opportunity to bring a lot of mining to North America with the China ban, but we were also gifted with 50, 60% discount on Bitcoin mining, right? When half the competition drops off, the mining economics are much, much, much looser, right? So is their offering going to be cost competitive, not just efficient enough, right? So I think that's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Any other thoughts on Intel?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the difference between the ASIC market today and where we were in 2013, 14 is when you built an ASIC back then, and there were many, many ASIC manufacturers looking to raise 20 million to do a tape out and all the rest of it, is you built a machine and it would last for 1 year. Right. Because the next generation would come out, it would be an order of magnitude more powerful. And so we've had a period of, one manufacturer dominating and producing fabulous equipment, and that's great. But because the hardware lasts longer now, there's an opportunity for large manufacturers, especially those that are investing in new foundries in the US, to challenge that. I think we might see margins compressed. But going back to the geopolitical side, we only have to look at what happened in China, what happened in Kazakhstan recently, to show how resilient the network is. It's the old chestnut, the network interprets, censorship as damage and routes around it. So Bitcoin as a network is resilient to the largest country of mining, banning it. Everybody went to another country and then exited that. Some of those guys went to Russia and then regretted it. So we can be confident that the network is resilient against really any nation state deciding that they don't like it.
With regards to the centralization of the manufacturing part, how big is the secondary market relative to the primary market for rigs? Because that contributes to decentralization as well.
Well, I think there is definitely a spot market, but you need to have certain abilities to really access it. A lot of the spot market is actually done in China. In fact, one of the secret sauces for Bit Digital is that we have a team in China where we're very well connected there, and we can penetrate that spot market, which is actually quite interesting given the China ban. And so if you have that linguistic ability and the know-how and the relationships, the spot market in China is pretty interesting, and it's been a great situation for us. If you think about it, when you buy from the manufacturers, you have to wait 6 months, if that. Spot market, possession immediately. Very different investment, return on investment.
It's a great opportunity for us to kind of plug our latest business service, which is Foundry X, which is a trading desk and marketplace for buying new and used ASIC equipment, right? A lot of it is figuring out like the right counterparties to work with. There's a lot of risk. Not only are you paying oftentimes 6 to 9 months for pre-orders in advance, sometimes you just get scammed, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes people don't deliver or hold up their end of the bargains, or the relationships aren't there. So it's good to work with a trusted counterparty like ours or others out there that are proven.
Yeah. And look, there's volatility in the spot market just as there is in the Bitcoin price. If you follow Buffett's advice and you're fearful when others are greedy and you're greedy when others are fearful, you could have filled your boost with S9s for $20 not that long ago.
And those are going to last years.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's also for us, like Easy to Mine used to operate under the brand name of YE. So we have been like selling and trading second-handed machines for like 5 to 6 years. And last year, because of the ban, so actually many miners, they have to dispose their miners. So it's very active in that market. So we're trying to see if there's any opportunity here in the US as well in the future.
I was purchasing used S7s from his boss, Lee. This is like 4 or 5 years ago, so trusted counterparty right here.
Are they still running, or are they in the landfill now?
So they were part of the kind of collateral damage of the China blanket bans. But like you mentioned earlier, you guys are migrating a lot of your operations to North America.
Yes.
Excellent. Sam, I've got another question for you. On ESG, we mentioned social. How does Bitcoin mining affect local economies?
Yeah, I can just yeah. I can just share one of my experience. It's actually a very dramatic site visiting experience. It's like I visit some mining site in very remote area, in mountainous area. We have to drive like 6 hours in a mountain. It's only one lane into a valley. There's a mining site there. So it's good for the local economy. In my mind, it's because it's not on the grid. So, and also it's because it's the wet season, they have the hydropower, it's gonna be wasted anyway. So if you utilize that to mine, will help the local people and the employment as well.
You mentioned that it's not on the grid, and we hear people talk about the risks of on-grid versus off-grid mining with regards to geopolitics. How do you analyze that trade-off?
Yeah, people always say there's pros and cons. For me, based on our experience, because we have a lot of experience in mining in Sichuan, which is like a perfect place for hydropower. And so it's riskier for the off-grid mining because the risk comes with the return because the price of the utility is much cheaper, but you lack the transparency of the rating, of the rates, and also you don't know if the supplier has full compliance with local policy. And I think the third one is not stable because it depends on like if it's raining or not. So in general, I think the on-the-grid is more stable, and that's what we are looking for in US and in North America for now. Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, I've got a question for Samir. I think this is top of mind for folks. El Salvador, is it an opportunity or is it mostly marketing?
El Salvador made a big splash last year by accepting Bitcoin as legal tender. That's a separate topic from Bitcoin mining. Two different things. We were actually invited to El Salvador as a government official delegation, and my CEO, Brian Bullitt, and I, we went there about a year ago, roughly. And it was really interesting to see their infrastructure. It's really at early stages, but it's very interesting because they have volcanic geothermal energy, which is similar to what Iceland has. But again, the infrastructure is not there yet. But great promises. They're creating Bitcoin City. They're They're building, that infrastructure around the volcano. They're building this city, very friendly towards Bitcoin. My slight concern is if this particular administration is voted out one day, will the next administration do like a violent U-turn on Bitcoin? So I don't know what will happen. But the current administration, we should all be very supportive because this country is a case study of what that leadership has done, and it's really admirable. El Salvador was basically never talked about before the president did that, and now it's on everyone's map. They're looking at it very closely, and if they succeed, we all succeed. So I'm very supportive.
Excellent. So on this topic of friendly jurisdictions, I'd be interested in all of your thoughts on the friendliest and the least friendly. We'll start with you, Kevin, if you...
Yeah, sure. So if you take a friendly jurisdiction, I think Texas, everyone's very familiar with, right? You have, you have the leader of ERCOT going on publicly saying we welcome Bitcoin miners. It leads to grid stability, right? They're really taking the time to educating themselves on what Bitcoin mining actually has to offer. Whereas you have other jurisdictions, like unfortunately like New York State, where we're from, where they're constantly trying to add moratoriums, blanket bans, et cetera. And once again, they're not even asking their constituents. It was one of the first ban attempts they had last year. It was the union, electrical workers, that came out in defense of the Bitcoin mining activities. They were very in New York and another. Mayor Suarez is awesome.
And look, it's not just countries, it's down to individual municipalities, right. or communes in Sweden. So I mean, like the US is great, Sweden is great. But if you start looking at individual parts of those countries, you immediately get a sense when you visit a potential site. Are these guys trying to be helpful? Are they facilitating investment? Or do they say, oh, here's some guys from out of town with a checkbook, right? How much can we fleece these guys for? You know, we've, for 10 years now, anybody with a field and a power line over their head has been marketing themselves as a data center campus. And it's, you know, we've got 200 megawatts and it's only 12 months away. When we first went to the north of Sweden in my old company, you know, we were locating 2 megawatts, which is nothing today, but it was a lot in 2013, right? And we looked at this brownfield site and we said, oh, this is okay, it's gonna need some fiber running in. I'm not sure about it. We went back to visit it that afternoon and they were already digging the trench. We hadn't signed anything, we hadn't committed to anything, but that was the difference. And this is Boden, which is, you know, we're there now with White Rock, Hive are our neighbors there. The community there have embraced it. And because companies have come in and invested and are good citizens and good partners with the municipality, they've then invested in new infrastructure. They built a 150 megawatt substation because we turned up. And it's a virtuous circle. We heard from Riot this morning about the number of jobs that's being created, you know, in Rockdale. So these are positive effects that you get in those locations. On the flip side, you can be kind of passive aggressive. You can say, oh, come along, and then, oh, we've just increased the energy tax, or we've just made things difficult in some other way. And, or, you know, we're going to ban proof of work. You know, so what's going to happen if you ban proof of work in a jurisdiction where the power is 100% green? The miners aren't going to say, hey, well, you know, we'll just turn this stuff off and put it in a skip. No, they're going to move it somewhere else, and probably somewhere that isn't 100% green. So what's the net effect of the policy decision you're making is probably counterproductive, especially to the point, you know, you made about the power being stranded. There isn't always enough grid to take these renewables somewhere else, or the renewables aren't being fully exploited. You can ramp up the power and use it to the net benefit for everybody.
Sam, do you have some friendly jurisdictions you're excited about?
Okay, yeah. So coming out of China with like a blanket ban,
it
seems like everywhere is blanket.
A low bar. World is oyster.
Just kidding. So I think in the short term, like we are like looking for opportunities in Southeast Asia and also the North America.
Where in Southeast Asia?
Like Indonesia. Yeah, it's mainly Indonesia, and North America, and in the long run, I think. But within US, we're still new here, so we're still navigating through the different policies through the states. But in general, like outside China, everything seems to be more friendly. Yeah. For miners.
I guess I'll go. The way Bit Digital approaches it, we have the 3 Ps. We look at power, pricing, and policy. So in any jurisdiction, we have to look at what's the power that's normally used. For us, it's got to be renewables. That's the policy we have. Then the second P is pricing. We have to make sure that the pricing makes a lot of sense. And then policy, what's the government policy? So if you look at China, obviously not happening. And then you look at the other extreme, which today, I guess maybe the other end of the barbell is probably Texas, the opposite of China in terms of policy. So very friendly policy. El Salvador, very friendly. There are some risks with respect to El Salvador, the ones I mentioned. But you have to look at the policy of the government. I just want to say, maybe not completely related, it's really unfortunate when we come across policies from certain governments, whether at the state level, provincial, federal, national, or senators in the US playing games with this whole politics on the environmental stuff. And I think there is, I'm going to say maybe some controversial things, but I think that certain environmental groups are probably corrupted. I will say that, Larson is now funding a Greenpeace campaign. Larson is the chairman of Ripple. Billions and billions of dollars of his net worth is in a competing coin. He wants Bitcoin to have less of a market share. He wants Ripple to go up. And so he's funding this campaign called Change the Code. Everybody knows that's not actually technically possible. But it's a disingenuous campaign that he's funding for millions of dollars, and Greenpeace is going with it because he's a big donor. There is a problem there. There is a conflict of interest. And you see people like certain senators in the US, playing games on that whole politics. I think the big mistake that this sector did is that word, mining. We should not have used that word. We should have used generator, digital generator of assets, farming, hashing. But this fucking word actually created problems.
Yeah.
And it's all about optics, and language and words have a lot of power. And I think this is the source of the issue. Because if you think about mining, it conjures up these Charles Dickens sort of, kids going into mining. Nobody has positive feelings from the word mining. So I think we made a mistake there. I don't know who actually started that word. It's catchy, but was pretty net negative.
I think we've got to blame the genius Satoshi Nakamoto.
Dude, Satoshi came up with it.
Yeah.
Who is this guy anyway?
This guy.
I think Jameson Lob actually offered to change the code for 4.9 million and then see which is like almost all the budget, and then see if anybody runs it. They can watch the tumbleweed roll past,
No, agreed.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. We do need to rebrand it. I like all the pictures that come out of these mining facilities where it's clean, it's organized, it's computers on racks, and it's
computers on racks.
Yeah.
It's not actually mining.
Right.
If you think about it, Bitcoin is like a perfect proxy for gold. And I'm really heartened by the fact that the younger generation is using Bitcoin, has normalized Bitcoin as in terms of their investment process. Eventually, this younger generation will be in the levers of power when it comes to family offices, portfolio construction. So instead of using gold as an inflation hedge, they would have normalized Bitcoin, which is a much better proxy from an environmental standpoint. And by the way, we have enough gold for the next 100 years. So we don't need to mine more gold. And gold is a completely destructive process with respect to the environment. I don't see Greenpeace talking about that for some reason. So there is a problem here.
Agree. Gold, all the chemicals that go into the actual gold mining site, not even to count the carbon emissions of the transportation and all of that.
It's a useless yellow metal that causes a lot of evil in the world.
It's beautiful, though.
Yeah, sure.
That's the only thing it's got going for it. Yeah. Okay, so not to dunk on gold too much.
Sorry.
Well, you're right. So One of the other parts of hashing that goes into this is, does it raise electricity rates in local grids? And is that causing political opposition to Bitcoin hashing?
You know, I don't think it does, and in fact, it can have the opposite effect. It can reduce power costs, and it can make the grid more stable. So, you know, what do power generators like? They like stable demand. They don't like peaky demand. And what is hashing, about brute forcing, call it what you will? It's predictable load that just sits there and uses the power, but which can be turned off in a fraction, you know, in a couple of seconds to deal with grid disruption to stabilize the frequency. So we saw the big miners in Texas during the recent storms be responsible citizens, turn off their equipment for a couple of days, and help the grid stabilize. This is positive. If you're looking to invest in new generation, whether it's solar or wind or new hydro or nuclear, whatever, the more base load you have, the more you incentivize that. In the US, there is a surplus of energy production, right? And you need it to cover the peaks in the middle of the day for aircon, whatever it happens to be. If you've got more base load that will take that and buy it on a PPA for 5 years or 10 years, whatever, then you can fill your boots and build more generation. So it's a positive thing, not a negative.
Absolutely. And I had to experience the power outage last year in Texas, and so very grateful for the build out over there to stabilize the grid. Any final remarks? We're at the 5-minute mark here.
Oh, wow. Let's get questions from the audience.
Is that serious? Do we have the ability to get questions from the audience?
Let's do it.
Nice. We got 2 mics. There we go. Love it.
I mean, we're talking about geopolitical risk. Just before we came on,
Hard questions.
The guy over there said 4-minute warning, and I was like, wait a minute, 4-minute warning in this environment? It's something I don't know.
Hi, my name is Harrison Martinez. I'm a Bitcoin miner, independent Bitcoin miner, but I'm also from El Salvador. So I was curious to know, as you know, commercial level Bitcoin miners, is there appetite? Would there be appetite on your part to help make the necessary energy infrastructure investments in El Salvador to first and foremost electrify the country, you know, provide homes and businesses and communities with the electricity they need, but then also to utilize some of that excess capacity for Bitcoin mining? Just curious to know what that, you know, concept would sound like.
Is your question, what does it take for a large-scale miner to invest in infrastructure in El Salvador?
Yes.
I mean, the president's creating all the right conditions. I think at the moment he's unfortunately distracted by gang warfare. And so, you know, that's a problem in El Salvador. Nobody wants to be in a country and be subjected to any type of physical risk. But I've been there, and you know, the media headlines about El Salvador is greatly exaggerated. It's not, as you know, it's not like, you know, there's a chance of you getting shot in Harlem or Brooklyn, where I used to live. So it's not, you know, El Salvador is not special in the sense of the risk of violence, but it is a problem. And you know, I just wish the president, you know, best of luck in controlling that, because he has a great thing going, and if he continues this very friendly policy, and if Bitcoin City gets built, and if the infrastructure is, you know, if that bond gets passed and it funds, you know, the infrastructure that's needed, a lot of, you know, large-scale miners such as BitDigital would absolutely be interested.
Yeah, I mean, and the point that you made about enhancing the grid, you know, one of the things about on-grid versus off-grid is if you use an energy source that is stable, like geothermal, you know, drill a hole and put water down it and you get steam out the other end. Right. That just runs, and you don't need to be on the grid if you've got enough power to run the equipment, dig the hole, get the steam, make the power, happy days.
Yeah.
Because grids take longer to build than generation.
Right, and I think the key word, this is based off what you were saying, Andy, too, is it's controllable load, right? So anything that's controllable load can incentivize further electrical development, and it doesn't have to rely solely on subsidies. So you can not only have incentives and synergies with Bitcoin mining, you can also develop your grid as well, right? And I think as long as the physical jurisdiction is stable and safe, that's why many other regions are starting to look at Bitcoin mining.
Great question. We've got another hand raised over here. Or there, yeah. Sorry.
What's your view on home mining and its potential to decentralize the hash rate in particular?
We love home mining here. Yes.
Home mining's awesome. I posted a picture on my Twitter just before the session of the first miner that I bought. And it made 0.2 of a Bitcoin in 2013, and it paid for itself. And then I sold the miner for more than I paid for it on eBay. So, if you go back to the white paper, every node is out there, everyone is mining. It doesn't matter if you can't find a block by yourself these days. Use a pool. Home mining is awesome.
I think I think I'm talking too much, but I'm the spirit. I completely agree. The spirit of home mining and decentralization is a passion of mine. I love seeing things that are decentralized. I just think it's hard to be commercially viable these days if your scale isn't a certain size. But so I support home mining all day long.
And you can use the heat as well. I mean, rather than just putting electricity into a resistive load.
They're doing that in Vancouver, actually.
Yeah, if you can take the heat and put the miner somewhere where the noise isn't going to disturb you, take the hot air, take it into your house or your greenhouse or whatever, happy days.
Yeah.
My favorite use case was heating your pool using your mining rigs.
And new form of immersion mining.
Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. Someone needs to productize it because I looked and, hey, maybe I could do this. And then I start watching the YouTube video of how the guy did it. I was like, I'm not an electrician. I'm not a plumber. I can't do all of this. But maybe that'll be a use case commercially.
Yes, also I like home mining too because the founder of our company used to be a home miner. He started a business by doing home mining at 6 or 7 years ago. So yeah, just hope we can do it again.
And it can provide an opportunity to learn and then scale up to a commercial level. I think that all of today's commercial miners started there, right? It's a way of bootstrapping and learning.
Yeah, so for me, it was mining that actually showed me that Bitcoin is actually backed by something. And what is this magic internet money that everyone's talking about back in the day, right? So for me,
All right. My name's Peter McCormack. I'm going to be your MC for this afternoon. But can we give a big round of applause to John Vallis for everything he did this morning? All right. Also, can we give a massive round of applause to the team at Bitcoin Magazine, David Bailey, for putting this on? All right. Welcome on to the stage, a presentation from Aparna Chennapradaga. She is Chief Product Officer at Robinhood. Give her a huge round of applause, please.
Hey, everyone. More than 10 million people have entered the world of investing, including crypto and Bitcoin, through Robinhood. I'm Aparna, Chief Product Officer of Robinhood. Super pumped to be here and happy to share a few updates today. But before I jump in, I wanted to give a bit of a history on Robinhood and crypto, and specifically Bitcoin. Users have been able to trade Bitcoin since 2018. And what's interesting is that they've been able to grow with us. Our median age is 32. More than 50% of our customers are new investors. So what drives this adoption? One, low cost. We've pioneered zero commission in equities and stock market, and it's not a surprise that that's one of the drivers for adoption, especially for new entrants. Second, this intuitive, mobile, incredible UX that makes it easy to navigate the app. And third, this is interesting that it's equally important, while access is really important, it's equally important to have safe and secure access to Bitcoin and crypto. We have 24/7 customer support. We're the only major crypto platform that enables that, and customers love that. It shows in the results. 1/3 of our customers are women. We have 3x the number of women on Robinhood in 2020. And the platform, this new emerging world of crypto, is more diverse than anything people have seen before. Diverse in terms of age, gender, race, economic status. And that, I think, is core to the mission of Robinhood, but also core to the ethos of crypto and Bitcoin, which is really exciting. What hinders adoption? The fees are too damn high. And this is, again, what we've seen in the equities market, and we are seeing the same thing repeat in crypto and for Bitcoin too, which is the fact that institutional investors, the hedgies, they get a different deal on many platforms, a much sweeter deal than the new retail investors, and particularly many of them new to investing. Their first path to investing is through crypto and Bitcoin. So for example, if you trade and if you actually do a $100 per week recurring buy of Bitcoin, the fees do add up, especially if you're into kind of recurring buys and you're building stacks. More than $110 of fees annually. The number of dollars you pay on Robinhood, regardless of whether you buy $1 of Bitcoin or $100,000, zero. Yeah, I'm a meme person. On to today's updates. The first one I want to share is an insight on what Robinhood customers are doing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the #1 recurring buy asset for 2022 across all asset classes. Yes, it's ahead of Tesla. It's ahead of Apple. And this is a really clear inflection point for normalizing and kind of like allowing a lot more people, enabling many more people to come into the world of crypto and Bitcoin. The second update for today, when wallets, many of you have been asking about it. Some of you have been actively working in the beta program to improve our product on the wallet transfers. I'm really excited to announce that more than 2 million people on the wait list as of today can send and receive Bitcoin. Right now. So some of you, if you're on the wait list, open the app, try it out, and if not, @ me at Twitter. So really excited about that, but also equally really want to thank the community. A lot of you have been active participants in iterating on the product in the beta program and through. We'll have a general availability in May. And in fact, one of the pieces of feedback has helped us really recharge the user experience and make it much more intuitive in terms of sending and receiving Bitcoin. Do you want a sneak preview of how that looks? OK. Coming soon to the Robinhood app on your phone. And final update I want to share, Lightning Network is coming to Robinhood. Really excited about it. You're going to see us integrate Lightning Network in our Bitcoin wallets. Many of you know this, but for the larger community, this is a fantastic way of both increasing the ability and the power of Bitcoin in sending and receiving payments much faster, much cheaper, on pennies versus dollars. But at the same time, I think a lot of us all in the community are thinking about carbon footprint, how to footprint, and so on. This is yet another step in that direction because the transactions can happen off-chain. So really excited about this. And again, like we did with the wallets, we are going to build this product for you, but also with you. You'll see us share a lot more and develop this in public. And you should see this as the first step in our commitment to build a world-class Bitcoin product along with all of you. So there you have it. We have Bitcoin as the top recurring by asset on Robinhood as a clear sign of the power of Bitcoin in the world. Second, wallets. When wallets? Now. And finally, Lightning Network coming to Robinhood. Thank you for all your support and look forward to the journey together. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. We're here at the Marathon News Desk at Bitcoin 2022, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by a new round of special guests here. On the far left, we've got Mr. Mark Moss, author of The Uncommunist Manifesto. Next to him on the right, Kevin O'Leary, venture capitalist and judge of ABC's Shark Tank. Last but not least, Nolan Bowerly, host of The Breakup on YouTube. First, if you like what you're watching, smash that and subscribe. Now we're going to break down what you just saw on our live stream, a Robinhood announcement, a kind of company many in this industry think we should be disrupting. I'm going to read some quotes. Bitcoin is the #1 recurring buy asset for 2022 ahead of Tesla and Apple. Quote, inflection point. Send and receive Bitcoin. They're saying Lightning is coming to Robinhood. I want to get your reactions. To the floor.
Yeah, well, I'll start. I mean, Robinhood has stormed the scene, obviously. Massive amounts of app downloads over the last couple of years. We saw options trading surpass stock trading for the first time, so people are really jumping on this. Of course, they jumped on the Bitcoin bandwagon, which has been pretty good. However, they were selling Bitcoin, but you really never owned it. You couldn't withdraw it, so you couldn't custody it yourself. And so I think that was a big problem. So for them to come out and say, one, to your point you just said, I mean, it's the #1 recurring asset over Tesla and Apple. Massive,
Huge,
but
of all asset classes.
Of all asset classes. I mean, it's amazing news. And that just shows they have a big order book, right? So it really gives us a good snapshot of what's happening. But for them to also announce they're going to be allowing you to withdraw and be able to transfer your Bitcoin back and forth with Lightning, I mean, this has massive global implications.
Agree. Yeah, and a name brand company, Kevin.
Yeah, so I have to disclose I'm a shareholder of Robinhood. I also have an account on it. I'm a big supporter.
So you knew this was coming, no surprise.
No. I'm not an insider. I'm just a shareholder. But it tells you a few things. Adoption, obviously, making it easier to own it, and the fact that it's up on the hit parade here. That's great.
Are you surprised though? The #1 asset. Did that surprise you?
No, it doesn't, because there's been tremendous interest, and there's interest at the consumer level, also the institutional level. We're seeing it here at the conference. There's all kinds of institutional players that don't own any crypto attending this year, never have done that before. They sense policy change coming. All the senators are all over the airwaves. Toomey just a couple hours ago talking about stable coin, Haggerty, Lummis, they're all doing it, and that's because they know it's inevitable and it's good politics. But I will say one thing about Robinhood. They democratized investing. I like that. That's why I'm an investor with them. They took a lot of, there's no other word, they took a lot of shit for it. They really did. And they stood up and said, no, what we're doing is right. We're helping people learn about investing. And this generation that has adopted that platform wants to own crypto. So why shouldn't they make it easier to do it? This is a big debate that you're bringing up between centralized and decentralized wallets. And in my world, there's room for both. And I think that's what you're starting to see happen. Innovation and decentralized, innovation on centralized. And that makes it easier for people to actually engage. That's the good news here.
World's blurring a bit with this announcement. Nolan, your take.
Yeah, what I saw was that habit-forming piece. When they talk about Robinhood just being a habit-forming app to begin with, and then you already have this habit-forming app, and then the #1 habit on that app is buying Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And that fits my worldview, right? We see Bitcoin as savings technology also. It's not necessarily an investment. It's a way to just take the IQ out of saving your money and make it simple for everyone to be good at other stuff and be able to save. And the other piece now, when I see Robinhood with that, let's look at the popular apps out there right now. And with the Lightning announcement, what I see is you're almost now punished for not having a Lightning integration. This flips the board where now you're in the minority if you don't have the Lightning integration. You look at Cash App, and now these guys, this is a big change.
Momentum for Lightning. This is a new technology being built on top of Bitcoin.
One thing I wanted to throw a punctuation mark on that, obviously big news ahead of all assets, Tesla, Apple, but during a sideways consolidated market.
Right.
Not in a bull
Talking
market.
about Bitcoin?
We're talking about Bitcoin.
Yeah, you have, all right, 38 to 45,000. I mean,
well, and down from 65, right?
Sure,
so we've been kind of in this consolidation pattern. So in order to outpace everything, not in a parabolic bull run, is even more bullish.
But there's not going to be an upward move until institutions get in. That's what because I think we've tapped out family offices. We've tapped out hedge funds. We've got retail involved. We're maxed out. There is $1 trillion worth of demand sitting in sovereign and pension plans, and they can't touch it yet. We need policy. This is the first conference where I've seen so much discussion about policy. I've got right here, I got the Ammous bill. I've got the Haggerty bill. I've read them both.
Hold them up. Show them to the people.
Haggerty's bill. Are you ready for this?
That seems like a light bill.
It's 2 pages. This guy knows what he's doing.
It should be clean and simple.
Yeah, every senator can read 2 pages.
Yeah.
I read it. Everything in here makes a lot of sense. He's basically calling out the fact that stable coins are basically money market funds.
Let's get to this, Kevin. I want to talk about the reaction to your announcement. You were here, obviously, in Bitcoin 2021. This was one of your first introductions to the community, and it caused a little bit of a stir. Can we talk about the change in your sentiment over the last year? Quote from you on stage, Bitcoin is good for the earth. This is something that maybe Kevin O'Leary would not have said 12 months ago.
Well, I'm talking about Bitcoin mining is forcing a move. I don't know if you guys read the memo from the SEC, but it talked specifically about audits of carbon credits, and that is going to cause havoc. Because if you're a Bitcoin miner, a traditional one, anywhere on the earth, but particularly stateside, everybody's using carbon offsets to say they're carbon neutral. That's not going to fly. Not when the SEC is forcing the auditor to actually audit it. Everybody knows carbon credits are BS.
I love to hear it. I love to hear it, Kevin. Thank you. Where's Marty at?
Round of applause.
So what's going to happen here is Bitcoin miners are going to move to a new model where they go for nuclear power and hydro. And in doing such, that's what's going to save the world, because now you're going to tap all of these unused hydro facilities in America. People don't know this. Almost every dam built in the last 125 years contemplated hydro turbines. They never installed them. Now the Bitcoin community has the capital to go and install those turbines.
You know, Rolls-Royce is out there pushing the small modular nuclear reactors and are looking for buyers. It's not just going to be cities and nations.
Yeah,
we got a
Bitcoin
private
miners.
industry. You know,
I love that point. If I could just add on,
Sure.
and Mr. Wonderful's 180 about turn in the last year is exactly right. And so Bitcoin has to go compete for the cheapest energy, right? And so it can't afford to go in California at 40 cents a kilowatt where I'm at. It has to go find 2-3 cents. Where does it do that? It finds power that's not being used.
I can tell you exactly where, because that's where I'm going. Up the northern Norway, all in Quebec. North Dakota's got it.
Right.
Montana's got it.
Right.
Upstate New York's got it. Under 4 cents, abundance of hydro. That's where Bitcoin money is going, and that's how you're going to save the world.
Well, I know you've been texting furiously backstage. I want to hear a little bit. Can you tell us anything about what politicians are saying about your speech, how they reacted to it?
So I'm very fortunate. I've been up to the Hill a bunch of times now. I'm talking to these senators because they are really interested in getting, not just me, but any private investor, because they're writing these bills right now. And they're listening, and they know it's the right thing to do politically, because their constituents are saying, we want to own this asset. Go fix it for us. And I think it's great news. From POTUS on down, it's coming, and that's why you're seeing so many institutions in the seats at this conference. They haven't bought anything yet, but when they start buying, you want to be long Bitcoin.
Mark Nolan, before we wrap up, love your thoughts on the industry's reaction to this change. Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I love the industry's reaction to it. You know, as we talked about yesterday here on the news desk, as an American-born citizen and believing that we're free, we don't ask for permission. Everything's free. I mean, everything's legal until proven otherwise. So we're not asking for permission. I do think that, you know, having some clarity around some of these regulations will help these institutions move in. At the end of the day, as a Bitcoiner, I believe that price they deserve. We don't need them, but it does make it easier, and it will take it to the next level.
Nolan, final thoughts?
Yeah, more importantly, it's changing the conversation in that it's showing people how to do it. It's no longer an argument. It's pushing past the argument. You don't need to convince anymore. when the financial incentives are there and it makes sense for everyone, it's more likely to happen. And that's what's nice to see. These are forces of nature at work now, not arguments.
All right. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to need you to like and subscribe. Smash that like button. If you got some extra time, go to bitcoinmagazine.com/store. We got new editions of Bitcoin Magazine here, the To the Moon issue. We're going to send it back to the main stage, one of the most anticipated speeches of the day. We've got a keynote from Mr. Peter Thiel, obviously a huge innovator, and we'll love to see what he says. And we'll be back on the live stream dissecting it in a few moments. Thanks for staying tuned.
All right. You ready for this? All right, up next, we got Peter Thiel coming out. He's going to be talking about Bitcoin since 1999. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Oh, we're going to have a video first.
And one of the questions is, how do you move from these physical dollars to electronic dollars? I think the basic technology is going to take place on the internet. I think the specific platform in the emerging world is going to be on a cell phone platform. If you look at the numbers, there are about 360 million, about 150 million online desktop-based accounts today. That number is projected to grow to about 350 million in the next 5 years. However, with respect to cell phones, internet-enabled cell phones, they're just getting rolled out right now. They already have some significant penetration in Japan, in Finland, in Sweden. They're getting rolled out in Western Europe, the US next year. The numbers are projected to grow from about 10 million internet-enabled cell phones today to about 1 billion in 5 years. In 5 years from now, everybody who is a member of the middle class in the emerging world and in the developed world will have an internet-enabled cell phone. And this sort of a cell, in China, the number is projected to be go to something like 300 million cell phones, most of which will be internet-enabled. These people will have access to their bank accounts, and it will be very easy for them to move money into an account in a safe jurisdiction where the banks are not politically controlled, and they will basically be able to completely dollarize the economy. There will be no need to have any rubles or renminbi, and it will be non-traceable. No matter how illegal the Chinese Communist government says it is to hold US dollars, you will have a password on your cell phone, and the only way to stop this process would be literally to shut down the telecommunications network. And that's the kind of choice governments like China, India, some of these other countries are going to face. They will either have to shut down the telecommunications network and make it illegal for you to own a cell phone, or they will have to basically give up the kind of monetary sovereignty they've had and the enormous power that they've been able to wield as a result of this kind of sovereignty over the last many, many years.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me here. It's, you know, there's so much I was wrong about in 1999, but I thought I'd reflect on some of the things I was thinking at the time, give some perspective on what it means for the world today of 2022. And when I was running PayPal, when I was getting it started, the standard way I'd start an investor pitch I'd hold up several $100 bills and would always get people's attention. It's kind of hypnotic, you know, even though, you know, it's really weird. What is this? I mean, it's probably not very good as toilet paper. It's not good as wallpaper. It's sort of this crappy fiat money. It's a very mysterious thing. What is money? Is it a network effect? You know, would the gentleman in the front row like to have the money? Just somebody come up and get it. But I don't know how to throw it out at people. I thought you guys were supposed to be Bitcoin maximalists, you know? And so this is like, it's like kind of crazy that this stuff still works, you know? But, you know, when we were starting PayPal, we knew nothing about money, about banking, about payments, about any of this stuff. It was sort of all thought of from first principles. We probably got a lot very wrong. I'll mention the two slides that describe what we thought we were doing. This is the PayPal February 1999 seed round pitch. We were going to replace, we said the US Treasury, we actually meant the central bank. We didn't know the difference between the two. But it was going to be sort of a closed loop system, a new form of money, new network effect, electronic 21st century version of money. By 2002, at the time of the IPO, the PayPal business model looked like a funnel where the money went in and out fast. And I just, and you know, it was a payment system. And I wanted to just start that those two pictures, a closed network versus a funnel, are two very different pictures. You know, in some ways this was a more practical business, but it was a decline. It was much less ambitious. Money goes in and out super fast. And I think one of the ways to think about all of these different things, this is not a perspective I had at the time, but if you think about these different forms that money can take, you can have forms of money that are high velocity, where it moves super fast, but then you don't actually need that much in the form that it has. It's just like maybe an accounting device or something like that. And if you have forms of money that are intrinsically low velocity, then the quantity you need is much, much greater. And it's this inverse relationship that goes across many different forms of money. And so the PayPal 1999 was a closed loop where you'd have this enormous store of value that gets built up. The PayPal 2002 was sort of a high velocity loop. You know, and this is of course also analogous to something like gold bullion is store of value, low velocity money. It moves once, you know, every few decades in a central bank vault. Visa, super high velocity, moves trillions of dollars a year, but Visa itself doesn't need to have very much money on its own. And I think one of the reasons people always get these two different modalities confused, and they're like radically different kinds of products, is that when we think of money, we are still always just thinking of the $100 bill that I presented you at the beginning. And physical cash it's sort of the one very weird form of money that's actually sort of intermediate velocity and intermediate value. It's not really great at either. You know, you can store money in a piggy bank, physical cash. You store it in a mattress. That's getting pretty weird. You can maybe use it to buy, you know, pay for a restaurant or club, maybe a used car. Probably gets hard to use physical cash to buy for a house. So it's sort of both. It's not that great at either payments or store of value, but it's in between. And because we always think of physical cash when we think of money, we tend to think store of value and sort of high velocity things are the same, even though in practice, most things are at these two opposite ends of the spectrum. And then, you know, I want to obviously suggest that, you know, Bitcoin and Ethereum are at these two extreme opposite ends of the spectrum. Bitcoin, store of value, gold replacement. Ethereum, if it works, is going to be sort of the super high velocity, fast moving thing. And the thing that's sort of, I would say, fundamentally honest about Bitcoin is that we are just at this one, you know, sort of low velocity, high value end of the spectrum. And then if you look at something like Ethereum, you are, you will say that it's high velocity, it's going to be sort of a frictionless payment system, but then it's also going to have incredible amounts of intrinsic value, and there's probably something about all those things that doesn't quite add up. You know, so if this is, by the way, this is I took this slide from Vitalik himself. So this was and there's sort of a question: how do we compare and contrast them? And so if we look at the current market caps, 830 billion versus 386 billion of Ethereum, but if we map Bitcoin onto gold and Ethereum onto Visa, well, Ethereum's worth roughly as much as Visa, so it's fairly valued. You know, if you have a seamless, frictionless payment system, you know, it's worth $400 billion. As it works, the gas fees have to go down. It has to become completely frictionless to work. And then, whereas gold is 12 trillion, and if Bitcoin is going to replace gold, the question is really, why is it so undervalued, what is it going to take for it to go up the 10x? And I'm going to close on that a little bit later. We can, so there sort of are all these different ways Bitcoin is going to, has every potential to replace gold. Question is why it has not done so yet. Now, I think if we take one step further back, we can even ask a question: why is gold worth $12 trillion? How much should all the gold in the world be worth? And if we look at, say, the 1970s, gold did remarkably well, stocks were kind of a crappy investment, and it's sort of very different from today. So if you look at all the gold in the world today versus all the publicly traded equities in the world today, it's about 12 trillion of gold, 115 trillion of equities, roughly a 10-to-1 ratio. If you look at sort of the peak of the bull market in the late 70s, early 80s, where gold peaked at about $850 an ounce in nominal dollars. At the time, all the gold in the world was worth about $2.5 trillion. All the publicly traded equities were worth $2.5 trillion, and the ratio was actually 1-to-1. And so one of the questions you have to ask is, why is the ratio 10-to-1? Why can't it be 1-to-1? Maybe it should be 100-to-1. It can be all over the map. What defines these kinds of ratios? And I would say sort of one simple version is that in the 1970s, cash was trash, bonds were trash, but equities were pretty bad investments as well, because in an inflationary world, in a high regulation, high inflation, high tax world, the effective capital gains tax rate goes well north of 100%, because you don't set the basis on equities, you don't adjust it to inflation, and so equities become an extraordinarily bad investment. In the world of the 2010s, gold did pretty well, Bitcoin did extremely well, but the real competitor for Bitcoin is not Ethereum. That's a payment system. It's not even gold. It's something like the S&P 500. It's the stock market as a whole, and this is the way Bitcoin trades every day. If the stocks go up, Bitcoin goes up. It's like a highly levered Nasdaq stock on a day-to-day basis, and that is sort of, in a sense, the real competitor. And the question is whether we're headed towards a kind of 1970s style world where it's higher inflation, more regulation, and even being, you don't want to be in a stock or bond, but even being, sorry, you don't want to be in cash or bond, but even being in a stock, you're effectively in something that's like a government-linked entity. Companies, woke companies, are sort of quasi-controlled by the government in a way that Bitcoin never will be. And in that sort of a world, I would submit that perhaps the way we should think of the Bitcoin to equity ratio, the benchmark for Bitcoin is not gold, but equities. And the question is, why can't there be parity between Bitcoin and equities? Why shouldn't we be talking about something more like 100-to-1? Which, of course, won't be as good as it sounds, because the fiat money will be worth a lot less, and it'll be taxed pretty heavily and whatnot. But I think, I'm still hopeful that if Bitcoin goes up by a factor of 100, you'll make some money, a modest amount of money, in real terms. Now, there are sort of at the very minimum, what I think, it's always hard to know where Bitcoin goes from here. It's $43,000 today. Where does it go? What I like to say is that Bitcoin is always the most honest market in the world. It's the most efficient market, and it was the canary in the coal mine. It was telling us that the inflation was coming in the last 2 years, as it went from 5,000–6,000 up by a factor of 10x. It is telling us that the central banks are bankrupt, that we are at the end of the fiat money regime, and that's sort of what it has priced in. I think the central bankers, Mr. Powell, people like that, should be extremely grateful to Bitcoin, because it's the last warning they're going to get. They've chosen to ignore it, and they will have to pay the consequences for that in the years ahead. But let me come back to this question: why has Bitcoin not yet gone to 100,000 to $1 million of Bitcoin? Why has it not yet converged with gold, or even with the equity markets more broadly? And what is going to, what is it going to take for this to happen? And I know that sort of the ways we often talk about businesses or technologies is how great the technology is, how great the code is, how great the math is, how it's sort of innovative. But I want to sort of suggest that we should maybe think of it at least in one dimension as sort of a political question. And it's a movement, and it's a political question whether this movement is going to succeed, or whether the enemies of the movement are going to succeed in stopping us. And so I want to maybe end with an enemies list, a list of people who I think are stopping Bitcoin. And they all have, many of them have, there's sort of a lot of them. They tend to have this sort of nameless, faceless bureaucrat perspective, which is of course one of the ways they hide. But we're going to try to expose them and realize that this is sort of what we have to fight for Bitcoin to go 10x or 100x from here. So enemy number one. I think he's sort of. I think the sort of the sociopathic grandpa from Omaha is perhaps the most honest and the most direct in it, and you have to sort of think of it's of course on some level these people aren't always just talking their book. It's sort of they have some sort of institutional bias. It's long, a list of woke companies. It's somehow long this fiat money system, and of course there's always a sense if you're a money manager, you want to pretend that it's complicated to invest, and if all you have to do is buy Bitcoin, that's like ridiculous. All these people are out of business. There was a version of this also with gold. They never liked gold either, because if all you had to do was own gold, that's something everybody can do. But there's sort of an institutional bias, a sort of a center-left political bias. There's of course the New York City banker bias. Jamie Dimon, J.P. Morgan. You can get quotes like this from any number of these people. And then I would say, another one, even more obscure, Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, where, if you have these sort of large institutional investors, they need to be allocating some of their money to Bitcoin. When they manage state pension funds in the US, or they get trillions of dollars in assets, when they choose not to allocate to Bitcoin, that is a deeply political choice, and we need to be pushing back on them. We need to say, you have to get on board on this. And the Larry Fink quote is sort of representative, I think, of a whole genre of anti-Bitcoin things where, and you have to always put it in some context, but pro-blockchain is an anti-Bitcoin term, very typically. So it's like, I love the blockchain, but not so sure about this Bitcoin. Don't need Bitcoin. We can move on to the blockchain. Move along. This is not the currency you're looking for. Move along. Move along. But if we sort of combine all of these things, I would sort of put the label on the sort of on the sort of the label they've come up with, and perhaps the real enemy is ESG, and which it's always sort of unclear what it means. You might think of it as not charitable for me to sort of name some enemies here, but I think that ESG is just a hate factory. It's a factory for naming enemies, and we should not be allowing them to do that. Or that of course you can sort of always ask the question, what's the difference between ESG and CCP, the Chinese Communist Party? You know, they are into social and governance. You know, environmental is sort of fake. It's probably also fake in a lot of these cases. But I always think when you think ESG, you should be thinking CCP. There's some degree, you know, and it's been a surprise. You know, ESG has been surprisingly inclusive. You know, basically, as far as I can tell, the only things that are sort of not liked are, you know, some of the carbon industries, and then Bitcoin. And it's because most of the other companies, you know, they are subject to political control, especially when your companies go public. You know, I always advise CEOs when they take their companies public. You know, there's some good things. You get liquidity. You can, you know, the early investors can cash out. You can get some credibility. But it's basically taking a company public. It's a de facto government takeover where some people who are effectively government bureaucrats became more empowered. It's the CFO, the general counsel, the accountants, the lawyers, the HR people. All these sort of extensions of the state are given more power, and we have to think of ESG as sort of this vast umbrella thing, and we're, you know, sort of one of the great features of Bitcoin, and it's always a question whether it's a bug or a feature, but I would submit that in the sort of more heavy-handed statist world, it is far more of a feature than a bug, is that Bitcoin is not a company. It does not have a board. We do not know who Satoshi is. And in some ways, all these things seemed extreme in the world of the 2010s where, you know, the inflation was low, the regulations were not the worst. Seems extremely prescient for the world of the 2020s. And if we had to summarize this in one frame, it is the finance gerontocracy that runs the country through whatever silly virtue signaling / hate factory term like ESG they have, versus what I would call, you know, what we have to think of as a revolutionary youth movement. And we have to just go out from this conference and take over the world. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We're here at the Marathon News Desk at Bitcoin 2022, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. We're back with our panel, Mr. Mark Moss, Kevin O'Leary, and Nolan Bowerly. First, like and smash that subscribe button. You just watched a keynote by entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal. This was high production. He led with a video of himself as a youth saying things about money that we say about Bitcoin today, throwing money into the crowd, but also doing some other things, comparing Bitcoin to Ethereum, saying that Bitcoin is too slow, saying that the competitor to Bitcoin is the S&P, making a lot of statements here, also saying being pro-blockchain is anti-Bitcoin. Where do you guys want to start with this speech?
Let me take a stab at it. Go back to the beginning of the presentation.
Yeah.
The one that I found most interesting was comparing Bitcoin valuation or total market cap to that of the S&P 500. Now, the reason that's a difficult comparison at this point is the S&P 500 is primarily owned by sovereign wealth and pension plans. When you have $250 million a day to put to work, the only place you can find liquidity of that size is the S&P 500. It's the largest market on Earth, represents the largest companies on Earth, and is a store of value, even in inflationary times. The challenge with his analogy in asking why Bitcoin is not a challenger, because he showed the analogy at a period in time, gold market cap was equal to that of the S&P. That was very interesting, that chart. Right now, there isn't a single pension plan or sovereign wealth fund that is allowed to buy Bitcoin. So if you want to see it compared to the S&P 500, which is what they buy all day long, 24/7, you have to set the playing field level, which means we need policy to allow pension plans, both sovereign wealth plans and domestic, to buy Bitcoin as an asset. You can't do that yet. And in order for that to happen, you will have to get the government to agree, and the SEC to agree, and the regulator to agree, and the infrastructure that provides compliance, and the ESG committees, and the ethical committees to agree to allow them to buy it. And we're a little ways off, but when that happens, you will see Bitcoin break out of its current trading range because it will be allocated, and then it'll start to appreciate.
So Kevin Edward, are you taking a positive take? Bitcoin equities, good comparison. Mark?
Yeah, I want to jump in. I mean, I would definitely agree with Mr. O'Leary on this, Mr. Wonderful. We're going to need a couple changes to happen, and when that change happens, they'll be coming in. But I think the big thing that I saw in that comparison, equities 115 trillion, Bitcoin 800 billion. I think what we're going to see is that because we've been in this inflationary monetary system, there's nowhere good to park your money. As Mr. O'Leary points out, you have $250 billion. What are you going to do with it? You have to put it in the S&P. That's the only place that can take that much money. When we have a superior asset that we can put money into, it's going to pull monetary premium from other properties. So silver has industrial use, gold has a monetary premium. And I think we're going to see monetary premiums being sucked out of real estate, being sucked out of the equities markets as well, because Bitcoin will be that pristine asset.
We're running short on time here. He did say the dirty word, Ethereum. Reactions to the floor. What did you make of his comparison, Bitcoin to Ethereum?
I thought he got into trouble with those analogies. That's, analogies can be really unpersuasive because it's so easy to see the holes in them. And Arthur Hayes, who I think is one of the best writers, entrepreneurs in this industry, he set that stage already for most of this industry, and for me in particular, when he mentioned that, okay, Ethereum has the potential to take the Wall Street piece. Bitcoin really is, something for savings, something for people to put their store value.
Again, I think it was an attempt to pigeonhole Bitcoin within this world of crypto assets. To the floor for remarks.
Well, what he got wrong in that comparison with Bitcoin and Ethereum is he pointed Bitcoin as a place to store value, but Ethereum has more velocity, so it's better of a medium of exchange. And he's got that completely wrong because Bitcoin is a new technology that allows us to have the superior value storage properties of Bitcoin, but also has the velocity of instantaneous and free transfers. So it's both wrapped into one. We don't need two assets like we used to.
Before we wrap up, I just want to note he did say a few other things that are positive. Central bankers should be grateful to Bitcoin, saying that Bitcoin has these enemies, the sociopathic grandpa from Omaha, Jamie Dimon. To the floor.
There's nothing wrong with making that comparison. However, that's not what Jamie Dimon said. He's saying my clients want this, and we're going to start to accommodate them. That's what we are. We're a bank if they want to buy the asset. Remember, Bitcoin is software. Ethereum is software. You can decide on your own which software provides more productivity, more cost savings, whatever you want, but it's just software. And if you're willing to invest in Microsoft or invest in Google, you're just investing in software too.
Sure.
So at the end of the day, that's how you should look at it.
Sure, but software is political, and that's where I thought he really found his pace in the whole talk. When he was really talking about it's a political choice. Saying you're pro-blockchain is a political choice. It's not neutral. It's not technology. Bitcoin itself... And
you didn't agree with that.
I certainly agreed with that. I think this whole thing is a worldview, and Bitcoin does offer a way to organize markets and see the whole world. It's not just about the asset.
Certainly a lot to unpack, a lot to discuss, but unfortunately I have to throw it back to the main panel stage. We've got Bitcoin is Freedom coming up, moderated by Alice Gladstein, author of Check Your Financial Privilege. You can find that one on the bitcoinmagazine.com/store. Keep it tuned here. Smash that like button. We'll be here all day on YouTube, bringing you the best from Bitcoin 2022 Miami.
Bitcoin is worthless artificial gold. I think I should say modestly that I think the whole damn development is disgusting and contrary to the interests of civilization.
This is just a beanie baby that runs on coal.
And I agree. I would short it if there was an easy way to do it.
These men all share one thing in common. They are all citizens of advanced economies with property rights, free speech, a functioning legal system, and stable reserve currencies. Only 13% of our planet's population is born into this.
Is there any chance for a deal in these talks today between Russia and Ukraine?
The other 87% are born in a country with a weak currency or authoritarian regime. These critics are missing the big picture. anyone with access to the internet can participate in Bitcoin. It runs on a network that does not discriminate. While Western headlines focus on Coinbase going public and tech bros getting fabulously rich,
more than double the company's valuation, with
there is a revolution happening worldwide. For Gates, Munger, and Buffett, Bitcoin is rat poison squared.
The price sits above 50,000 now. Where do you think it's going?
But for Ire from Nigeria, Mo from Sudan, and Carl from Ethiopia, Bitcoin is much more.
I'm hopeful for Nigeria's future. I've seen Bitcoin's potential firsthand. Bitcoin allowed us to fight SARS, a notorious unit of the Nigerian police with a long record of abuses. In October 2020, I joined the Feminist Coalition, which began accepting donations via Flutterwave, a fintech product. This started off well enough, but then the regime started cracking down. Our bank accounts were shuttered. Bitcoin was the only option left. There was no other way to receive, store, and spend money. This was an eye-opening moment. We ended up setting up a BTC Pay server to process donations from around the world.
But Ire isn't the only one with hope for the future. For Kalkasa in Ethiopia, Bitcoin is about bridging the gap between the upper and lower classes in a corrupt system.
Wages do grow, but not on par with inflation. Salaries in urban areas have perhaps doubled over the past decade, but goods have gone up by 3 to 5 times. The upper classes use the dollar as their unit of account, but the poor outside the city, well, dollars are officially illegal for them.
Kasa's brother was arrested for simply having a $20 bill in his pocket, but the arrest wasn't enough to stop Carl.
I created a Telegram group where I pay freelancers, graphic designers, and translators based in Ethiopia with Bitcoin. In America, most people treat Bitcoin as an investment or as a savings account, but here I'm using it as a medium of exchange. It's part of my life.
Under the gold standard, Sudan was a stable economy. 3 Sudanese pound once bought you $1. There was a successful middle class in Khartoum. But what happened after that in the 1960s and the 70s, and continue to happen until today, is that the central bank is taking over and devaluing the currency. Today, the inflation is more than 400%. The average citizen is watching their wages stagnate and the cost of living is rising. While Omar al-Bashir and his cronies managed to accumulate massive wealth in form of real estate and bank accounts in foreign banks.
What Mo describes is the Cantillon effect, a systemic plague wherein those closest to the source of the inflation profit, while the rest suffer.
Many Sudanese people are starting to use Bitcoin as a tool to escape corruption and as a lifeboat to survive this economic crisis.
Now, that is not something I think the world needs.
There is something inherently not credible about creating hundreds of billions in virtual wealth with nothing ever actually being accomplished.
Bill Gates.
Charlie Munger.
Warren Buffett. They don't like the technology behind Bitcoin because it's coming to seize a place in the global stage that they used to have just for themselves. Liberation technologies should be invested in, not shorted. And for those comfortable in the dollar bubble, it's time to check your financial privilege.
How you all doing? You're still pretty quiet compared to last year. Right, so next up, my good friend Alex Gladstein's about to come out and host a very, very important session. Alex has just written an amazing book called Check Your Financial Privilege. Please go and check it out. We all love the gains. We all love it when Bitcoin goes up. But really, one of the best things about Bitcoin is how it enables freedom around the world. So this is going to be an incredible session. I want to hear a huge round of applause for everyone as we introduce them out. Okay, firstly is Yeonmi Park. If you haven't heard her on Roga, go check that out. All right. Next up, we have Farida Naburima. All right. Also, a huge round of applause for my friend Fodé El Salamin. and my very, very good friend, Alex Gladstein. Come on.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's such an honor and a privilege to share the stage with these three incredibly noble individuals. Look, I know that for a lot of you, Bitcoin is about number go up. It's about investment. It's about thinking for your family's future, and that's a big part of Bitcoin. But Bitcoin's also about freedom go up, and it's about how a new monetary technology can help liberate people around the world who are stuck in horrible, horrible situations. So I want to start by asking each of my guests to tell you about how money works in their countries or where they came from, and how perhaps in Asia or Africa or the Middle East, money works differently than how it might work here. To start, I'm going to turn to Yeonmi. I've known Yeonmi for many years. She's an incredible author, activist. She escaped from North Korea and has devoted her life to fighting human trafficking and to helping get information back into people stuck in North Korea. So Yeonmi, why don't you start by telling us just a little bit about this black hole of information that you grew up in and what it was like before you escaped?
So thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Hi. I know, I'm so grateful to talk about Bitcoin and also freedom. I mean, without freedom, why do we even need money, right? So it's a unique opportunity to talk about with Bitcoin and freedom. As you can see this satellite photo of my country, do you see that there's a black hole in between South Korea and China? That's where I was born. I was born in a complete darkness. I often joke about that, we have Earth Day in North Korea every day. It might be good for the environment, but not good for the people. In this 21st century, people do not even know what internet is. Growing up in North Korea, I still remember when I was young, the government was telling people that you should deposit money in the bank. And then people did, because we trusted our dear leader. I mean, he was our God to us. Once we put our money in the bank account, it was locked. Nobody could get the money out of the bank accounts. Only people who had a connection to the bankers and the government officials who could get the money out. And so this is a real struggle, right? In North Korea, private property is banned. You cannot own a car, you cannot own a house, you cannot own anything. So therefore, if you make money in the black market system, you have to hide it somewhere in the house. And one time, actually, I still remember my mother's best friend. There was many thieves in North Korea. She was hiding the cash, the hard-earned cash, inside where she was cooking food. And the husband came without knowing and burned the whole thing. So her life saving gone like that. So in North Korea, because we don't know how to hide the cash, I still remember my mother would take the stockings out and put the cash and wrapping around her burning body parts to hide the money, because that was the only way we could carry cash. And by the 2009, we all know that North Korea strived to become a socialist paradise where there's no inequality. So the regime decided, how are we going to make everybody equal? They decided in 2009, we are going to do something called the currency exchange, which means previous money that you had means worth nothing, literally trash.
That people had been saving for decades.
Yes, in the black market for like 70 years, people working in the black markets and saving this money, and the regime wanted to make sure that everybody is equal and take all the power from North Korean people. So they did something called the currency exchange, and they said each family now, they give them only 1 week, 7 days.
1 week, you had 1 week to turn in your old money.
Yes, and they said, and for the Pyongyang people, the country people, only 3 days. Each family can only get new cash that was worth of buying 2 kilograms of rice. So if you're a billionaire, millionaire, your money meant nothing the next day. And after that currency exchange, North Korean people now actually do not have any North Korean money, and they are actually trying to find a way to get US dollars and Chinese yuan.
So the regime found a very cruel way to try to make everyone equal. And this is just a theme that was in these songs that they made you memorize and talk about when you were a child, this paradise that you were in where everyone was equal. In reality, it's sort of like the animal farm. Some were more equal than others. And what she just described to you in 2009 is known as demonetization. So cash can help people, and it does help people around the world. A lot of people save around the world, especially in dollars, in their under their mattress or somewhere in their house. But there's a very cruel way that the government can even take that from you, and that's, again, called demonetization, where they say, oh, all that money, that's no longer worth anything anymore. And as you're just telling us, they only gave people a week or even a few days, depending on which caste system you were in. In North Korea, people are geographically separated in castes, depending on the loyalty of your family during the Korean War. And they basically said you only have a certain amount of time to turn that in, and then in exchange you'll get this new money, but you can only get a certain amount. So, I mean, we don't often hear about finance and economics and money in the human rights discussions. You know, I worked on North Korea issues for years and years and years and years and never heard about this or learned about this until I started asking questions about Bitcoin and money. And in that vein, when you were growing up, did they teach you about money in school?
No, I mean, the word in North Korea, profit, is banned.
The word profit is banned.
So, I mean, they think money as an evil, and any business, enterprise, private business is evil. So they don't teach us anything about economy and money. So people, basically, what we have to do is relying on the government, who is going to give us public rations. But they didn't do that. So our only choice was dying from starvation, and that's how I escaped from North Korea. I was 13 years old.
Can you talk a little bit about the role that money played in your escape at all, and maybe how it was a limiting factor, or how you wish you had a different kind of money? Take us through that a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's so surreal for me coming from North Korea, actually sitting in Miami, this very liberal place right now with this full of electricity. I know, it's what a life. But when I escaped from North Korea at 13, I arrived in China, and they sold me for less than $300 as a sex slave. And there are right now 300,000 North Korean women in China are being sold. The reason why we are being sold is because we cannot have bank accounts. And when North Korean women get captured and sent back to North Korea, if they somehow able to hide $50, they don't have to die in the prison camp. But the regime is so vicious. They even check everybody's parts you cannot even imagine, and then they even check after you go to bathroom. So there's no way you can hide anything, or jewelry or money in your body. But something like Bitcoin, if you remember the code or something, you go out, you talk to the broker, they give you the money, you can bribe, you can come out. But because North Korea has no medium like that, they've been suffering and dying from this tragedy.
I think what Yeonmi's describing is kind of the end game of fiat money is you know, totally centrally planned money system that the rulers can arbitrarily change at any time. And that's what the North Korean people have had to endure. But you know, North Korea is something we all must remember, and we're going to get into a little bit later how Bitcoin maybe is being used to help people who've escaped North Korea. But for now, I want to turn our attention to Farida, and I want to talk a little bit about something called the colonial French currency and the legacy of basically colonialism in Africa and the role that money played in that struggle. Farida is an incredibly brave human rights defender from a country called Togo, which was once under French colonialism in the 50s and 60s. And she has an amazing story. So Farida, take it away.
Thank you, Alex. So as you can see it on the map, 14 African countries are still using colonial money. That money, called the CFA, in French it means the franc des colonies françaises, was created by the French government on the model that the Nazi used during World War II. So literally the Nazi created a currency that was imposed on the French people during the occupation. And the French realized that model was the best way for them to continue controlling those countries' economies. So when we got our independence, my country got it in April 1960. The first president of Togo, Sylvanus Olympio, decided to withdraw Togo from the CFA system. Why? Because all the countries had to keep their gold reserve in the French bank, and the French control 80% of our reserves. We don't have a central bank that is independent. The French control the central banks that were created for us. And at the end of the day, when we need more money because of inflation, we have to borrow our own funds with interest from the French government. So the president of Togo thought it was a scam, and he decided to create the Togolese franc in December 1962. Exactly 1 month later, he was assassinated by former soldiers of the French colonial army in Togo. These soldiers ended up seizing the power, and they ruled the Togo since 1967. And today, we have the son of the first leader, Eyadema Gnassingbé, who was president for 38 years, taking over in 2005 when his father died, making Togo the oldest military regime in Africa, ruled by father and then son. So it's been a situation pretty similar to that of North Korea, 55 years of the same family. But the situation is much worse than that, because Togo is a country of 8 million people. But in those 14 French-speaking African countries, there's a population of over 180 million people. And literally, you have the livelihood of these people depending on a currency that has no value outside of those countries. The worst part of this is that on 2 occasions, in 1964 and then 1994, the French government decided to devalue our money by half. So since World War II, we have literally lost over 100% of the value of our currency. In addition, life has become more expensive because of inflation. Things cost basically over 300 times more than it's used to 5 decades ago. But the money people are earning for their hard work does not match the inflation rate. As a result, you have over 50% of the populations living in these countries living in extreme poverty. And unfortunately, every single leader of the African nations that tried to escape this system were either assassinated, like the president of Togo, Sylvanus Olympio, or they were removed by coup. And the worst part today is that we have over the half of the people, the nations ruled by, in the CFA system, they are ruled by governments that are authoritarian, with leaders who have been there for over 40 years. That's the case for Togo, that has father and son in power for 50 years. The case for Gabon, that has father and son, recently for Chad. So you see the most authoritarian government in Africa, with the poorest population in Africa, using a currency that is colonial and that doesn't give the people any agency.
And I think it's worth dwelling on this just concept of monetary colonialism. And I was able to interview Farida and Fodé, who you saw speak up here on stage from Senegal earlier, last year, and I'd never really understood the monstrosity of this system. And just to break it down quite simply, the French colonial power was able to get cheap resources, tin, oil, uranium for all of its nuclear, programs in France. The French have this incredible nuclear power situation, but it's all coming from Niger, and it was taken basically at below market rates, and the local government had no ability to negotiate that. In fact, when they tried to negotiate it, they were taken out in a coup. So you have this government that's basically using this vast part of the world as a sort of a personal plantation, getting cheap, again, lumber, all kinds of resources. And then what they do is they take the finished goods that they make in France and they sell it back to the CFA countries at higher than market rates. If you are a business in the CFA zone, you have to give first right of refusal to the French. So if you're the government and you want to have a bridge built, you have to offer it to the French first at below market price. And if they say no, only then can you go talk to the Americans or Chinese or British or somebody else. Likewise, when you're selling goods, you have to offer it at lower prices to the French first, and then if they refuse, you can sell it elsewhere. And what this has done over many decades is basically lead to some of the worst humanitarian conditions in the world. If you look at these countries in white, I mean, these are some of the poorest countries in the world and some of the most authoritarian. I mean, they're always the ones at the bottom of the UN Development Index. You talk about Chad or Mali or Niger. Again, these are countries that people have basically been robbed for decades by a colonial power, and that colonial power got to claim that it gave liberty to Togo. I mean, when de Gaulle, basically, quote unquote, gave liberty, the idea was you guys can have political freedom, but not monetary freedom. So Farida, what is you're saying that basically in your country, the pro-democracy movement, the pro-human rights movement has its roots in this idea of monetary freedom. I mean, can you speak a little more to that and how it's part of the identity of your struggle? And can you talk about your father and what you have done in your personal life?
Thank you, Alex. I have been an activist since the age of 13. I became an activist following my father's arrest by the military regime in Togo. My father was arrested over a dozen times since I was a kid, and his father before him was also an anti-colonial activist who spent years in prison fighting the French administration. And the reason why they were fighting was because my grandfather, for example, was working as thousands of other Togolese citizens for free for the government of France. They call it free labor, but it actually means slavery. Literally, they live in villages and they farm for the French government. When they don't produce enough goods, they get arrested, and sometimes their arms are mutilated for not providing the quota of agricultural products requested. So my grandfather joined the independence movement very early, and it was a relief for them when they won the independence after thousands of them got killed by the French colonialists. But unfortunately, that was very short-lived because the government of Togo realized that independence without monetary independence means nothing. Literally, you have people working and earning money that they cannot even use in their neighboring countries. You have money that has no value outside of the French colonies, and when you want to convert it to any other currency, it has to be converted first to the French franc before the euro was created, and eventually it was pegged to the euro.
So let's dwell on that. So when Farida leaves Togo to come to the U.S., if she doesn't exchange her CFAs at the border and she comes here, she can't convert them. It's not a convertible currency.
Absolutely.
And when she does convert them into euros, for example, now it's the euro and not the franc that it's pegged to, the Europeans take a cut. I mean, the corruption and the exploitation continues. And I think what you said, that true independence is not possible without monetary independence, is definitely a creed that this audience understands. But your story really makes it, I think, a lot more real for people. I want to turn my attention to Fodé. Fodé is a Palestinian activist who's spent his entire career exposing corruption in the Palestinian Authority. I want to ask Fodé about the difference between money for Americans and for Palestinians. So can you just talk about, life in the West Bank? Is it as easy as it is here? Can you just order stuff on Amazon? Can you, send money easily to friends and family? What kind of money do people use? Give us some detail.
Thank you, Alex. It's a pleasure to be here, and special thank you for Alex because he's. Thank you. And I do want to give a special thank you to Alex because he has been my Bitcoin teacher, and I've, after many, many hours of explaining Bitcoin to me, I finally got it. So if you leave this panel with one thing about Palestine, I want you to remember one thing. I want you to replace in your minds the Free Palestine slogan with Bitcoin Palestine, because I really do believe that that is the future in places like Palestine and others. So thank you, Alex. In my part of the world, the biggest problem is corruption. Corruption is what devours the institutions, what devours the idea or the hope of having a prosperous future. It is the biggest enemy for prosperity and economic freedom. It is why most of if you notice, regimes in like Afghanistan, even in Iraq, and I think the Palestinian Authority eventually will collapse because the corruption has become the norm. Most of us end up leaving. Most of us end up leaving to places where we could have economic freedom, where we could have a better life. But some of us don't just enjoy that abroad. Some of us dare to dream for more. And we end up being called human rights activists or anti-corruption activists, but I would like to call us dreamers, dreamers without illusions. And in my opinion, if you are a dreamer without illusion, Bitcoin is your solution. And I'll explain what I mean by that. Today, if you're a Palestinian living under two different systems, one is the Palestinian Authority system, the other is the Israeli military occupation. The freedoms you have are, we have the Oslo Agreement, which was signed in 1993 between the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli government, that was supposed to lead to the creation of a Palestinian state. And then there's another aspect of this agreement. It's called the Paris Protocols or the Paris Agreement, which is the economic agreement to this political agreement.
Very few people know about the Paris Protocol. Even many Palestinians don't know about it.
And here's the catch. If the Paris Protocols dictate that the Palestinians must accept or give up economic freedom to the Israeli authorities in exchange for political freedoms. Today, we have neither, but to do this, that means we have no currency of our own, no central bank, we have no control over monetary policy, and you can imagine that this kind of environment mixed with corruption, extreme corruption within the Palestinian Authority is extremely, extremely repressive for Palestinians. In order,
so just to pause, so you have to use the shekel as like the dominant daily currency.
Correct.
Right, so just imagine the psychological effect of having to use essentially your occupier's currency all the time. There's something deeply distressing about that. And again, with the Paris Protocol, the point is that the Palestinian Authority and Arafat, basically ceded economic and financial control in order to get sort of political control. Of course, they betrayed that promise to the people and became extremely corrupt, and Arafat stole billions of dollars. That's his legacy. But at the end of the day, this protocol, which was supposed to expire in =99, it still isn't in force today. There's no real effort to change it. So again, there's no agency here for Palestinians on the monetary front, wherever they are. And I think what's important to understand is that if you're in the West Bank, you can't just, order something on Amazon or, send money easily to family or friends. All these things are delayed. There's it could take weeks because, this authority has to look and kind of inspect to see if this payment is related to terrorism or whatever. It's impossible to send money to family or friends, and you can't order things online. It's extremely restrictive. There's higher inflation there. So I think we wanted to just show a little bit of this reality to you because, again, here's another country where people have no economic freedom, and it's really weighing down on them. I mean, if you think about Palestine's kind of economic engine, when you talk about an industrial base or an agricultural base, this has been wiped out systematically over decades, and that's why so many have to go work in Israel, and that's why so many like Fodé, when you're young, you want to leave, you don't want to stay. So I think what Fodé is trying to say is maybe we can design a system where people do want to stay and start to actually build something.
I genuinely believe that. I always believe that democracy cannot be exported, but it can always be imported. And there are enough Palestinians who want to have a democracy, who want to have a free financial system. And let me just give you an example. If today I want to wire money to my mother who lives in Hebron, I have to worry about almost 4 or 5 different regulatory bodies. I have to worry that the US government doesn't think I'm sending it to somebody to use it for the wrong reasons. I have to worry that the Israeli authorities will not think that I'm sending it to somebody also to use it for the wrong reasons. I also have to worry that the Palestinian Authority, who's tried to kill me before for my outspokenness on corruption and pushing for democratic reform, will not seize the money, close the bank account, or bring my mother or somebody from my family for questioning and interrogations. So it's not very simple, and the more I learn about Bitcoin, the more I realize if every person can be their own bank, I'd much rather always deal with just Bitcoin.
So, I want to use the last 10 minutes or so here to go into how Bitcoin might actually be being used in each of these scenarios and what we can all do to get involved. So Yonmi, we'll start with you. You told me something very interesting about how some people in China are using Bitcoin to help aid North Koreans who are stuck there. Again, let's remember, people like Yonmi who escape into China, they don't necessarily speak Chinese. They've never been to these places before. 70% of the people who escape are women, and they're trafficked or interned in some way. They have no bank account. They have no access to any sort of money system. So Yonmi, can you walk us through how you've heard that Bitcoin is kind of penetrating this system?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I'm sure not a lot of you have seen North Korean before, right? Because right now, there are only 209 North Korean defectors made it to America.
How many?
209 during the last 80 years. So most of North Koreans, when they escape, they do not end up like me in America.
Or even in South Korea.
No.
Most don't make it. Most get stuck in China or die.
Right. So they end up in China. And China is a communist party. They do not believe in human rights. and they sponsor Kim Jong-un to stay in power and be a dictator, right? So therefore, they do not want to help these people. And not only that, China had a one-child policy. Because of that, they have 30 million men cannot find women as their wives.
Especially in northeastern China, which borders North Korea. It's the poorest part of China, and it's the part where there's like the largest gender gap, essentially.
Yeah. So they buy North Korean girls like me as their sex slaves. And when these women go to and meet their supposedly Chinese husband, they have a child. If the women get captured and sent back to North Korea, mother gonna send to prison camp and die, and child, the problem is, cannot get a state ID. Chinese government does not accept the child as a Chinese. So they become a stateless children. And these children, without ID, government hookah or something called, they cannot even go to elementary school. So there are 300,000 North Korean women right now in China, and the children are about up to even like 1 million of them. We don't know quite fully how many are there. So now there are underground church groups starting this like a homeschooling, sending Bitcoin to a Chinese broker, and they buy school supplies to children who cannot go to elementary school, so they don't end up being trafficked and going to brothels and become a prostitute. So they can somehow get educated and find a way out. And there's a way that we can empower these women and children through Bitcoin. Thank you.
I had mentioned to you earlier today that when I first met you, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, how crazy is it that one day we'd be speaking together at a Bitcoin conference? And you didn't know what Bitcoin was at the time. And now you've been studying it, you know a lot about it. What do you think, if you could go back to North Korea and start telling people that there's this currency that's digital, that governments don't control, I mean, once that starts to pick up traction inside North Korea, what do you think will happen?
I think that's a thing. Like when this morning we had talked about how the fiat currency, 169 million people died, right? Like in my life, nothing has been more evil than government has been. I think North Korean regime is almost testament how evil a government can be to individuals. So I think if North Korean people, there's a way they can understand that they can have their own autonomy, decide what money they can buy, what they can do, I think we will see a different world. It's gonna be a world that we cannot even possibly fathom right now, because we've been always under this government's control. And when imagine that individuals have that power in our hands, we can create a much better world that nobody needs to be sold.
Frida, turning to you, let's talk about some of the initiatives you're doing, how you're helping activists in Togo learn about this new technology, and then tell us about this amazing conference that you and Fodé and many others are going to be putting on in Ghana later this year.
Thank you, Alex. The interesting thing about Bitcoin is that it offers us the unique opportunity to truly decolonize our country. And
to truly decolonize your country.
Yeah, so I call the Bitcoin the currency of decolonization. Because we have never really had the opportunity to have a currency that aids us both in attaining our economic freedom, but also our political freedom. So activists in Togo today are continuing to resist the authoritarian regime. Hundreds of them have been arrested and are living in prison and are not receiving any form of support. And the government goes as far as arresting nursing mothers because they are affiliated to a protest movement against the regime. So literally, we have a system today where we have a fund where we provide support, legal support, medical support to women, as well as political prisoners that are facing this form of repression and abuse from the authoritarian government of Togo. And thanks to the HRF, we established what we call the Igaye Academy, which is now going to deploy an education program that is going to allow Togolese activists, organizers, and citizens as a whole to better understand what the Bitcoin means and how we can start to resist the CFA system by using the Bitcoin. But more interestingly, it's going to provide us a way of fighting the regime more anonymously, because years ago, hundreds of thousands of Togolese citizens actually rose against the military regime, and they were crushed with severe repression. The money that was raised to fund those protests came from the Togolese diaspora living in Europe, in America, and many parts of the world. But the regime found a way to block access to sending that money, And some people were actually arrested and are still in prison because they sent money back home to support protesters or to fund somebody who is close to the
So they're able to strangle the protest movement through control of money.
So today with the Bitcoin, people can send money back anonymously and can fund protests and can fund activist groups and can support political prisoners without fearing for their own lives and that of their families and relatives.
Now, give us a quick sense of the conference in December that Fodé mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so today we are organizing as African Bitcoiners, Fodé in Senegal, another friend called Gloire in the DRC, and we are planning on bringing Bitcoiners from all over Africa and beyond. You're invited if you want to join us in Accra, Ghana in December, because we believe this is a technology that we have to expand to the entire continent, and it is an opportunity for us as Africans to have a currency that is not based on colonialism, where you can move from Togo to Ghana to Nigeria and Kenya and still be able to have your money keep its value.
Well, the Human Rights Foundation is very proud to support your conference, so we will be a sponsor of this event. And then Fodé, tell us about your effort to give Palestinians, a bank account that they can actually control. You at one of our events, you met a rather enterprising open source software developer, and basically you guys have been doing some interesting things with hardware wallets. So tell us about it.
I've been talking to Seed Signer, and
shout out to Seed Signer.
Yes. And we're having a bit of difficulty now, so we really do need your help in terms of expertise and ideas because of the supply chain shortages in Raspberry Pis, and we're trying to figure out a solution that would make it available for Palestinians to have their hardware wallet to own Bitcoin and be able to transact and pay and get paid by Bitcoin. So please, if you could help us with this, please reach out to me or to Seed Signer.
Absolutely.
That would be amazing. Thank you, Fodé.
Thank you.
So with the couple minutes we have left here, I just wanted to ask each of you to tell the crowd how they can get involved with what you're doing, and what they can do to help, the efforts you have at the intersection of Bitcoin and freedom. We'll start with you, Yeonmi.
Yeah.
Tell us about your book and all the other things you're up to.
Yes, I have a book called In Order to Live. It's a memoir. I think a lot of people really don't understand what's happening in North Korea, and you can really understand how 25 million people are surviving in that darkness. And not only that, we also partner with the Human Rights Foundation, and we try to disseminate information into North Korea and let the North Korean people know that they've been enslaved by this dictatorship, and there's a way to fight for their own freedom. So please join us with the HRF. And what's the next website name?
You can come to hrf.org, and we'll put you in touch with Yeonmi. Farida, quickly, how can folks get involved? Tell us the URL of the conference and how else they can support what you're doing in West Africa.
Absolutely. They can also sign up for the upcoming conference in Africa on afrobitcoin.org.
Can you say that again?
afrobitcoin.org.
Perfect.
We need people to understand that Bitcoin is not something created by a government. It is people who think about and value freedom that came together to develop this technology. And you have people, millions of people fighting for that freedom on a day-to-day basis, and you have a unique opportunity to contribute to that struggle with your resources, with your intelligence, with your networks, and we want you to support us in that venue. Paxful, for example, was willing to help us train our educators in Togo on how to train others on the ground on Bitcoin.
Amazing.
If you want to join our Bitcoin training program and want to help us train more people or get resources to help people get trained on the continent, we will really welcome that support.
Amazing. Shout out to Ray and team at Paxful. And then Fodé, obviously folks can get in touch to discuss the hardware wallet project. And then you and I were also discussing, hey, why not a virtual summit for the West Bank where we can bring Bitcoin speakers in virtually, and we can have content in Arabic and English.
We will do the first Bitcoin summit conference in virtually. Everybody's invited, Palestinian, Israeli, whatever you are. We want to learn from you. We want you to be joining our effort. To me, I think Bitcoin is a tool for peace. The way my friends here described it as a tool for freedom, as a tool to fight. in my part of the world, I think it can be a tool for peace that brings people together and allows us to have more even economic ties.
Well, just remember, it's not just freedom money, it's refugee money, it's decolonial money, and it's peace money. And with that, we thank you so much. If you want to learn more from our amazing speakers, you should join us at the Oslo Freedom Forum later this year. Thank you, Yeonmi. Thank you, Frida. Thank you, Fodé. Thank you, everybody.
How good was that? Come on. Another round of applause, please. You all having a good time? You enjoying this? I did the first conference in San Francisco. It was in 2019, and I think there was about 4,000 people there. We had to have a year off in 2020, and then we moved to Miami, and I did that conference, and I think there was about 12,000. I think there's about 25,000 of you here. So this is unbelievable. I think we all appreciate everything Bitcoin Magazine's done here. So to everyone there, CK, Brandon, P, David Bailey, come on. Give them a round of applause.
Yep.
All right. We've got a few to go. My boy Jack Mallett is going to be up soon. I know you're all excited about that. But next up, can we have a huge round of applause for Ricardo Salinas?
Thank you. In there? All right. Jesus, thank you. Hey, guys. So, why is a family picture up there? I want to share a little story because, you know, I'm introduced here as the third richest man in Mexico. I'm on some billionaire list. Who cares? The point is, it was not always like this. I want to share a little bit about what happened to me and the family in the years and how we got here, and maybe you have some take-home value. So the guy in the middle is my grandfather. He was born in 1906. My dad was born in 1932. I was born in 55. What does it matter? It matters because we've been victims of the Fiat fraud for the whole century. You know? So maybe you can learn something from this stuff. All right? Now, who's that? Zapata, you know? This is a hero, Zapata. Well, one of the things that happened during the time of my grandfather was that the Mexican peso turned to shit. And those pieces of paper that you have there, we call them in Mexico bilimbiques, which means worthless pieces of paper. And every revolutionary general that came into power printed his own. So it was a big mess in Mexico until 1925, and we made the Central Bank of Mexico. Now, during the 70s and the 60s and 70s, my dad became a gold bug. So we come from that strain of thinking, the original gold bugs. And actually, my dad spent a big part of his life promoting the silver coin as a way for people who don't have access to financial institutions to actually be able to save something. And here's my dad, a bit older now. He's 90 years old, still in good health. But when I came to work at my dad's company, that was in 1980, he had been working at that company for 30 years, making radio and television, had the stores. And he had taken out a loan of $9 million to grow the company. What happened was we had a huge devaluation, and the peso went from 24 to almost 3,000 to 1. Of course, our company went broke. We went to Chapter 11, and we had to get rid of a lot of people. I got to work there. But that's me, handsome young guy, eh? I was making $2,000 in 1980, and a few years later, I was making $20, the same salary. was down from 2,000 to 20 bucks. So I know about hyperinflation. I've been there. And it's not the same to know it in theory as to actually be a victim of it. Now, the bad news is that the US and Japan and the UK and the Euro bloc, they're going exactly the same route as my country went in the 80s. It's exactly copy-paste. You could just change the numbers, but the graph would be the same. Take debt. It's horrific, 36 trillion, and this is on the books debt, not counting the off-the-books stuff. The assets of the Federal Reserve, I love this description, you know. So the Federal Reserve has a lot of assets. That must be great, wasn't it? And they're buying bonds. That must be great. Well, actually what they're doing is making fake money out of thin air and loaning it out to create purchasing power. To the tune of, we're now $9 trillion of fake savings made by the Federal Reserve. And this is up from the pandemic times, from 4 trillion up to 9 trillion. But if you go a little bit back to 2005, it was 0.8 trillion. So the creation of fake credit, which equals purchasing power, has been astounding. The problem is because the dollar is the reserve currency of the world, you can't do anything about it. You can't go out of the dollar unless you go to Bitcoin. But it's going to happen, you know, there's no way that people are going to be expropriated like that. And these are the guys. These are the guys. Eh? And you got to say it, you know, the fat guy there, I know him, he's a Mexican. His name is Carstens, and he runs the Bank for International Settlements. And you know that thing over there on the right side? Christine Lagarde, she runs the Euro Central Bank. And, oh, you know the one on the left here, right? She's your own creation. She ran the Fed before, but now she runs the Treasury. It's the same thing. And this fiat religion it's high-priced, and you can see them right there. And their religion is not tolerant. They hate anybody who's a heretic. There are lots of heretics in this room now. Lots of heretics, and that's good. And you know what the next trick they have up their sleeve, these people? It's called a very nice acronym, CBDC. Central Bank Digital Currency. That's even worse than the dollar. It's much worse than the dollar because if the CBDC is issued, these people will have full control over how you can spend your money. How? For example, oh, smoking is really bad. I like cigars. No. CBDC currency would not be good for a cigar. Of course, partying after 2 a.m., no, forbidden. No money after 2 a.m. Whatever. They think it's a bad idea. They close your capacity to spend your money. Furthermore, they will be tracking 100% of all your spending and what you spent and how you spent it. They're pretty devilish people, eh? And you know, it's not that they are ignorant. These people are very smart and highly educated. And the devil over here on the right side, she was at the IMF before. And there's papers, you can look for them on the IMF website, where they say, The way to deal with government debt is through inflation. We will liquefy the debt and get away with paying less. So there you are. But is this the future you want? You are here, $2,000. You're going there, $20 a month of salary. And as I said before, I mean, young people, you can get over it because you always get a good job. You can get another job. You can move. There's always a future for young people. But for older people, people who are looking forward to living from their savings and from their pension money, they're going to be wiped out. And this is very, very unfortunate. Also, the poorest people, the people who don't have assets, don't have home, don't have cars, don't have stocks, they'll just have the money in the pocket. They're going to be wiped out. And it's not nice. It's not something that you would wish on somebody. But I can tell you, I have been there and I have done that, and it's going to come. It's not a pretty sight. So what can we do? We can buy Bitcoin and sell those shit coins that we have there. Yeah. And definitely no to fiat fraud. This thing is literally useless. I mean, it's not even good for toilet paper. It would do a bad job. Guys, I don't want to sound too alarmist, but this has happened. It just didn't happen to the US. It doesn't mean it can't happen to a civilized country. Germany was a highly civilized country until it got hit by the inflation in Weimar. So does this mean that Germany is the same as Zimbabwe, who had the same inflation? No, they're not the same. But it can go through the same process. And unfortunately, in the US, it's curtains. This is the way to save your skin. Buy Bitcoin, sell shitcoin. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So I think that all of us agree that Ricardo Salinas gets it. That was an interesting presentation, calling out the central bankers as villains, the fiat religion, and more. I want to get reactions. Let's go to you, Pete.
Look, I think this is a star performance from Ricardo Salinas. Just want to go through some highlights. Starting with his past, framing himself as a victim of the fiat fraud, talking about how his father was a gold bug, but also painting the villains, right? So drawing this contrast of that we should be against CBDCs, Janet Yellen. But look, I think his message that this has happened to him and that this could happen here, it was nice for the crowd and a huge update, I think, from the more mixed bag from what we saw from Peter Thiel.
Let's go to you, Ben.
First of all, huge thumbs up to the slides. I think those are some of the best slides I've seen all day. It really hit home how quickly that experience was for him. Like it was time span 8 years.
Right.
$2,000 to 20. And also, I really enjoyed that he called out or gave a warning about CBDCs because they do require, even if done in good faith, it requires perpetual trust that those tools will never be abused, and Bitcoin gives an opt-out.
It was also the language, right? I think he used like words very carefully. The fiat religion, and this is the line I loved, is their religion is not tolerant, right?
Yep.
So he's drawing this contrast where Bitcoiners are adopting Bitcoin. They're choosing freely to use this new type of money, and then sort of positioning the IMF, the World Bank, Federal Reserve, those people as people who are intolerant. I just love, it's a slight change, it's a slight framing, but it's a great framing, and I think it'll resonate
I think
well.
Bitcoiners need to go on the aggressive. I also did love the slides, Ben, and Pete, you were joking around how someone's going to get that tattooed on their body, so that would be hilarious. Let's go to you, Mark.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, some lessons in life can't be taught, they can only be learned. And he learned the hard way. He saw his purchasing power go from $2,000 down to $20, and he understands what is at risk. He's got a lot of wealth. He doesn't want to lose it. And this is the first time I've seen him speak live, but he gets it like really, really gets it.
Yeah, I would just hop on that and say that in many ways, this is a debut for Ricardo Salinas. He hasn't really spoken that much to Western audience. Obviously been active on Twitter, but I think it was nice to see someone come in and make a big splash. Because as we were talking about some people earlier today, we've heard a lot from Cathie Wood, Michael Saylor. These are people we've heard over and over again and maybe priced in their framing, their perspective, whereas Salinas, new, bold, and interesting.
Ooh,
so I thought what was interesting is when we saw Peter Thiel, we were kind of contrasting against Peter Thiel. He framed up also enemies of Bitcoin.
Right.
But he talked about investors. He talked about Warren Buffett. He talked about Jamie Dimon. He talked about Larry Fink. Where Salinas also gave us enemies, but he put the central banks, and then specifically talking about the central bank digital currencies. And what I liked about the way that he did, it's easy to say central bank digital currencies are bad, but he said because of behavioral modification aspects. He specifically said, you don't want me to smoke cigars anymore? I can't buy cigars. I can't go out after 2 a.m. I can't spend money after 2 a.m. And he really got it, and I think that was good.
I mean, I think that's a really strong point, is that control of monetary policy is affect mass population control. And while central bankers say, like, oh, no, we won't do this, on the flip side, they all say, oh, yes, we do this. We want to stimulate spending. We want to, that is mass population control.
Yeah. He's basically outlining and giving fair warning to everybody out there that may not be familiar with what CBDCs are capable of, what the real risks are. And again, as you say, it requires, it's going to require perpetual trust that those levers aren't pulled, and why do that?
I'll just add another note too. We saw the young senator from Mexico on stage earlier today. Samson Mow talking about nation-state Bitcoin adoption, saying that he's going to sit down with the president of Mexico. Having an advocate like this, like Ricardo Salinas, who is a billionaire, he said, I'm on some billionaires list. He kind of wrote it off, but this is a person who's very recognizable. He has a media arm down there, very influential.
Yep.
I'm just saying, this could be step one to a Saylor type arc, right? Whereas maybe Saylor is sort of at the end of his arc in terms of being able to move Bitcoin forward.
So actually, here's my last question. Is Ricardo Salinas priced in? Let's go to you. We got 30 seconds.
I would say he is not priced in. He, I believe, owns some of the largest amount of shopping centers. He can accept Bitcoin. He can move the market by adoption. It's not priced in. I say it's bullish.
Pete.
Yeah, I'd echo that. Look, I think adoption in Latin America and South America has so far kind of come without that big advocate, other than Nayib Bukele, who unfortunately couldn't join us today. But look, I think powerful entrance, powerful stuff, and in contrast to Peter Thiel, who I think delivered a more mixed message.
Yeah, I'd echo that. I think his influence within Mexico and the ears of the people that he has is definitely not priced in. Bullish.
All right. Bullish Mexico, bullish Ricardo Salinas. Bullish Bitcoin. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to smash that like button. We are going to be back with you guys with the main stage content.
How's the energy? You all good? All right. This session's called Fuck You Money. What's the point of that? Exactly. What's the point of having Fuck You Money if you can't say fuck you occasionally? We should have had 4 chairs. Unfortunately, Dave Portney can't join us. Fuck you, Dave. Anyway, firstly, let's bring out Francis Ngannou. Give a huge round of applause. All right, next up, the podcast godfather himself, Mr. Adam Curry. Come on! And to moderate this fuck you session, it's none other than Mr. Max Kaiser. Woo!
Bukele! 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 It's right on. How's everybody doing? Have you been sufficiently orange pilled? I've got some extra orange pills right here for y'all. There you go. All the orange pills you need. All right. We're here on the Fuck You Money panel. Francis and Adam. Let's get into it. So, gentlemen, we're into an age of the cancel culture. Adam, to you, it seems as though we're breaking out of the age of cancel culture. You've got now Elon buying into Twitter. You've got Louis C.K. just won an award at the Grammys. So are we getting out of the cancel culture age, and is Bitcoin part of that?
Well, you mentioned two centralized things, Twitter and the Grammys, so I don't know if that can be considered a breakout. I would also like to remind people about a year ago, Elon did some kind of weird shit with Bitcoin. Wasn't very helpful at the time, so I don't know why people would be so excited about him fixing Twitter. ActivityPub, lots of decentralized services people are using. But podcasting, Dave Jones and I saw almost 3 years ago when Apple started deplatforming podcasts, that they were no longer a good steward of podcasting, which was always designed to be decentralized by design, and you don't need any service to be a podcaster, and they were kind of capturing that. So we created podcastindex.org, completely independent. It's also distributed. There's thousands of copies of the entire database. So that stopped the deplatforming from podcasting, as there's now 15 new apps, newpodcastapps.com. But we needed to go to the next piece, which is the financial deplatforming. People are getting deplatformed off of PayPal, off of Patreon. And by the way, I wouldn't cheer too much for Russians having their boats and planes and apartments taken away, because it's Russians today, it'll be other rich people next. And then it'll be less rich people.
Right.
So we designed value for value streaming payments on podcasting. And so you literally, while you're listening to a podcast, you can send any amount of Satoshis to that podcaster in real time, wallet to wallet, peer to peer, no middleman. We're doing about 70,000 transactions a month now. We're seeing over 1.5 million Satoshis flowing through the system a day, 6,000 podcasts. So I would say we're well on our way to completely stopping any form of cancel culture as it comes to literal free speech in podcasting.
Right on.
Impressive. A lot of people are in this, by the way. A lot of people have been working on this.
Right, so that sounds fantastic. Now, Francis, let's talk about Cameroon, where you're from. And
Africa.
From Africa. And you've got the Bitcoin revolution is enabling all kinds of people to, I guess you could say, escape the fiat money, escape a lot of things that have been going for quite some time. Give us an update on that.
Yeah, I do believe in Bitcoin, and I think this could be a future of the finance and trading in Africa. You know, because we have we have a lot of problem of transaction of trading based on our currency, which is always backed up by some different country, European country, and
France.
Let's
just call it. Yeah,
yes,
right.
Because there's 14 countries.
They control the money, right?
Yes, there's 14 countries in Africa who doesn't have their own currency. They just use French money. French just make their money and be the guarantee. You know, so their money is not backed up by gold, even though if it was, the thing is you can do a transaction with gold easily. You know, you need to move to carry a gold and then travel somewhere, go to give it to somebody physically. But now with a Bitcoin, you can sit at home and pay your supplier wherever is it. You know, so that's why I think this is going to be a very good thing for Africa in general. For business, financially, to help business grow there, and to make things easy. Like once again, we are talking about decentralizing. You know, it's like the first time that is the only thing that you can do without nobody has a control on it. Because even a goal, to carry certain amount of gold, you need certain license and this approval, all the paperwork. But with Bitcoin, as long as you have your Bitcoin in your wallet, you can send it to whoever you want, whenever you want, sitting from your couch or laying on your bed or whatever.
Right, and these
right
countries
away.
in Africa, just to trade with each other, it's enormously difficult. And so Bitcoin allows for inter-country African trade quite easily, correct?
Yes, just to trade between this country is very difficult because they make sure, France make sure to divide those countries pretty good to conquer, you know. Like we have the Central Africa, they use franc CFA. The West Africa use franc CFA, who has the same value, but it's different money. We cannot use the same our Central Africa money.
Right.
West Africa, and West Africa cannot use their own in.
Man, you're
Central
almost,
Africa.
you're almost as messed up as the rest of the world.
Oh, I think we are more messed up. You know, yeah. We are very messed up. So our currency is not even recognized in IMF.
the country. Yeah. Right.
So every transaction has to go to France. So it's not only centralizing one country, but it's centralizing almost the entire continent.
No one really talks about that, but it's kind of weird that France controls the money of 14 African countries.
People trying to talk, but all the time they get shut up. You know, they make.
All right. Well, meanwhile, in Europe, in the EU and the International Monetary Fund, you know, they are struggling against Bitcoin and Bitcoin adoption. They are suggesting, Christine Lagarde was saying, it's an escape hatch. If people use Bitcoin, they won't be under the auspices of this fiat money world. But of course, that's not a bug. That's a feature. That's a good thing. That we are escaping IMF and these other organizations. But Adam, you know, this is opening up something of a culture war because it seems like the pushback from the institutions is to double down on, I guess you could call it cultural Marxism, this kind of liberal orthodoxy where private ownership is condemned. And money is essentially that of a province of the state, and we need to worship the state. Now, you've been in the culture wars for decades, going all the way back to the MTV days. Would you say that's a fair characterization? And where would you put us on that scale of getting as close as possible now to a Maoist cultural revolution, which is what we're having now in America?
I like the title of this session, Fuck You Money, because the meaning has changed. Back in the MTV days, rock and roll days, everybody got a Rolex. I got fuck you money. Today, I got money that I can send to you and no one can touch. That's real fuck you money. I got money that you can send to me and I can receive. That's fuck you money. If it's one Satoshi, it doesn't matter. Now, the next thing we need to understand...
And most importantly, money that nobody decide on the value of your money. You know, the money that...
They can't change it overnight.
Yeah, they can't change overnight.
Right on.
The money that doesn't, like, fear the inflation.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, exactly.
He appreciates. And I think this is like the best version of fuck you money.
So there's one other thing that we need to understand. In the old culture, it has always been who has the biggest audience, the most listeners, the most likes, the most followers. This is fucking irrelevant. What is relevant is the audience or community that you collect around you. And that can be a podcast, but now in Texas we have the Beef Initiative. So we're connecting retailers and just human beings with ranchers. So, you know, you get to know your rancher, you get your beef directly from the rancher, you pay the rancher in Bitcoin. We're doing it with vegetables, we're doing it with restaurants. So we're building networks that are meaningful, connected through Bitcoin. And so when you, as my example, podcasting, I don't need millions and millions of listeners. I need to pay rent. And I need to communicate with the audience and say, do you like this? What is the show worth to you? Send that value to me so I can keep going. And that's where we have to let go. You know, Andy Warhol's dream came true, or his vision, 15 minutes of fame. And now everyone's getting deplatformed. He could have probably predicted that. So it's more important that you build your own community. It is, by the way, the only way you will get out of the coming collapse is Bitcoin and your community.
Right. You talk about entertainment industry and economy at large that's driven by the entertainment industry, where ratings are king. It's a ratings-driven economy. And that's true also in the fiat money world. If I have a lot of fiat money, I can go to Washington and I can buy a senator. I can buy a congressman. It's incredibly corrupt. It happens every single day. With Bitcoin, that's not the case. If
I have a node, therefore I have a vote.
You have a node, you have a vote. So that will fundamentally change not only politics and finance, but the way you find ourselves, even as human beings, communicating with each other and how we would evolve, you could say, into the future. Do you see that happening where you've got almost an evolutionary step change?
Yes. Oh, yes. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. When you meet someone, when that person says, I'm a Bitcoiner, we play by a lot of the same rules. I don't care where you're from. We've never met before. We have a connection. Why? Because we're Bitcoiners. That's deep, and it's philosophical. I'm not quite sure how it works in the brain.
Community.
It's a community, and it's a global community. And I was walking through the hall, and someone stopped me, and I was like, I know immediately who this person, what they're about, to a certain degree. That's very cultural. That's crazy cultural in the scope of certainly entertainment. What people talk about or what connects them. And I think that's a big thing that we need to recognize. Yeah.
So with Francis, in the last 20, 30 years, we lived in a world where the United States culture is dominant around the world. In other cultures, African cultures, Asian cultures have been secondary to the pervasive American culture. With Bitcoin becoming a world reserve currency, do you see an opportunity not only for these economies to improve, but for these cultures in Africa to become more global and have greater reach and to be more prevalent?
Obviously, with Bitcoin first, is every country gonna have a currency that is easy to deal with, to do business with. There is a lot of business. For example, in Africa, we wanted to do a business with a company here, but the problem is this transaction. How to make those transactions is pain in the ass, how they say, and one of the upsides of Bitcoin, which is very important in Africa, in America, and all around the world, not many people face those challenges, but you have to understand that in Africa, 70% of people, they don't even have bank account. They can't even have bank account because they don't have enough money. Their revenue is not enough to be paying fees on their bank account. And when you go to the bank in Africa to open a bank account, you have to prove certain revenue, and you have to be approved by the bank to have a bank account. So many people, they don't even try because even the fees for those accounts is more for them. It's like what they can feed their family with in 1 week. So they don't do that. But with Bitcoin, it's something that everybody can do. You don't need somebody approval. You go on your phone, download your app, put your money, and then just start to trade. And you have a bank account. You have something that you can buy on internet, do your e-market, everything without somebody controlling your money or charging you for fees, or you don't need somebody blessing to have an account on something, And this is a huge, huge problem in Africa because so many people don't have a nice job, so they cannot afford a bank account, so they could not participate in so many things. As soon as something is like online, you have to use a credit card or a PayPal, they're out of that business. They count themselves out, which is like a lot of opportunity that they are missing, And I think with things like Bitcoin, is a life-changing. You can see like with a digital, all those digital platforms coming, a lot of artists now has a opportunity because they don't need like a label to produce them, So it's those kind of opportunity that Bitcoin is bringing too.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on. So the American hegemony is this cultural. What I love when when they opened up Euro Disney in France, the French press referred to it as a cultural Chernobyl. That it was not well received. But with economic oppression comes cultural oppression. But with micropayments in Bitcoin and second layer and third layer comes cultural expression. And so I think what we're saying here is that this very, very rich African culture will have a chance now to organize, monetize itself, and spread in new ways, and that would seem to be very exciting.
Yeah, because they can trade and do their thing abroad easily. So yes, that will also help to like expand their culture, to participate in everything. There will not need for other people approval for that. You know, like with the banking system now, it's very complicated, basically for African, because not only African, we don't have a currency, but everything that we have to do now, even a wire transfer, he has to go to a French bank to pay the a supplier, wherever the supplier is in the world.
Right,
Whether it's in China or in the US, he has to go to France. But for them to control those markets, they make it very complicated to pay a supplier in China, which is who has a better rate, better product. So what do? You're forced now to just rely on like a French market. You can't even expand. I mean, and yeah, I'm talking about buying. I'm not talking even about selling your own product. So with your wallet being controlled by somebody, you don't have nothing to say. You can't control anything. They decide how much you sell your product. They decide how much you buy, whatever you want to buy. So at the end of the day, you're just working to somebody.
So Bitcoin fixes this.
Absolutely. You have your product. You make your price. Somebody want to buy, he buys it. If not,
well, we know in Nigeria, which
And
is a very entrepreneurial country, the economy, thanks to Paxville and other companies, are doing very, very well. I wanted to change gears for a second here. So, Adam, when you read the news and you see what was happening in Canada with the truckers, and that the state suddenly came down and exerted authoritarian dictatorial powers of the Canadian government to subject their own citizens to cruelty and harsh penalties for freedom of speech. I mean, coming from Canada, that was not on my bingo card. I thought of maple sugar and the Toronto Maple Leafs, not a dictator enforcing draconian authoritarianism in Canada, and yet that's what we saw.
So we saw a lot of things in the past 2 months. We've seen Russia being deplatformed from the SWIFT network, which is very interesting if you start to learn how archaic really the SWIFT network is and what it is, and it used to work with faxes, and like, wow, this is a really dumb system, because that's not how Bitcoin works. It makes no sense. But the deplatforming, financial deplatforming, and the House of Representatives in the US yesterday just passed a domestic terrorism law, which is pretty much based on the Patriot Act for non-domestic terrorists. There are going to be 3 organizations, and you speak against the government and you can be deplatformed or arrested or whatever. But the first thing they'll do is try to deplatform you from a platform. If you're speaking, the next one is the finances. My wife and I immediately bought $10,000 extra Bitcoin, as much as we could. We're like, we need to protect. She's like, how do we protect our money? What we've been doing. So let's buy some more for this very, very reason, because it can happen. It's clear if it can happen to sweet Canadians, it can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
Right. Make no mistake.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I think that realization now is becoming clear. Those people in the Bitcoin community that have been talking about this for a while, that it's unconfiscatable and this is going to be important, and there'll come a time when this becomes more important. We're at that moment now, and this is driving adoption. Here's a kind of a philosophical question. Did Bitcoin, is it reacting to the chaos or is it causing the chaos?
That's a good one.
In other words, well, you see,
I think Bitcoin was expecting the chaos is probably more like it. Bitcoin was there, ready for it. I mean, we know, if you look at the Genesis block, I mean, it literally says, hey, Gordon Brown screwed the pound. That rhymes. So it's clear what it was for, and now we're, I do the No Agenda podcast, and 5 years ago I was talking about a couple of No Agenda. There you go. I was talking about central bank digital currencies, and you know, like conspiracy theory. And now it's here, and it's much further than we think in many countries. Probably, you know, there's multiple proposals. So Bitcoin was always here, almost like something in nature, you know, and which of course it truly is. It's something natural that evolved naturally and was there to save those who wish to be saved.
Yeah, well said. You know, talking about urgency to buy Bitcoin, this politician, Norma Torres, just a couple of days ago said, quote, El Salvador has made Bitcoin legal tender. The U.S. must have a plan to protect the U.S. dollar and America's financial system in case this idea spreads. So here you have...
But Max, just help me understand, because I learned everything I know about Bitcoin and money from you, and from Dennis Parker, and from Roy Schein, from other people. But when you look at the Green New Deal, a global agenda, which entire mission is to do away with petroleum products, is that not, by definition, an assault on the petrodollar? This is, I mean, to me, it's as clear as day. It's going to go away the way we know it, and they're going to morph this into, you know, some complete scriptable central bank digital currency.
Right. Well, they don't see how kicking Russia off SWIFT is an existential threat to the dollar, but they think a $20 to $30 billion economy in Central America adopting Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar. So that tells me that this woman, who's an American politician, has her head so far up
they're full of shit. They're completely full of shit.
Brain dead.
Yeah.
She's effectively brain dead.
Yeah.
So you have a president that's brain dead. You have congressmen that are brain dead. You have senators that are brain dead, and they're financially illiterate, and they're telling us what about Bitcoin. And meanwhile, we're just buying Bitcoin because we don't want to go down the path of being brain dead asshole American politicians who don't know their ass from their elbow.
Yeah.
Right? Fuck them.
One day after...
Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's do it.
No,
You're
no,
in a
no.
compromised state. I can win this.
I'm still the baddest man on planet.
Right on. Right on.
All right. I believe you. I'm not going to risk that.
Since there's a moment here, Max, if you'd like to support your favorite podcast, go to newpodcastapps.com. If you have the Lightning Network capability, if you've never used the Lightning Network, I suggest the Breeze app, B-R-E-E-Z. It'll help you get going. It's a beautiful podcast player. If you're a podcaster, go to podcasterwallet.com, get started today, and join the revolution.
Yeah, thank you for that advertisement.
I came from Texas.
Well-positioned. Now, contrast this to, this is a statement from President Bukele. Quote, what has been called by international organizations as the Bitcoin experiment is nothing more than the world watching how mass adoption changes a country's economy. If it's for the good, it's game over for fiat money. El Salvador is the spark that ignites the real revolution.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
what's happening in Central America, is a real revolution, and in the U.S., but I worry because when I hear American politicians, with a couple of exceptions, but for the most part, they are extraordinarily behind the curve on this.
The Constitution is a great document. We've gotten far away from it. Once we figure out how to build new networks based upon Bitcoin as a community or Bitcoin as an actual network, we're going to get to a place where we actually figure out, we can elect people who aren't idiots. We can actually learn how to do that, but we're not there yet. And the only way is to start local. My generation screwed up a lot for millennials. We were making money, having a good time. We weren't paying attention to who was getting on the school board and city council. Those were losers. You couldn't get a better gig. And now we see what's happened. So we will get there, but I think everything flows from finance. It's that way in the quote-unquote fiat world. It'll all flow from finance in the Bitcoin world. And we'll learn. We'll get there.
So, Francis, when you meet other folks in your business, how do you tell them about Bitcoin? What's the first thing you say to kind of orange pill them or get them interested? What's the pitch?
Well, first of all, I'm just learning about Bitcoin. It's been a long process, to understand all the Bitcoin, the NFT, the metaverse, and.
Well, that's all shit, but I'm talking about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So you can forget about NFTs and all that other stuff because that's for
this is lesson one,
in
Francis.
California. Steal all their
lesson
money.
one, NFTs.
Yeah, but it's very. it's very interesting because like when you talk to some people, they don't believe it yet,
Right.
and those who have do a little bit of research understands it, and you know.
The more you know, the more you like it.
Yeah, the more you know, the more you like it, and the less you know, the less you like it.
Cool, man.
So it's very important.
Jesus.
So that's why I think like it's also very important to keep educated people about it, people who doesn't know, and that's also the reason why I think it would be great if we can have like a Bitcoin conference in Africa sometime in summer, because I think
we'll go.
people too need to be educated about the Bitcoin.
Let's do it.
You know?
I'm ready. Anyway, gentlemen, thanks so much. I think this was a very informative panel.
Thank you.
And now turn it back over to Peter McCormick.
So maybe I'll have you there, Max, for the African Bitcoin conference.
I'm totally ready to get down there. I'm ready.
Awesome.
Let's do it. All right.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the Marathon Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm CK Snarks, Managing Director of Bitcoin Magazine. We have Khalil Roundtree, we have Alex McShane, and we have BTC Sessions. What an incredible panel. Really excited to dive into it. I think the line that really stuck with me was Francis at the end. He said, with Bitcoin, the more you know, the more you like it. And I immediately said, the exact opposite is true with fiat. The more you know about fiat money, the more you hate it. Khalil, let's go to you. You know, obviously new to the Bitcoin space, a fighter in UFC. What was it like watching Francis talk about Bitcoin that way?
What I want to say is that I have been so inspired by Francis the past couple of days, just being here with him, watching the panel. I'm inspired. And every time I see him speak and just about his country and knowing his story, it makes me appreciate and like Bitcoin so much more, because I see the freedom that he speaks of. I see the freedom for his people to be able to not have so many obstacles in order to really lift his country up. And him as a leader, that's how I see him after this weekend. He is trying to free his people, and I think Bitcoin is the way.
Wow, powerful words. Alex, you want to jump in?
Yeah, my takeaway, Francis, 70% unbanked, he said, in sub-Saharan Africa because they can't afford to pay the banking fees. I think we've all been there, watched your savings depreciate. You have to pay to access your own money. Even here in the States, Francis said, you know, this could be the future of finance in sub-Saharan Africa. And I would revise that to say that Bitcoin is the only viable option to fight off these centralized fiat currencies that are fractionalizing and, you know, tearing society apart out there.
Yeah, I mean, again, as we were kind of chatting, we were saying, you know, Bitcoin brings people together, it creates community, and fiat divides. You know, BTC Sessions, you were part of what was happening in Canada just a few months ago. They brought that up during the panel.
Yeah.
What's your takeaway?
I mean, it speaks to the fact that I mean, the panel, Bitcoin is FU money, right? It's true because you can't stop it. And if anything that I've gleaned over the past couple of months, things got super dicey. And the government, the massive overreach, and how quickly all of this went down in a couple of weeks. And at the end of the day, there were missteps. Things could have gone better. But at the end of the day, of all fundraising methods, Bitcoin was the only one that got there to the intended recipients. 70% of all Bitcoin that was donated, which was 1/1,000,000th of all Bitcoin that will ever exist, got to its intended recipients.
And I'd add on to that, as Adam Curry said, Bitcoin, I mean, this is the only way to get out of the coming collapse. I think with Canada, this is just a small example of how useful it can be in circumventing regulators and people who want to capture your money.
Mm-hmm. Something that I thought was interesting, they were talking about Bitcoin is fuck you money, Bitcoin is money without permission. I like to say Bitcoin is money that actually works. I mean, Khalil, again, I want to go back to you.
Yeah. So one of the things that stood out the most is just hearing like easier trade, less hassle, peer-to-peer. I think mixing that with Bitcoin is fuck you money, it's like, yeah, it really in a non like aggressive way. It's like, yeah, like it is fuck you money, because fuck you to the guys, and you know, peer-to-peer community, like let's be together. I can't help but say enough. I'm inspired. I'm very inspired by being here.
And the peer-to-peer thing that you tapped on, they were talking about streaming sats, individual artists trying to get away from censorship, peer-to-peer individuals listening to podcasts, streaming sats directly to content creators. I've personally used it myself. It's incredible. It's a great tool, and I can't wait to see it proliferate everywhere.
I'm thrilled that podcasts are going to be censorship resistant. You know, we're seeing a lot of kind of consolidation and censorship in media and speech today. It's scary. We got 30 seconds left. I want to kind of get a last word from each of the panelists. Let's start with you, Khalil.
I think just being here is amazing, and I'm going to continue to learn, and I'm going to continue to just enter into this world and adopt and collect and have Bitcoin.
All right, collect some Bitcoin. We call it stacking sats. Alex.
I would say, you know, what do you do when the ruling class is functionally acting against you? They don't have your best interests in mind. Buy Bitcoin.
Yeah. The privacy guys were right, and with better privacy tools, Bitcoin becomes better fuck you money.
Oh, man, the privacy guys were right. We're going to have to talk about privacy later, but y'all, Bitcoin is fuck you money. Bitcoin is money that works. This was the Marathon Desk. Make sure to subscribe, make sure to like, make sure to stay tuned for Bitcoin Payments Revolution.
Nearly beer o'clock. Who wants a beer? What? Who wants a beer? Come on. I want a beer. All right. Next up, we've got a really amazing panel. We've got the Bitcoin Payments Resolution. First up is my good friend, Desiree Dickinson. Let's have a huge round of applause for her pants. All right, next up, we have Mike Brock. Welcome onto the stage, Ivan Soto Wright. Next up, we have my buddy, Bill Barhyte. And our moderator for the panel is Ken Kruger. Big round of applause, everyone.
Well, it's absolutely great to be here. I'm Ken Kruger, the founder of Moon, also known as PayWithMoon, paywithmoon.com, the most private way to spend your Bitcoin in the world. And I'm joined today with some of the preeminent leaders in Bitcoin payments, and I'm really excited to talk about that. Now, the name of this panel is the Bitcoin Payments Revolution, and I think there is a real revolution going on in Bitcoin payments. I don't actually think many of the people here today are aware of exactly what's happening. A lot's going on behind the scenes, a lot's happening in other places geographically, so we're going to dig into that today. Now, Bill, at Abra, you have customers in over 150 countries. I really am curious to see what you're seeing in the developed world versus the developing world, because I really think the developing world is where a lot of magic is happening right now with payments.
That's right, absolutely. I mean, we have kind of almost a bifurcation right now of users, and I think it's going to converge over time. But we have hundreds of thousands of users in Southeast Asia and Bangladesh, India, who are actively using Bitcoin and other cryptos now to move money around. What's really unique about it is they're using cash, retail cash locations to convert fiat to Bitcoin, right? So we've built on-ramps in all of those markets now, where in South America, Central America, where you can walk into a retail outlet, convert cash to crypto. That's totally different from our US and European business, which is much more wealth management driven, where we're helping people manage, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars of crypto, helping them borrow against it, et cetera, et cetera. But I think they're going to converge over time, and you're going to see kind of this consistent global banking phenomenon take root everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting because, those of us in the more developed world, in the United States, you can buy crypto by connecting your bank account or purchasing with a credit card. And Ivan, with MoonPay, you really pioneered buying Bitcoin with a credit card. But I've also noticed that you've been adding additional payment methods, specifically in Brazil. What are you seeing? How is it different with your user base when they buy Bitcoin?
Yeah, so more broadly, we're trying to connect 1 billion people into this world of Web3 and Bitcoin, and we need to make it as simple as possible for every single geography. So really, you just have to look at it from a distribution point. Okay, you've got Visa and MasterCard with billions of people already on the network. That's obviously an obvious place for us to start if we want to see more Bitcoin adoption. And then you can go country by country, and you find out that Visa and MasterCard doesn't have 100% penetration, and then you just go very logically and turn on those different payment methods. So that's exactly what we're doing at MoonPay. We're going country by country to build the very best converting experience for anyone, anywhere in the world.
That's really interesting. And I think, Abra, you're handling a lot of the point of sale with cash. You're handling different payment methods. Now, Mike, you are working with TBD. You're working on TBDEX, right? I don't know if many people here are familiar with TBDEX. Can you explain a little bit about what TBDEX is and what you guys hope to achieve with that?
Yeah, absolutely. TBDEX is our first project within our newest division, TBD, at Block. Its goal is to solve what I think of as the last unsolved frontier for unlocking the true decentralized digital payment economy. And so for those of you who have read the white paper, and if you haven't, please go read the white paper. I think it's a great white paper. We focus very heavily on the idea that solving digital identity is critical to ultimately bridging the physical-digital divide that needs to be bridged in order to bring digital payments that we are here, that we all believe in the future of Bitcoin, to the daily life of individuals all around the world, even here in the United States. And we're going to talk about the payments revolution. I have a lot of terrible things to say about the US payment system. And from that perspective, we think that TBDEX offers an amazing decentralized solution for creating decentralized webs of trust in a fully decentralized way that allows people to essentially onboard themselves into that economy with a self-sovereign identity, with full control over the credentials that they share with other trusted intermediaries or trusted third parties if two sides of a transaction want to do business that way. And we believe that this is like really necessary. The funny example I like to give all the time is that if you're going to buy a teddy bear with Bitcoin from, say, an online retailer somewhere else in the world, it's not really enough to know that they have a Bitcoin address or that they have a website. You want to know that they have some sort of reputation. You want to know that there's going to be recourse if you send them the money and they do not produce the good that you purchased. You need a way in which to establish that social trust because you're interacting with the real world. You're literally sending money for a promise for someone to provide a service to you. A human has to do a thing. And that means social trust is such a necessary component of the future payment system working in a decentralized way. And TBDEX looks at that problem and says, we need a way to do this that doesn't require any central authority. And so we looked to the internet that already exists, and we looked at the public key infrastructure that secures the web today, that uses certificate authorities at their root. And we said to ourselves, well, what if people could just organically build certificate authorities, essentially, that they choose to trust, that wallet developers choose to trust, that liquidity providers choose to trust, that retailers choose to trust. And what if there was a messaging framework that we could build around that where people could build those trust relationships, and in those trust relationships create that social trust that I'm talking about that ultimately brings down risk in payments and allows Bitcoin to fully come into its own in the full potential of what we want to see in the world, which is truly decentralized, state-free, uncensorable, universal, ubiquitous money that you don't have to ask permission to use. That's our goal.
Sure. Now, I'm willing to bet a lot of people here, they hear the word identity.
Yeah.
Right? And they're like, well, wait a second. How does that factor into decentralization? You know, for us, for example, we go through painstaking efforts at Moon to have no KYC. So now, how does that work on this decentralized network where there is some identity? You know, how do we make sure that identity requirements don't exclude people in the developing world the same way the centralized solutions do today?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's a very big problem. The one thing I will say is nobody owns their identity today. Google owns your identity, Facebook owns your identity, Amazon owns your identity, your bank owns your identity. You've given your identity to all these other players. You don't have control over it. You don't know what databases they're sitting in, what third parties they're sharing them with. And so that's like a really important sort of like point for everyone to sort of sit back and think about. We establish social trust today by basically by letting other people own it. And that is also at the root of like why the onboarding problem today is so hard, because we have centralized intermediaries that control the gateway into the financial system. And yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie. I mean, there are KYC rules that we have to comply with here in the United States. We certainly have to comply with them. But we also believe that, you know, at the end of the day, most of these KYC rules and BSA rules are risk-based. So, you know, we get to make risk-based decisions on like what we trust and what we don't trust. And our belief is in a self-sovereign world where you can have an entire constellation of like attestations of like the trustworthiness of someone, the fact that they've like established reputation with like other people in a secure way, actually allows businesses to increase their trust envelope of onboarding, which we think, at least in the context of even say like here in the United States, we can actually onboard a lot more people. And you're absolutely right. In the whole rest of the world that doesn't even have the financial system we have here today, yeah, I mean, they need this more than ever, because it's not even just about government or like institutions. It's about like we need ways to trust each other, to transact with each other. Because if you don't have that, transactions by definition will be more expensive, because the risk of fraud, the risk of like non-payment, non-delivery of goods or services has to be priced into the cost of the transaction. And so identity is so important to driving this to a place where any individual in the world can, for free, without permission, access the financial system.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, obviously there are a lot of transactions. You have to know that other party. And a network like that makes a lot of sense. So in the developing world, you know, we've discussed a bunch of different ways where you can buy Bitcoin, but there's another way where I know a lot of people in the developing world are getting their hands on Bitcoin, and that's through gaming. And Desiree, at Thunder Games, you're making some really cool mobile games where you can, it's play to earn within Bitcoin. Can you tell us a little bit about that, and what are you seeing in your user base in the developed world versus the developing world?
Yeah, I mean, to just kind of go off also what Mike was saying was, you know, we do need to onboard more people to Bitcoin. But I think one big piece and what we get at, and I think a lot of people think games and it's fun and it's silly, but I think what we do is a very, very important part of this puzzle, because a lot of people don't care. A lot of people don't understand. And to some extent, we need to save these people who don't have the time, or they don't just want to be self-sovereign. They don't want to get on this Bitcoin bandwagon. And one way that we're doing that is through mobile games. And it's fun, it's free, very little to no KYC, and we can reach these emerging markets and new demographics. One of the largest growing demographics in gaming, especially mobile gaming, is women between the ages of 35 and 50. That is also a severely underserved demographic when it comes to financial empowerment. So not only with emerging markets, but also these new demographics, we can reach them. I'm sure everyone in the audience, their mom or someone in their family is playing Candy Crush or Merge Mansion, what have it. And if you can actually just reintroduce that value layer to games, you can bring financial empowerment to these new markets, these new demographics, and you know, so often these forgotten parts of our population.
Yeah, and I've played a good amount of games where you can earn Bitcoin, and I've actually found a lot of people from around the world playing those games with me because, earning a couple sats for someone in the US maybe doesn't make a big difference, but people overseas, that's a huge amount.
Yeah, and one really interesting thing that I always like to point out, we've had several people come up to us and say, hey, we want our first Satoshi in your game. And, we are very focused on making games that are fun to play even without the Bitcoin. So we have a lot of no-coiners come to our games, don't know anything about Bitcoin, but hey, I'm going to play mobile games. Why not win some Bitcoin? They come, they win 10 sats, they win 1,000 sats. Well, guess what? Now they have skin in the game. And you bet that they definitely go and they download a Lightning-enabled wallet. And we kind of usher them through their journey from, hey, this is a custodial wallet, to now most of our users are, they have cold storage, and that's where they put their earnings. So, I think we're serving a really interesting piece of the pie, and that's very, very early on in the user journey. But I think it's absolutely essential to reaching these new parts of the population and bringing Bitcoin to these people, and I think that's really powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. That's huge. Now, I think somewhat in vain with the developed versus developing world is retail versus high net worth, and I know both Abra and MoonPay have both of these types of clients and probably offer very different types of services here. So, Bill, I'll start with you. What do you see in terms of Bitcoin payments use cases? What is the high net worth individual doing that's different from the retail investor?
I think they're converging to be exactly the same thing. I think what's going to happen is that Bitcoin will be ultimately seen, and we already have, ironically, a lot of people in developing markets and wealthy customers who are doing exactly this. They're holding Bitcoin. They don't want to sell it. To them, they intuitively get, prices going up. It's pristine collateral, and they also don't want to pay taxes. But again, the perception is, or the belief is, the price is going up, and they're borrowing against that, right? So we'll actually give you right now on the Abra app, download Abra, deposit your Bitcoin. We'll give you a 15% of that value, right, as a cash loan in stablecoin for free, no interest. And that's the way spend is going to work in the future, right? That instant on credit, which we'll give you right now, will be tied to Lightning channels. It'll be tied to MasterCard, Visa, American Express channels. American Express is, I think, our second largest shareholder at Abra. There's a reason why. Everybody knows where this is going if you're paying attention. A lot of people aren't paying attention, right? If you are able to hold that collateral forever, not spend it in Bitcoin, but literally hold it as Bitcoin, never sell your Bitcoin, you can get anywhere from a 15% LTV or 50% LTV loan in real time at the point of sale. That's the future of payments to me, right? Now, we already have users doing it by taking the loan manually and then figuring out, oh, I can move the USDC to my bank account if they're in the US or cash out in other countries, and then they spend it. The last step for us is to then tie it directly to the point of sale, which is what's going to come next.
Gotcha. That's really interesting. We're going to come back to some of those points in a little bit. But Ivan, with MoonPay, I understand you have a white glove service for some folks that are high net worth, but then you have the average Joe that comes along who's just like, I got a credit card, I got to get in on some Bitcoin right away. Can you tell us a little bit about those different user behaviors?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's all about simplification of the user journey to get into Bitcoin, full stop. I think Desiree brings up a great point around play to earn. I think that's great in terms of removing the barriers. But for most people, they're going to have to go through a certain set of sequences and steps. And unfortunately, I think it's going to require KYC. One of the things that we're doing that's really powerful at scale is once you do KYC once with MoonPay, you never have to do it again across any of our partners. So we're really trying to reduce that friction because I think the reality is the governments really do care about two things. They care about being able to stamp out money laundering, and they care about taxation. And as more and more income is created and wealth generation is created for the Bitcoin economy, they're going to care about those things more and more. And so, for us, when we think about those two distinctions of customers and what the behavior that we're seeing today, most of it is really they want to buy Bitcoin and they want to have it in their own non-custodial wallet. They want to have possession of their private keys. That's very different than the use case that you might have inside of a PayPal or inside of a Venmo or inside of some of these other applications where you can get the exposure to Bitcoin and you see it as an asset class. I think the reality is we're still far behind in Bitcoin in terms of seeing it for payments. I think obviously we see Lightning. I see the real opportunity for Bitcoin is to be able to leverage these other blockchains and to be participating more broadly within the crypto ecosystem. I think wrapped Bitcoin across other blockchains has a lot of potential. So I'm really excited to see that, because then this can actually go beyond just being a store of value and being used as a means of payments.
Great, great. Now, Bill, you mentioned stable coins, right? And I think there's a really interesting question. We're seeing, there are a lot of Bitcoiners here. They don't want to hear about anything but Bitcoin. But stable coins seems to have, there's something really interesting happening there.
Sure.
So do you want to elaborate a bit on that? How should your hardcore Bitcoiner view stable coins?
Yeah, I mean, Michael Saylor talked about it himself this morning. So he and I have debated this many times. I think we agree on about 80% of this. And I think the dollar, the euro, the yen, and the yuan are likely to survive, maybe in digital form, maybe as private money in form of stable coins, or in the form of algorithmic stablecoins. I don't know. I don't really care. But what I know is I don't want to sell my Bitcoin. So how does this all work if I know that my ultimate goal is to not sell my Bitcoin? Well, we're actually, to a certain degree, all incentivized for the dollar to survive. Because the longer the dollar survives, right, and we're actually reckoning in dollars, that means we can actually spend in the real shitcoin, which is the dollar, and continue to hold Bitcoin and borrow against it. And as I said, we'll give you that basically free loan against it today as long as you park the collateral at Abra. And I think that's the future of payments. That's where the stablecoin will ultimately come in, because the stablecoin then lowers some friction on being able to spend that money that you borrowed in order to get against your Bitcoin in the first place.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, very cool. And I don't know if you guys saw or paid attention yesterday.
Yeah.
Lightning Labs made an announcement now with being able to send stable coins over the Lightning network.
Right.
I mean, that's really game-changing technology.
Yeah, I mean, my team and I, we went through the demo step by step by step to make sure there was no trickery or anything going on. It was, if you haven't watched the video, it's pretty damn impressive what they figured out how to do, and I think it's actually it's going to actually extend the life of Lightning, and actually may even move it into applications in the U.S. that made more sense outside the U.S. So we'll see. But I think I'm really bullish on Lightning. Maybe not the same way as everyone else, but I think that it does two things for us. One, there's kind of what I call the schmuck insurance aspect of Bitcoin payments, which is, hey, when it goes to shit, right, in places like Ukraine or Canadian truckers, that's where sending Bitcoin in small amounts or using Lightning, because you want guaranteed, irrefutable evidence that there's no reversibility in this transaction, and that's where it makes a lot of sense, okay? But for those of us who may be in a position where we don't have to spend it, I don't want to spend it. Mm-hmm. I want to hodl it. I want to hoard it, right? Selfishly. So that's where the lending, in order to facilitate payments. Now think about this for a second. Think about this for a second. We now have figured out in the Bitcoin community a global solution to credit, because the United States has a very evolved credit system. You may not like it, but we have it. Now, by using Bitcoin as collateral, we have a guaranteed way to establish credit in countries where there is zero credit today. Most countries in the world operate payments on a debit-based system. By having a pristine collateral in India, where gold is generational wealth, we can now make Bitcoin the generational wealth, and you can tap that wealth at the point of sale, as opposed to today where it's in a drawer, in a shoebox, under the bed, whatever. So to me, that's the future of banking.
Wonderful. Desiree, I want to get your thoughts on this. You were at Lightning Labs. You heavily use Lightning in your products and everything that you're building. Do you imagine some place for stable coins within gaming, or do you think people just want to earn Bitcoin and that's it?
I think it's a really interesting question, and obviously, love Taro, love everything that the team, my family has put out, and super proud of everything that they're doing. But I think there's really interesting use cases, and I'm personally very excited. Thunder is Bitcoin only, and we will always only be Bitcoin only. But right now is a very difficult, right? Now is a very difficult time as I branch out and go to gaming conferences, spoke at CES, and there is just so much like NFT, blockchain gaming coming my way, and our users really don't want it. Honestly, they really don't. But now that you can begin to issue these assets on top of the Lightning Network, that kind of opens up this new possibility. And it is very, very interesting. Obviously, we're taking it very slow before we introduce something like that. But something we think a lot about is the circular economy in games. And that's what's so beautiful about the Lightning Network. It opens so many worlds of possibilities because of microtransactions. And so I think it's going to be a beautiful addition to these in-game economies, these circular economies that are starting to be created. And so, yeah, I think Taro is a huge, huge step. And one thing I wanted to point to tag on to what Bill was talking about is that, I know I hodl my Bitcoin too, and I am like, shopping at Amazon all the time because I'm like, I am never selling my Bitcoin. But, what I have found, in our community, I have started using these micropayments in order to enable micro tasks. So we're very small. We've only been at it for about 5 months, and the marketing department is unfortunately, is just me, and so there's only so much I can do in a day. So I've started outsourcing a lot of our marketing to our community, and our marketing is actually very powerful. We've grown our Twitter following by 80% just from me being like, hey, I'll send you 100 sats if you create a really good meme that I'll credit to you and I'll throw it up on Twitter. And so it's really cool. Like I am finding in our community that we are fully transacting with Bitcoin. We're paying out in Bitcoin and we're receiving Bitcoin from our customers. And I think or our players. And I think that's, I don't know, it's really interesting, and I think there's something there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that we're on the topic of Lightning Network, I know obviously Thunder Games is using Lightning, Block is using Lightning. I got to ask you guys, when are you going to have Lightning on your platform?
It's on the roadmap. It's
on the
soon.
roadmap.
It's coming soon.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. And Bill?
So it's going to be a fun year for us. We have Trade, Earn, and Borrow, our existing products at Abra. Earn is where you can park your Bitcoin, earn 7%, up to 7% interest. Borrow is what we already talked about, where you can borrow against your Bitcoin. Internally, we've formed a fourth group, which is called Abra Pay. Which is kind of getting back to our roots, because I used to run a remittance business. And it's going to be an awesome year. And let's just say that we've got some really cool announcements. And the way I think we're going to use Lightning, I think is probably the best application for people today, right? The average consumer to integrate in their life, maybe in a way that they don't even notice, but that I've seen to date. So I'm super excited about how the team has figured out kind of traditional payments, point of sale, cards, Lightning, person to person, and it's kind of it's really coming together. And I'm going to stop there because my team will kill me if I keep talking.
You heard it here first, folks. This is where the action happens. Yeah. So, I think a lot of us are, with our companies, we're integrating with the traditional financial system, right? There's not a whole lot going on. I mean, Desiree, you're an exception. I think you're just giving out Bitcoin. But for a lot of us, we're integrating with the traditional financial system. We're not in the Bitcoin circular economy. So thinking ahead, how long are we going to be in this hybrid system as opposed to, where we all want to end up in the future, this hyper-Bitcoinization? Do you want to take that away?
I think a long time, right? I think that's probably not the answer that a lot of people want to hear. But what I do, and actually I think this was a really good point, like that you made before around how fiat is going to continue to be a way in which a lot of payments continue to be made with, and I have actually said on the record, I think like Bitcoin is maybe like the best thing that ever happened to fiat, in the sense that like it's actually creating a real choice where people can choose to off-ramp from the system. That limits the policy flexibility that central banks have to abuse their balance sheet, to abuse quantitative easing. It's actually going to force central banks to have a lot more discipline so they can maintain their currency and like maintain their tax regimes. That's actually something that I think is actually very, very likely, and I think a very, very positive outcome from having like self-sovereign currency like Bitcoin. And I think, obviously, that speaks to imbalances in wealth that have distributed due to unequal access to capital. But one thing I wanted to, one thing I think that really also needs to be said, right, is that from the perspective of the existing payment system, and I don't think people realize this, when people talk about transaction costs, I don't think they recognize like how the actual cost structure of our fiat-based payment system really, really works. We talk about debit card, debit transactions like ACH, like wire. At the end of the day, payments are debt. They are promises for future settlement. And you say, so what? Like the system like works. But there's like this really crazy side effect of this that most of us don't think about. There's 11 million Americans who don't have access to a bank account today in the United States for various reasons, usually due to lack of creditworthiness. Why do you have to be creditworthy in order to have a checking account? You have to be creditworthy in order to have a checking account because the payment system attached to that checking account is fundamentally based on credit. Right. And you can find yourself in overdraft, you can find reversed payments, you can find, like, there's these things called force posts. There's actually no way to guarantee that a bank account won't go below zero as long as that's, which is a feature that's imposed by the infrastructure of the payment system on the banking system, meaning that there's an actual price that has to be amortized over the banking system. And the answer that the system has come up with for that is to just not bank 11 million people. And I think that's like a really crazy moral quandary that sits in front of us. And one of the things that's actually the reason I fell in love with Bitcoin. Because when I was working on Cash App years ago, and we were trying to build a bank that we could onboard literally 100% of people, and I slowly started to figure out, wait a second, this payment system is boxing me in. It's making it impossible for me to bank certain people. And that was when I realized payments as credit, which all payments are in the system, is like the greatest albatross on the people who are at the lowest end of the economic rung. And I think that's something that people really need to recognize.
Yeah. It actually costs somewhere between 10 and 20% of your income to be a cash consumer in the United States. Let that sink in for a second. Most of us actually earn yield on our assets. That group that Mike's talking about, literally 10 to 20%, just poof, it's gone. And there's a better way. I think, again, Bitcoin represents, it actually I also come from the fixed income world years ago, and it fundamentally represents a new way of thinking about the entire credit system because you have pristine collateral that can work equally for everyone.
Yeah, and I think just another point is our systems are archaic, and I think history repeats itself. I think we can look at other disruptive technology trends. The one I always talk about is telecoms, right? We still probably have our AT&T bill, our Verizon bill, even though we have this amazing technology called voice over IP that dramatically brought down transaction costs for long-distance phone calls. We opt into using this system over time. We started with Skype. Years later, we're now at the kind of Zoom era. But you still have that parallel system. And I think that's exactly what you're going to see here for many years. You're still going to have the ACH, all these inefficiencies, but over time, people will opt into a system that's more efficient. And it's up to us to build, it's up to the entrepreneurs to build incredible applications that people are actually going to use and find those benefits to opt into this new system.
Yeah, and I think we're very beneficial right now in the Bitcoin community. If you look at a lot of the sponsors and companies participating here, it's a lot of people representing the traditional organizations. I remember, Ivan, we were hanging out in 2019, and you were like, "Oh, I'm going to go meet with Visa, try to get them to, allow me to do this thing." And I was meeting with Visa about other things, and it was a hard sell. And now they're here trying to sell us on their solutions. And I think what's different about this revolution as opposed to anything else is that they see the writing on the wall. In the same sense that they don't want to go the way of Yahoo when Google came along, They see Bitcoin and they want to be as much a part of it. I don't know if they fully get it just yet, but they're open to it, which is good. And I think that takes us a long way.
But you can't ignore their distribution. Their distribution
100%.
is so large. There's no way for us to get to a place of this Bitcoin and crypto economy without leveraging these distribution points of Visa, MasterCard, American Express, and the payment methods that already exist. And that's why we're so fascinated with how do we make it easy as possible in every single country, full stop, to get into the system. And it's going to be a monster job. It's not going to be a one-year job. It's committed over the next decade to bring as many people into this ecosystem as possible. But it's going to be a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I think the narrative back in 2013 was very much Bitcoin, layer one, disintermediate Visa and MasterCard. And I think that's kind of been dismissed at this point, that like this is a very, very long-term game of a hybrid system, and we'll just kind of have to see where that takes us. So along the same lines of these centralized systems that we have to work within gaming. Now, I did some research about a year or so ago. I have some mobile games that I made, and I was like, I want to put some Bitcoin in there. There are some gatekeepers. In the same sense we have some gatekeepers that we have to work with, there are gatekeepers you have to work with. And they are Apple and Google and Epic and Steam. And they haven't been too friendly so far with allowing these play-to-earn games into their app stores. How do you deal with that? What do you see? Do you see that changing? What's going on there?
Yeah, it is quite a challenge, and it is something that we've just learned to accept, kind of like this hybrid model that you're speaking about. And one of our big things is, at the end of the day, we want our games to be accessible to everyone, and there's no more logical on-ramp to Bitcoin than going to the App Store, going to Google Play, downloading an app, downloading a game. It's a flow that everyone in this room is familiar with. It is a flow that everyone with a smartphone is familiar with. And if that brings you to Bitcoin, I think that you really cannot argue against it. And so, we have just learned to kind of work around that. And we have a ticket system with a daily raffle where you win your Bitcoin. And it's working, and it actually, we have a wonderful behavioral psychologist on our team who kind of thinks through these game mechanics and user incentives. And it works, but it gets us around those restrictions of sending Bitcoin within this app and paying out to our users. But I do think that they are slowly kind of loosening their grip. So you can now do pay for in-game assets with cryptocurrency in a browser, right? And they show up in your game. It's not great, but again, it's a start. And so there's no way to beat them if you don't work with them first. So first integrate and then burn it all down. And so that's kind of my approach. And so we're going with hybrid for now.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing. And eventually, hopefully, we break down the walled gardens and we can empower players. I mean, it is so clear that the next social network is gaming. And whatever you think about metaverse, like there is a metaverse coming. I think it's going to happen in games. And there needs to be an inherent value layer in these games. And so I think it's, a slow go, and it's a battle that we just have to fight with people and not against them. And I think the hybrid comment that you made is exactly how we're approaching the problem.
Yeah. Now within play-to-earn gaming, I think the biggest one everybody's heard of is Axie Infinity. It's wild. So what I want to know is, when are we going to get the Bitcoin equivalent of Axie Infinity?
We already do. The biggest play-to-earn game in the world is Bitcoin mining.
Hey.
That's a good way of thinking about it, yeah.
No, it's true, but I mean, speaking to a lot of people in traditional gaming who, really want to push away what we're doing, and, I've been able to orange pill a few people, but, they hate what blockchain and gaming and NFT does to gaming, because it strips away that pure joy of gaming. And you see that the market, the target audience for blockchain games is not traditional gamers. Traditional gamers don't want these games. I mean, it's just, we're seeing evidence of it again and again and again. And so, there's an audience for Axie Infinity. It's people who want to play to earn, and it's a game. Or it's not a game, it is actually a job. And I think that's what's really interesting, that's happening in the gaming industry now, is like, how do we change the way that players are compensated for their time, how they're compensated for the in-game content they create, without stripping these games of the pure joy of play. And I think that's very, very important, and I think that's what, Axie Infinity is super fun, it's cute. Honestly, I think they've done an incredible job, but at the end of the day, it's a value sink, and it is a job. There's no doubt about it. And until that changes, like how that becomes sustainable, but it's not what we're working on, and I don't think that is what the avenue that Bitcoin should go down in gaming.
And you could also approach that question from a different angle. Why does Bitcoin not have an application that rivals Axie Infinity? Why don't we just wrap Bitcoin as a reward to Axie Infinity gamers? That's also a potential opportunity. I think the opportunity for Bitcoin is multi-blockchain. I do think there's an opportunity to take the Bitcoin, wrap it, and put it across a bunch of different blockchains. And it is the scarcest form of value that is the #1 asset in the crypto economy today. And so I just think we can think of different ways that we can distribute that mechanism to others.
Yeah. Well, I want to close this panel out. I want to give each of you an opportunity to talk about what is the most exciting thing that you see on the horizon, maybe not too far out, but something that may surprise the audience that you see coming maybe at your company or within the industry. Bill, why don't you start us off?
Sure. I think the biggest opportunity in Bitcoin right now, by far, is lending. Clearly, the #1 use case for Bitcoin over the last 2 years has been yield. Download Abra, you'll earn up to 7% of your Bitcoin. But I think where this is going is, like I said, everyone is going to want to hold Bitcoin, and they're not going to want to sell it. And they're going to use it at the point of sale for payments, to buy a house. We're doing down payments for mortgages, borrowing against your Bitcoin today. And that's the future of banking, is borrowing against your Bitcoin. Don't sell your Bitcoin.
Ivan?
The biggest opportunity is to connect more rails and more places around the world into Bitcoin. We have to think about, as I mentioned before, all those distribution points. How do we make that simpler? It's a giant optimization function, and we really just need to be focused on the conversion. One of the values that I have inside of MoonPay, we use this word Kaizen, which literally means change for better. And what we think about is those 1% incremental improvements every single day that can lead to 3,000% gains over a year. And so it's just that mindset of we got to constantly work at this. This isn't like a set and forget, this is done. This is a constant journey for us to bring as many people into this economy as possible.
Mike, I know you're working on some far out futurist stuff, man. What are you excited about?
I mean, we're gonna be doing some really, really big things in decentralized identity over the next year. I think it's one of the most exciting spaces to be working in. It certainly is very important for our goals around Bitcoin, but I think just in terms of the internet itself and what we've seen in terms of the concentration of power in these large platforms and services, and how we've given so much control over our lives away to just very few companies, in those account models, in those sticky, very, very hard to break network effects that are there, is such a big problem that I believe decentralized identity is one of the biggest tools coming down the line that is really going to start to address these really, really large systemic problems that we have today. And obviously, we're focusing on it from a money angle, but I believe that the impact of decentralized identity is fundamentally going to change our relationship with the internet over the next 5 years.
Cool.
Mike. My, closing thought would be, people look around you, the world is burning. It is an absolute shit show. And it's our responsibility to save our friends and family around us. And if they are not buying Bitcoin, if they don't understand Bitcoin, it's your responsibility to onboard them. I think what we're doing, making it super easy, my mom, my dad, they all play my games. Obviously because they have to, but I know other people's moms and dads do too. So, take it upon yourself when you leave this conference and make sure the people around you are buying Bitcoin and they're buying into their future. And I think if that's the one thing that you can take away from this conference and all the people that you meet here today, that's one of the best things that you can do. So.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think I'll say, one of the things I'm personally most excited about is seeing Bitcoin used in the developing world more and more. I hear from people every day around the world that reach out and say, hey, we need a solution to help us here our currency is complete trash. Help us out. And I think that everybody here that's building, we're doing some really important stuff, and a lot of folks in the developed world may not see what's happening, but those of us building, we see that there is a major difference taking place. So, buy Bitcoin. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Marathon Live Desk. We have Zuby back with us, we have Q back with us, and we had a really interesting panel. I think we have some mixed ideas about what was said. I want to start with you, Ben. It was really interesting to kind of see the payments guys versus the lady gamer and their attitudes towards the legacy system.
I gotta say, like Dez's quote, well, first we integrate and then we burn it all down. I want more Dez energy on the rest of that panel, because where was that energy in, KYC is necessary, and like it's I appreciate those guys. They're building stuff. It's whatever, but I love that Bitcoiner energy of like, yeah, we'll Trojan horse ourselves in the door and then we'll burn it to the ground and build something better, because that's what Bitcoiners want to do. We're not trying to fit Bitcoin into we're not trying to fit the square into the circular hole. Like we're trying to actually build something new, a replacement. And so when they're talking about, hey, like, we're going to do this and that, I'd much rather see a conversation around peer-to-peer, non-KYC methods, perhaps. Those are the tools that down the line, BISC, HODL, RoboSat's a new one on the block, peer-to-peer exchange. And I'm looking forward to stuff like that, as opposed to maybe getting excited about, a new way to dox my stack.
Look, I absolutely agree with you. I definitely want to just point out there are a lot of people who come into this space and talk about, we have this great intention, we're going to change the world, we're going to do this, but we got to like atone to what the current system is, or we have to drink our medicine here in order to be able to broadcast wider. It works until you get corrupted. So all I ask for Dez and anyone else who has that sort of an idea or a mission is don't get corrupted once you have that opportunity.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Well, I think once you've got a legacy system of any sort in anything that people are accustomed and used to, even though the entire point of Bitcoin is disruption, I think people naturally fall into wanting to do things the old way and play by certain rules rather than questioning, wait, hang on, is this even necessary? This sort of step, is this going to, over time, morph into what we were previously trying to avoid? So that's always something to be aware of.
Well, let's talk about KYC a little bit here. Again, another panelist, it was Ivan from MoonPay, said KYC is this necessary part to bring about adoption. Zuby, you're kind of talking about we need to be kind of questioning these assumptions. I think that there's already a lot of reasons to be skeptical of KYC just because the data is not secure. So they're not catching criminals. You're collecting all this data, and then criminals collect that data and use it to do crime. That is what happens with KYC, and no one is questioning it.
Yeah, and I think also when you're talking about KYC, I think even that's coming from a very Western/developed country lens, right? When we talk about Bitcoin, I mean, there are over 2 billion people in this world without bank accounts, and we often talk about banking the unbanked. That's a phrase you'll hear people use often. So with something, even with KYC, if you haven't got certain forms of identification and your address even laid out in a certain way to fit into the form, then it doesn't apply. So yeah, if you live in the US or in the UK, you can do that. But number one is the why. Like, is this something that's necessary? And then number two is that missing out on this gigantic chunk of people who now, rather than making it easier for them to adopt, you're making it harder because they can't even go through this process. It's another step.
Yep.
the way you onboard is going to vary greatly depending on where on the globe you are, right? Like it's, you know, we look at this from a, oh, I'm in the US, I can grab this app, connect my bank account simply. You know, that's not the case for most people in the world.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Cash App earlier today bringing a lot of stuff up about how they have banked the unbanked. It's super important to help develop that further and deeper. Going back also to just this idea of burning down the current system in place, look, KYC goes against everything that Bitcoin was formed to help create. We are in the midst of watching and witnessing all of big tech collect all the data, and now we're dealing with the repercussions of that. And yet here we are in a new burgeoning industry that was formed to help us get away from the status quo, going back and bringing in and adopting certain things that none of us in Bitcoin want to see those things, and yet for some reason, the big money that's starting to push forward, a lot of these new businesses seem to be pushing forward these same old values.
Well, and I mean, again, not to come back to it again from the last panel, but look at the Canadian truckers. Look at the methods through which donations happened, and what were the ones that were immediately frozen and immediately stolen, effectively. The ones that went through KYC entities. And yes, people obviously purchase Bitcoin through KYC exchanges in the US and Canada, stuff like that. But in the absence of that, that's when it becomes truly powerful. That's when Bitcoin is what it is. It's these central points of failure that can basically ruin the promise of kind of an even accessible private money that we all need.
And I mean, I think you can speak to that really well, just because things didn't go 100% as planned with the Bitcoin donations to the Canadian truckers.
No. So, I mean, you know, Bitcoin isn't inherently private, right? Off the bat. And part of that because of KYC, but part of it because it's an open ledger, and everything that you do, you can see it on chain. You can't change what happened. But there are tools available. And I will say, in spite of everything going against it, from bad practices off the hop because of a lack of anticipation of how crazy things would get in such a short amount of time, it still got to where it needed to be. You know, most of it got to the intended recipients, which is just not true when you're using tools that are effectively IOUs, when you're using third parties that can say no, that are complying.
Yep. Anyone want to jump into that?
I don't have anything to add to that, man. I've said my piece. You nailed that right there, man.
So, I mean, in terms of, you know, KYC and where that fits in with Bitcoin integrating with the system versus blowing it down, you know, there's a lot of talk like what happens in the future as Bitcoin continues to rise. Can it live alongside fiat? What happens with fiat? Does fiat replace it? You know, again, on the panel, we heard people talking about stable coins, about major fiats being able to go digital and maintain their presence as relevant currencies in the world. I'd be curious to go back to the panelists. Like, what do you think about this idea of Bitcoin and fiat? Let's go to you, Q.
I'm a firm believer, I know Zuba, you would agree with this sentiment, that in our lifetime, we will never see the end of the dollar. It's just not going to happen. The people with all the money, all the power, and all the control aren't just going to give it up overnight. So what that looks like as far as adoption goes, we have a lot of different theories. My own is we will go back to some sort of a gold-backed currency where certain countries that have adopted a Bitcoin standard will have Bitcoin-backed currency. There are going to be other countries that will use gold. There will be other countries that use gold and Bitcoin. We're going to see a plethora of different opportunities, and based on what sort of the amount of Bitcoin, gold, etc. is backing your currency, will give these nations the opportunity to give and offer their new citizens, because we are about to witness a full-blown sovereign individual explosion as Bitcoin continues to get adopted.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was going to say, I think from an ideological standpoint, I think a lot of people in this room, a lot of people at this conference would like to see this hyper-Bitcoinization where Bitcoin just eats everything, right? The dollar, the pound, the euro, every fiat currency, everything goes to Bitcoin. While I like that idea, I don't think it's realistic in any sort of time frame within our lifetimes. I'm not going to say it's impossible. All sorts of crazy things can happen, but governments and central banks, those in power, are not going to simply roll over and say, you know what, we're getting rid of the dollar, we're getting rid of all this, we're just going to go straight onto Bitcoin. I don't think that's realistic. But what we are seeing, which is interesting as well, is we do know that there are governments, there are central banks that are accumulating Bitcoin. And that's something that we haven't discussed, which is also interesting. So even the legacy system is starting to make Bitcoin purchases in order to hedge their own bets and in order to make some profits.
I think I'm going to push back in when you say that we won't see the end of the dollar in our lifetimes.
Okay.
I'm going to say that we won't see the end of a currency that is labeled the dollar in our lifetimes. But how many times, like, the dollar that is now is not the dollar that was pre-1971, right? That's it's effectively an entirely different tool that, you know, the second we went off the gold standard, the dollar was inherently different. It was a different currency. It functioned totally differently. It just has a label of the US dollar on it. And so while I don't think that the US is going to be like, yeah, no more dollars, it's, you know, we're just taking Bitcoin, you know, perhaps, yes, they're forced to go back to a system where it's actually backed by something that requires energy and human time to create. Bitcoin is a Trojan horse into basically ruining fiat, but Bitcoin-backed currencies are a Trojan horse to ruin that peg again. I think we see potentially countries try to have Bitcoin-backed currencies, but eventually there's going to be a government that comes along and that peg is toast. So get yourself some Bitcoin and hold it yourself.
I find this conversation to be really interesting, both Q and Zuby's point, and Zuby especially pointing out that central banks, whether they're, you know, publicly saying it or not, are accumulating Bitcoin. There's a very interesting article written on Bitcoin Magazine called The Bitcoin Dollar, and what it talks about is that we are now in an era where fiat will be backed by Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is starting to, you know, integrate and incept into the fiat system. So I do find, you know, this question to be really interesting. We do have less than 5 minutes left before the next session, which is Jack Mahler's session. I want to talk about adoption. So, and onboarding new people. I think this panel was about payments, but what they were really talking about is how to get people onto Bitcoin. I know all of you have some very strong thoughts. Let's start with you, Zuby.
Sure thing. I think it's going to look very different for different people. I think that's already been the case. Everyone has their own story of how they got into Bitcoin. Number one, how they first heard about it. And that's the first step to onboarding, is actually hearing about it. You know, some people, you mention Bitcoin and say, what is Bitcoin, right? So actually, I think once you've been in it for a while, you forget that at the beginning, all of us were newbies, right? Everyone starts out not even knowing what the word means. So that's the first step. So I think that's going to be different for different people. And I think it'll vary a lot specifically between developing countries and developed countries. I think that whole onboarding process will look differently. We touched on this already a little bit when we were discussing KYC. So here where you've got, you know, stable internet, you know, mobile apps, all of that, you've got the entire banking system that already exists. People can connect up and purchase through that way. But if you look at parts of Africa, South America, Asia, it's going to look very different. The process is going to be different and it's going to require different steps. But I think the top of the funnel certainly is awareness.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, we joke in Bitcoin fixes blank. And it seems to fit under every single bubble we can find. And the truth is it does. And the way we help onboard new users, new advocates of Bitcoin is find out what that blank is for them that matters. And then explain it through that lens. For me, it was always about scarcity. The fact that they're printing money constantly means every single day they print another dollar. The dollar in my wallet is now worth less. The fact that there are 21 million Bitcoin to me is the most valuable part of that asset class. I do look at it like an asset, I will say that. It's about finding that blank. And then beyond that, too, the next two layers are the user experience and the lack of friction. Cash App does an excellent job where anytime I'm with my friends, hey, do you have Cash App? Open it up. Just slide over a couple tabs and just buy a little bit of Bitcoin. Boom, there you go. Now you have Bitcoin. The friction on that is so effortless. It makes it easy. It makes it, people enjoy it as a result of that.
Yeah. It's nice. I think we've gone past the point where we need to actively like pursue people we know to get into Bitcoin. I think it's now at a point where you can just kind of let people have their touch points, and then when they come to you as the Bitcoin guy or girl in your group of friends, then you get to offer okay, here's where to get started. Here are the resources, of which there are so many now, which is incredible. But it's people are gonna organically come to it and gravitate towards it, especially in the world we're living in now.
All right, y'all, we are almost out of time before the much anticipated Jack Mallers keynote presentation. Before we wrap this up, I want to give you guys a chance, like, any ideas of what could be happening, any thoughts? I know, last year at Bitcoin 2021, Jack Mallers announced that, or helped announce that El Salvador would be making Bitcoin legal tender. So absolutely huge. Expectations are extremely high.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just want to listen. I'm excited.
I honestly have a new take because I've been pounding the Apple drum because he teased that. He's going to go with Android. They're going to partner in some way with Android because he teased us with Apple.
Okay, interesting. All right, y'all. This has been the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to smash that like button and tune in to Jack Mallers.
Are you all fucking ready for this or what? Who was here last year? Who saw my boy Jack Mallers last year? Right. I'm going to bring him out now. But I don't want you guys to go down as the lamest crowd we've ever had. Everyone on your feet, as loud as you can. Bring out my boy Jack Mallers. Woo!
This is dope. We good? Oh, got it. Got it. Yo! Yo, yo, yo! Bitcoin, man, I missed you. I missed you. I'm back. I'm back. Did you say no crying? No crying this year? No promises, bro. No promises. No promises. All right. Let's do this shit. Today's keynote is titled The King's Gambit. King's Gambit is the most forcing and sharp choice of chess opening after the very traditional e4. It's super unique in that with a simple pawn move, just a normal pleb, it opens up the entire board for free competition and inclusion and lets the best men win. And so we'll get back to that in a second. But anyway, there's a lot of people in this room. This is fucking nuts. So, yeah. So for those that don't know me, my name is Jack. I'm just a normal Bitcoiner, man. I really am. And I founded this company called Strike. This is our logo. And yeah, God, you guys are too kind, man. You gotta let me announce shit. This is the company's mission. The mission is, if we can help make the Bitcoin network easily more accessible and usable, we think we're really gonna change the world. And zooming down in that last sentence, we believe if we're successful in just helping, that Bitcoin, as the monetary network of the world, will be cheaper, be faster, more innovative, and more inclusive. We think the financial system will benefit from all these properties if we could do that. But what does that mean? What actually is a payment network? Like, what if I were to be able to help do that, what would I replace? Like, so a payment network is a network that facilitates payment transactions between the merchant issuer, i.e. the requester, the merchant, and the source of this fucking definition. Ooh, fancy definition, right? A payment network more or less just facilitates this. Story as old as time. You got a dude who wants to buy stuff, and you got a store that wants to sell stuff. And a payment network is a network that helps facilitate that. So what's the history of payment networks? And where are we now? So real quick, it all started off with a bunch of rich bureaucrats in New York City that didn't want to carry cash. They're going to fancy dinners in New York. They're ordering like, how much caviar am I going to order? I don't know how much I think caviar tastes like shit, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, to each their own, right? They had this problem. And there's this club called Diners Club in the 1940s. And they didn't know how much caviar they were going to order every night. That's a huge inconvenience, how much cash I got to carry around. They figured there'd be a better way to go about this, to solve this problem. Super simple, guys. This is a really simple problem. Someone wants to pay for something. And so the founder of this Diners Club, this bro named Frank the Caviar Tank, he's like, hey, what if we issued a card? Let the people keep the cash at home, issue the card, they'll pay with the card. And the very first card and the very first payment network is called the Diners Club. 1949, so boom, we got our history of payment networks. 1949, we got our little timeline. We're gonna blitz through this shit. Soon after that, they realized, man, what a convenience to the consumer. And Bank of America announced the Bank AmeriCard. It was going to make this a mass market product, not just a plutocrat, caviar, buffet product in New York City. And they launched the Bank AmeriCard in 1958. Boom, bang. History of payment networks. We're innovating, 1958. After that, American Express just copied the whole thing later on in 1958. Except they just charged a little bit more to be premium, right? That's the American Express. I love this thing. Most credit cards are given away free. Most of our competitors give you the thing for free. Not us. Woo. Not us. It's only funny because it's how it works today. Amex, baby. Black card, bro. And they launched in 1958 as well, so we move on. Then a little later, 1966, there's a bank in Buffalo, New York. And they applied to issue AmeriCards. They're like, man, this shit is cool. People aren't carrying cash. Consumers want to use this card thing. Hey, Bank of America, can I issue this card? And they were like, no chance. This is a closed network, Poppy. No way. And the small banks were like, fuck you. Like, who are you to tell me I can't? What? I didn't know that's how this worked. I didn't know that there was someone that got to decide who's involved and who's not. And so they launched the interbank card. At the time, you recognize these logos, they called it Master Charge. And boom, we move on. We're in 1966. A little later, Bank of America is like, shit, all these other banks are creating competing networks with us, and we're not really innovating, we're not really getting any bigger. And so they gave up control of their payments network and recruited the other top big banks to collude and remain on top, which later became Visa in 1976. Did you know that? Did you know Bank of America founded Visa? I bet you didn't. And look at these boomers innovating. Look at these guys pivoting with their startup. I love it. I fucking love it. I feel you. Same thing for me. All right, 1976 Visa. We move on. Then, of course, Master Charge was feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. All the big banks, it's called Visa. They pivoted. They're like, what's Master Charge? That doesn't make any sense. We need to rebrand to MasterCard. Another boomer. I was on a boomer New York Times binge last night. And so, boom, we go to MasterCard. And then the last piece of this is in 1981, the Diners Club got acquired by a little-known group called Citi. and that card is now known as Discover. Now, the whole reason I just ran through that is the buck stops there. I mean, when you go out tonight, you're using one of these payment networks. That's ridiculous. There's been no innovation. There's been no competition. Right? In fact, this doesn't even count. I take these off. You can't just change your name. The fuck? So we take that out. Right? And so, in reality, payment networks have not innovated in over 50 years. That's insane. That is insane. You're telling me this problem of I want to pay for something has not innovated since 1949, since the caviar buffet. That's ridiculous. Like what? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Right? Okay. So let's walk through it. What's actually happening? Because there's a lot of magic behind the scenes. We're going to break it down real quick. So there's a consumer, there's a merchant. There's a $100 transaction. I go to Walmart. I want to buy something for $100, let's say. So I got my card. They got their point of sale. But there's actually a lot more parties involved when I swipe at the register. There's actually 5 parties involved. There's the 2 actually participating, and then there are 3 intermediaries. First, there's my bank that issued me the card. Next, there's the bank that banks the merchant. And then lastly, there's the card network. So boom, I go swipe. I actually swipe the card. And here's what happens. The point of sale system hits up the merchant's bank and passes that card information. The merchant's bank takes the card info and pulls out a cheat sheet. And they're like, okay, hold on, let me think for a second. American Express is a 3, starts with a 3. Visa starts with a 4. MasterCard starts with a 5. Discover starts with a 6. Okay, let me pick up the phone. They call the card network. There you go, card network. Take this info. And then these boomers in their fucking cheat sheets, man. Then these boomers pick up their cheat sheet. And they're like, okay, hold on. With this card info, did this card come from Chase, Bank of America, Citi, Wells? Who issued this? And they find the bank. They call them. A 3-party call. And the card processor goes, yo, we good? Does Jack have $100? And then my bank goes, yo, yeah, we're good. We're good. And then the card network goes, yo, to the merchant bank. We good, baby. And the merchant bank goes, yo, we good. You guys know that Budweiser commercial? Waza! Like, processing payments. And so then the merchant bank then calls the point of sale back, and they're like, it's all good, man. Us boomers, we checked Jack's account. He's got it. He's got it. They say, cool. Boom. Then they give me a receipt. And because I spent over 25 boomer bucks, I have to sign it like the fucking Declaration of Independence. But then we're not done. None of the money moved. They just wazza at each other for a second. And the wazzas are fast, right? You've been at Chipotle. It's fast. So the card network goes, we got to move the money. They're like, yo, you guys still here? You still on the phone? We got to actually sell the money. That's my job at the end of the day. It's what I get paid for. And they issue the statement for the $100. Then my bank, this is how it works, I swear to God. My bank goes, yo, I'm just going to keep some of this shit, man. Jack's already walking out of Walmart. Nothing they can do about it. I'm just going to take a couple bucks. So out of the $100 statement, I'll take 2. I'll give you 98. And the card network's like, Jesus, man, the brain on you. I'll do that too. 97.75. And then the merchant bank's like, I'm in, right? Let's go. More caviar for me. And then we end up with 97. And so on a $100 transaction, I spent $100. The merchant gets $97. And the 1949 payment networks take 3%. right? That's how it works. That's how it works. How it works. It was invented when my grandfather was my age, but it's literally what happens when I go to Chipotle. Okay, so let's summarize. That was really complicated. Put your brain in a pretzel. That's it. That's my slide. That's all that happened. The money moved from me to the merchant. That's it. That's actually how it works. That's breaking down the magic for you. They literally just did that. And so you're telling me since 1949, I mean, in 1949, it was probably some super genius shit. They were like, dude, check this. I'm going to go load up on caviar, and my pocket's not going to have a ton of wads of cash in it. And they were probably like, dude, you got to break that. You got to draw that on a piece of paper. But today, I mean, for fuck's sake, man. Right? That's ridiculous. What about the PayPal mafia? You know, Jack Dorsey's one of my heroes I look up to. I mean, none of that's changed. You kidding me? Because we have seen a lot of consumer innovation, right? Like I just mentioned. I look up to Jack Dorsey, all he's built. The Cash App, fucking awesome. Robinhood is fucking awesome. Like, these things are great. Chime is awesome. Even Hardway gets into Apple Pay. I mean, for the consumer, you get new P2P innovation, mobile banking, trading. There's a lot of tech innovation in finance with access to the phone. But when it comes to this, 1949 caviar, my Cash App gives me a Visa card. Robinhood gives me a MasterCard. Apple Card, Apple, MasterCard. Even Apple Pay doesn't help. Apple Pay innovated in not letting me swipe the card. I just tap my phone. But then the payment network and the banks are going to still wazah each other. Apple doesn't have a relationship with the merchant. I woke up on Twitter, there's fucking pictures you guys zooming in, there's my boogers all over the internet. Apple doesn't do it. Apple doesn't do it. They just remove the need to carry the card. It's a story as old as 1949. No one's helped the merchant. No one's helped the merchant. So as consumers are getting all the love, consumers are innovating, it's this guy. There's not been, since 1949, a superior payments network that allows us to innovate, build on financial inclusion, offer cheaper services, faster services, move the world forward. My grandfather used the same technology to buy shit as I do. That's not American. That's bullshit. Yeah, all right. So exercise. Let's build the superior payments network from scratch. It's fun. Kid can dream. Kid from Chicago could dream. So what would the network benefits be? I'd say first and foremost, it'd be the first and largest network, right? There's 5,000 US banks in America, around about. That's a lot, but like not really. I remember when I had 5,000 customers, that was cute. So I want it to be bigger. I want the biggest and largest network. I'd want it to be openly accessible globally. Anyone can join in. Join the party. If you're from Buffalo, New York, and you call, I'm not going to tell you fuck off. No way, man. Come on. Join. Then the real functionality, I would want it to be able to send and receive so I can do payments. And then lastly, the truly innovative part and disruptive part is I would want it to offer cash finality. What I mean by that is the message is the settlement. We don't got to wazah and then deal with debt and collection and final settlement later. That's what I would want. I don't know, man, could dream. Chicago kid could dream. Then as added properties to this base functionality, I would want it to instantly settle, and I would want it to be as close to free as humanly possible. That'd be tight. That'd be tight. So this is the dream monetary network, payments network. This is the dream. I know they created the Diners Club stuff in 1949, and I'm not coming at their head. I respect it. I respect it. My grandfather was probably looking up to you like, man, oh my God, thank you. But this is just, I'm just creating it from scratch. So what am I talking about here? I'm talking about Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin carries all these properties. I'm talking about Lightning. Lightning carries all these properties. And then lastly, instead of like the Boomer card, like I have to carry on a card, man. Give it a QR code. It's all digital. I'm dreaming, right? And so then, if we were able to do this, we would offer superior payments. Like, this is just a fact. Nowhere, I'm not drawing like lines on a chart and projecting the price of Bitcoin. No. Don't miss me with that shit for a second. This is a true statement, whether Bitcoin's at $10 or $10,000 or $100,000. This is just a fact. It is a superior payment standard. It is a superior payments network than 1949 caviar buffets. It just is. I don't know what to tell you. And so if we were to use it to recreate what 1949 innovated on, let's go through it again. $100 transaction. Take 2. Action. The point is, all of these things on the left, as cool as they are, as innovative as they are, as much as they're attracting consumers and giving them an awesome experience, it's this thing. It's this thing. If I want to walk into a Whole Foods and use a different payment network, if I want to walk into McDonald's, if I want to walk into Costco and use a different payment network, it's this thing. These guys don't operate their own stuff. It's this thing. This thing hasn't been updated since 1949. I'm dead serious. The same payment networks we walk through are the only ones they're interoperable with. So let's say, walk through for a second, if we added this one to it, finally, dust the cobwebs off, and we add a new payment network to it, the superior payment network to it. One so good you'd think you made it just on like a video game. It's an NBA 2K creator player payment network. I'd scan this QR code to make the $100 transaction. Fuck the Boomer card shit. I'd be debited $100. Now, if there was software that exists, like ours do, unbeknownst to the user, it'd take my $100. So I'm not touching Bitcoin. Save me with the like Bitcoin's volatile, Bitcoin's this, like Elizabeth Warren. Just let me finish this presentation for a second. There's no capital gains tax triggered. There's no volatility. It's all good. Chill. Deep breath, Elizabeth Warren. And it turns it into Bitcoin. It takes the dollars and turns it into the magic internet money thing. And then it hops on to the superior premier. We just went over it. Fact. Data to data, line by line. The better one. And the magic internet money, pew, at the speed of light, value is moving towards the merchant. And then right before it gets to the merchant, hit the brakes. Just as it arrives, it goes back into dollars. Okay. So $100 spent, $100 received. There's no wazah. There's no 2 to 15 days of settlement. There's no 3%. Bang, bang. And it doesn't have to be dollars. So now on the left, they change it to euros. I mean, it's open, right? It's open globally. Who cares? You want euros? Do euros. You don't want fiat? Keep Bitcoin, right? It's up to you. And as the merchant, you can receive in BTC, take Starbucks points. I don't care, right? The point is we can recreate a superior payments experience with a superior payments network. That is the violent point. There is no compromise with this thing. Don't let people make you believe that. That's not true. It's all about this thing. It's what it's all about. It's all that matters. That's the real magic. This thing is not issued by a government. It's not a company. Bank of America didn't found it and rebrand it. No, there's no consortium of banks running this thing. It's open. It lives in the clouds. It feels like it's beaming. Look at these lights above me. It feels like it's just beaming down on my face. It's a beautiful, independent thing. And it offers, it's open. Anyone can join it. It's global. It's uncensorable. It's unfreezable. It's bearer. And it's cash final. It's cash final. And because of that, since 1949, we could, in theory, if we used it, make payments. Hasn't been innovated in 55 years. Cheaper, faster, more innovative, and more inclusive. So, what would that look like? Because, no, for real, I mean, that made a lot of sense, right? Yeah, that made sense. It made sense. There's no flaw in that logic. There's no flaw in that logic. It's just a superior payments network. It took us 55 years, but man, is it damn good. I'll cut humanity a break. I wasn't born yet. I'll cut my boomer friends. Hey, where's my dad? Cut you a break. Cut you a break. Cut you a break. So what would innovation look like? I'm about to show you. I'm about to reel off a bunch of announcements. Here we go. So first and foremost, Stripe's officially partnered with Shopify. Yeah. So it's live. Go check it out. And as soon, so, I mean, guys, I'm a kid, man. I love this shit. The world's going to regret giving me this much attention, man. And so I dream, I look up to this brand, Warren Lotus. It's one of the best streetwear fashion brands in the world. Like, all my favorite athletes and my favorite rappers, they all wear it. Super popular. And I call them, I'm like, yo, guys, there's a cheaper, faster, more innovative, more inclusive way to accept payments. I'm not pulling your chain, bro. I swear to God. You use Shopify, right? He goes, yeah, I use Shopify. I mean, and I know that you use the Waza rails from 1949. But let me plug you into this. Let me plug you into this. And so, this is a demo. Watch this. Oh. How do I play the video, guys? You guys are killing me. You guys are killing me. Oh, we got it. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're going to run over, but that's all right. Hold tight. I got some really crazy shit coming. Hold tight. Huh? All right. Boom. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, the next video is very, very important. The next video is very, very important. Okay. That's fucking cool. It's really fucking cool that Cash App just checked out with Warren. Now, I want to walk you through this. Let's go through it. Let's break it down. It looked like a lot of magic. What just happened? The transaction, I'll publish this. You can play it back. It's $115.94. Okay, so Warren was the merchant, and Cash App was on the consumer side. This is shit that has never been possible. First innovation since 1949. Okay, so boom, we initiate the payment. What happened? The Cash App user spent just over 250,000 sats. The Bitcoin hopped on to the superior payment network, the one that's better than the boomer Waza AmeriCard network. There's only 2 parties involved in this transaction. There were not 3 other intermediaries, only 2. The Bitcoin moved at the speed of light, and then just before it got there, converted to dollars, and Warren got $150, $15.94, and he was mind blown. He was like, yo, it didn't work. I didn't get any Bitcoin. I'm like, no, dude, I know. He's like, how am I going to report this on my audit financials? We're a big company. We sell millions of dollars at close every single launch. That was insane. It just got there right away, right? And I could have used Strike on this side if I wanted to. And so I don't like spending my Bitcoin. I could have spent the dollars, and it could have auto-converted. Even cooler, a user in Australia could have used the wallet of Satoshi and used Aussie dollars, right? And if Warren, the thing that's cool about Warren, whatever happens on the left, Warren gets $115. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what's going on the left. Warren used a superior payment network to receive the $115.94. He doesn't need to report BTC on his balance sheet. He doesn't have to deal with volatility. All of what the boomers say about this industry and this payment network is not true. If Warren wants to go buy Bitcoin with it, he can. It's about this. It's just about using this to replace the old. So Warren, actually, I got to plug this in. He decided to just drop some new clothes today. They sell out really, really fast. I got one of my best friends in the front row. I'm like, dude, now this is definitely running over. I want the black one. But at 5 p.m. Eastern, you can go buy Warren Lotus gear with your Cash App, with your node over Tor. You could do anything you want. He's going to get dollars no matter what. That's real. You can go check it out. Okay. So we did the e-commerce stuff. That's good. Now, any online merchant that uses Shopify can accept payments without the 1949 Boomer Network, receive it instantly, cash final, no intermediary, no 3% fee, no, hey, I'm just going to hold on to that shit. But what about this? 80% of payments are still done in person. No matter how innovative Cash App is, no matter how awesome Venmo is, no matter how cool Robinhood is, they all integrate the Lightning Network. It doesn't matter. Because when I walk into a grocery store, they don't understand it. They only understand the Diners Club caviar party. So that's why Strike's also partnered with Blackhawk. Blackhawk is one of the largest payment providers in the world for alternative payments. They have 400,000 storefronts and 37,000 partners. They're the ones that are behind shit like this. Have you ever checked yourself out at a CVS? You ever used one of these? And then my haymaker, we've also partnered with the largest point-of-sale provider in the entire planet, NCR. Yeah. Because we just got to give merchants the new superior alternative payment network. And so, this year, have you guys ever shopped at any of these? Any of these? Yeah. McDonald's, Walmart, Macy's, Best Buy. I mean, no, this is not in another country. This is not a test pilot somewhere. No, this is in the United States of America. You're going to be able to walk in to a grocery store, to Whole Foods, to Chipotle. You want to use a Lightning node over Tor? You do that. You want to use the Cash App? You do that. If Chipotle wants Bitcoin, I'll give them Bitcoin. I'll settle in Bitcoin. Chipotle wants to just replicate the boomer payment networks from 1949, just better and get instant dollars. I'll give them dollars. It doesn't matter. It's a new, innovative, superior payments rail that is finally embedded and distributed into our lives. And so I used it for the first time recently. Watch this. Yo, we're in sunny Chicago. We're gonna walk into a grocery store and buy some Coke over Tor. A card network is not gonna process this transaction. Bitcoin's open monetary network is gonna process this transaction. Let's go! Hello. Hey. Can I check out each of these separately? Sure. I'll do the Coke first. Let's buy some Coke over Tor, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. Open payment standard. This grocery store is showing an open payment standard to receive dollars in their cash register. I could use any Lightning wallet I want. I'm gonna go with Zap, which is connected to my Lightning node running over Tor at my house. So I simply hit send, scan the QR code, confirm by entering my PIN, and Bitcoin is leaving my node over Tor as dollars enter her cash register. Boom. I'll go with Peanuts next. Shout out Peanuts, if you know, you know. And I would go with the one and only Cash App. 70 million Americans can do this. I'm simply going to scan the QR code again, enter my PIN, and confirm the Lightning payment. Money is leaving Cash App over an open payment standard and entering dollars in her cash register. Can I use pay with QR code for that Bud Light? Thank you. We've also integrated for point of sale systems that are not interoperable an ability to pay with a QR code. So I'm going to present my QR code. Awesome, thank you. I have it programmed to open my Moon wallet. I'm going to confirm my PIN. I have the payment pulled up right here. I'm going to send. Should be good?
Yeah.
Good to go?
Yes, we're good to go.
So, let's walk through that. Those point of sale systems haven't had a new superior payment network in 55 years. 55 years they haven't had a better way of getting dollars, and merchants been abused by inflated pricing from the elite for 55 years. That grocery store just got my dollars or my Bitcoin or my node over Tor. It doesn't matter. Instantly and for free. A superior, inclusive, innovative payment network. All right, back to the cartoons. Let's go. So the payment was $1.46. This payment network could do any size, by the way. It doesn't matter. So all we did was took this, right? 1949, dust the cobwebs off. We added this. And so we used the superior monetary network, and the first transaction was my node over Tor, right? I spent, a little over 3,000 sats for Coke over Tor. It's a joke that writes itself, honestly. And the Bitcoin hopped onto the superior payment rail at the speed of light, entered into the store, and then right before it turned itself into dollars. So to the grocery store, it's no different than someone using their Apple Card or their Cash Card or a card issued by their bank. They just getting dollars. They don't care. It's just way cheaper, way better, way more customers, way more global. That's it. And then the second one, I use the Cash App. 70 million Americans can do this. 70 million Americans can settle directly without WhatsApp payment networks in 1949 with merchants. Sats left my wallet, dollars enter the account. Then the third was Moon Wallet. I care so much about this that I integrated the Boomer gun scanner so you could show your phone with an open interoperable QR code, and they could scan your phone and be interoperable to settle dollars with them. I could have used Strike. If I didn't want to spend my Bitcoin, I wanted to do dollars over the Lightning Network. I could have used, if the boomers want to come on, they could come on. It's for everybody. If a bank integrates with the Lightning Network and they want to issue my payment, they can. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And the merchant could have been Square. Could have been a Square point of sale terminal. The point is this. The point is this. It's a superior payments network that we've been longing for 55 years. It's just better. No boomer cheat sheets, no wazah, no late 2 to 15-day settlement. It's this. It's this. Anyone can build anything. Anyone can build anything. Because you know the America that I want to walk into? When I walk into Whole Foods, when I walk into Chipotle later this year and now, I want to be able to use my Lightning node over Tor if I care about my privacy. I want to be able to use the Cash App. I want the Elon Musks and the Jack Dorseys and the Jeff Bezos and everyone in this room to be able to compete and build tools for me to check out at Walmart and sit on the same level playing field as the banks and the card networks. And it's an open standard. May the best man win. So I'm not done. So in order to ensure that, because at the end of the day, this is a better United States of America. With an open payment standard, there is no American left behind. Elizabeth Warren, if you don't like the way it's volatile, if you don't like the way the logo looks, if you don't like the fact that I curse, I'm sorry, I am who I am. But you cannot argue with the fact that an open payment standard, that any bank that doesn't bank a U.S. customer, they could download an open source wallet, they could check out at Walmart themselves. This is about America. And we need to protect our ability to innovate. Yes, yes. It's better for everybody. It's better for business. Grows your margins. It's more inclusive. It's more innovative. It's cheaper. It's faster. Nobody loses. Everybody's invited. It's a fair game. And so that's why I've also been working with policymakers to ensure that we have the right to do that. We have the right to do that, to innovate and build freely in this country. So I've been working with Senator Lummis to make sure that in this country, in the United States of America, that we support this open payment standard and it isn't threatened by anybody else. So the quote reads, "If America wants to remain the global financial leader, we need to foster innovation. Stripe's announcement is a valuable contribution toward bringing America's financial system into the 21st century. I'm working to bring smart legislation to the digital asset space so that innovators like this can be integrated into America's financial services industry. And by doing so, we can protect consumers and empower individuals and small businesses by encouraging responsible innovation." This is 55 years in the making. We did this. It was a lot of silence. It was a lot of no innovation. It was a lot of artificially inflated prices. It was a lot of fight. But we did this, man. Let's fucking go. Excuse my language. If I want to mine Bitcoin in my home and walk into CVS later this year and use the Moon wallet, who's to tell me I can't do that? Now, nobody. Nobody. So this is a long presentation. That was a lot of stuff. So here's how it's going to work. You can go here if you're a merchant and you want to be a part of this. I mean, I'm talking about big companies, guys. You guys saw those slides. You know, someone had to do a lot of the regulatory and engineering, and I know converting into dollars and stuff, just so that everyone in this room has the right to walk into a grocery store over Tor and go to Chipotle over Tor if they ever so feel like it. And so if you're a merchant, you want to be a part of this, you want to be part of this rollout with these big companies, you can go here. You can just let us know. 1 in 6 point-of-sale systems are by NCR. Blackhawk was behind the Venmo and PayPal checkout at CVS. I mean, I'm dealing with big businesses. And we will have Lightning integrated in the coming months. And Shopify is live now. And the last thing I'll say is I I really want to close with this. This is like, I mean, it was my company. I'm very proud of my company. We made a big step forward and have some really cool partners now. But this was just a presentation about a story, man. This was a story of consortiums forming from financial services industries to form payment networks that have had such a strong grip and foothold, and there hasn't been anything superior that improves on cheaper, faster, more innovative, and more inclusive access. No one's been able to allow for a superior payments network to be embedded into a Walmart or to a Chipotle, to a CVS, to a Whole Foods. And so this is our announcement. It's not my announcement. We did this. And so, yeah. And so I just want to say, don't keep going. For all the ones that said Lightning Network was vaporware, it's dumb. It has no users. No users. Get the fuck out of here. I'm going to walk into a Walmart and use it. No users, my ass. All the altcoins and the shit coins, don't let it bother you. Keep going. We did this. We allowed for, you want more privacy, you want the blue one, you want the green one, you want the fast one, you want the cool one. Customer preference, customer choice, the individual sovereign right is valued. And merchants can opt for whatever payment network experience they want, and we did this as Bitcoiners. This is a massive step in payments, in moving the world forward in a way that it has not been moved in 55 years. So that's all I got. I love you guys. Thank you, man.
You are back with the Bitcoin Magazine coverage of Bitcoin 2022 live here on the Marathon desk. I'm here once again with Zuby, Q, and Alex, and we just watched Jack Mallers deliver the King's Gambit, his play on Bitcoin's move to disrupt the payment networks that power all of our merchant processing and financial activities in normal everyday life. This is a huge move to implement Bitcoin in a not so in-your-face way. You know, this is not necessarily merchants having to accept Bitcoin, but rather using the Bitcoin underlying network. And we all know, as Bitcoin believers, that it is better than the legacy tech. It has less permission than the legacy tech. And I think that this is huge. Alex.
Too many third parties today. Too many third parties taking a cut whenever I want to spend my own money. This is the solution. The writing's been on the wall. It's coming. Bitcoin's coming. For these big institutions that are taking a cut of every payment you make.
Look, based on this, you can go to a McDonald's and buy a Big Mac off of the Bitcoin network without paying those fees. You can walk into a Chipotle and buy your burrito or bowl or whatever you want using the Bitcoin network. The game is forever changed. Jack Mallers delivered.
Yeah, for real, man. I think that the power of this and the scale of it hasn't quite sunk in yet, because I think due to the way it was announced, it was like, okay, I have POS and Blackhawk, okay, what does this mean? But the ability to actually use this network, both from a consumer perspective, but perhaps even more importantly, from a merchant perspective. I mean, if you run a store and you have to take 3% is going out on every single sale, which is pretty much the norm, 3%, 4%, that's a lot of money lost. That's millions, that's billions. That's billions. So for merchants, for people who actually run stores, retail, whether it's e-commerce or it's brick and mortar, this is huge.
Yeah, this means you can reasonably expect to live your life effectively with Bitcoin only. Receive Bitcoin, spend in Bitcoin. The merchant can receive dollars. Over time, more and more services are going to adopt this, because why not? There's no loss. You have to adopt this technology.
Yeah, and to a lot of Bitcoin naysayers, this is huge, because people, you can't use, nowhere accepts Bitcoin, right? That's always that's something people say, right? Well, you can't spend it. What do you do with it? You can't spend it in. But it's like, oh, okay, if like that, suddenly you can go to a CVS or a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A or whatever and spend Bitcoin, then yeah, that one is that's one objection knocked down right there.
We just watched Jack Mallers walk into a Publix grocery store in that video and buy a Bud Light with Bitcoin off of the Bitcoin network, and the merchant itself received cash. As more merchants start to see the benefits of this, look, let's not beat around the bush. That 3% that goes to the house, as I like to say, that's now going to go to the merchant's pocket. The savings is not going to be felt on our end. However, as more merchants start to see the benefit of this, they're going to just push for their clientele. Hey, you want to pay me? That's fine. If you can, pay me here. I'll incentivize you. I'll give you a 1% discount. And all of a sudden, that savings, you're going to see an incentive structure built off of getting merchants to use this for their client.
Yeah, and it's an easy sell to merchants.
Yeah,
it's an easy sell. I mean, I run an e-commerce store. I've done retail sales before, and those little 3% on every single sale, they hurt, right? It adds up. It adds up very, very quickly, and so it's such an easy sell to merchants to get them to adopt this because they benefit from it. It's better than the
I
old
never
system.
connected the dots that you do push an enormous amount of your own independently produced music, content, swagger, and like obviously being able to use the existing payment infrastructure that you are familiar with, but get the benefits of Bitcoin, and you see that in your pocket. Like again, this is one of those things where it's not as in your face as El Salvador, but under the hood, it's just making wonders happen. And again, we were talking about the difference between Bitcoin as an asset versus Bitcoin as this network, and I think that this presentation really highlights that.
And speaking of that network, I mean, think about the fiat network. Here in America, we're awfully, privileged with it. But as we heard from Francis Ngannou just earlier today, 70% of sub-Saharan Africans can't pay their own fees to access their bank account. Just to clarify, anyone on Earth can join the Bitcoin network. That's 8 billion people. The system is open and permissionless. So this is a very inclusive technology. And I can't emphasize that enough.
No, I mean, look, this is, in my opinion, this is bigger than El Salvador. CK, you put it best. It's not as in your face, but the effect that this is going to have, both within America, stateside, and then globally, the game has changed forever. The financial markets have been disrupted in a way that we had expected Jack Mallers to do, and he has delivered that for us. It is now up to us as Bitcoiners to continue to push forward that education. He had an excellent slide that I think every single politician that has ever even spoken the words, I want to push financial literacy into our public school systems. If that slide is not in your financial literacy course, you are doing it wrong. Plain and simple.
I think one thing with technology in general is that in order for adoption to happen on a massive scale, it has to be better than the previous system. It has to have a benefit. And this is something that up until now hasn't really been the case. I mean, there have been, of course, there have been benefits to Bitcoin, but in terms of actually spending or receiving on a day-to-day basis, I mean, he went and bought a Coke, right? I mean, this is groundbreaking. I think it'll actually kind of take a while for it to sink in. I don't think it's fully registered yet with a lot of people. I don't think it's registered with myself.
I'm so happy for my unbanked, only Bitcoin friend over here to finally be able to go to a grocery store and buy his own food.
Finally buy stuff.
All right, gents, we are pushing up to the end of our time. Jack took a long time, and we do have a hard stop. I want to give y'all a chance to reflect on the day. All of you have spent a lot of time on this desk, absorbing this content, commenting on this content. I want to hear your take on day one of Bitcoin 2022 GA. Alex, start with you.
We need to protect our ability to innovate in this country and worldwide, and we need to start to think on an international scale. Like, where are people in the world? What payment systems are they using, and how can we streamline those? The answer, of course, is Bitcoin.
I have to say, if you're not here, you're missing out on the biggest party in Bitcoin by far. We've been hyping this up as Bitcoin Disneyland, and it has got on and exceeded all expectations. We have over 25,000 people here. The energy is just infectious everywhere you go. I'm running on like 3 hours of sleep in the last 2 nights, and I think we're going to just keep the party rocking. I was always looking forward to Mallers' speech. He delivered. It's been incredible seeing the innovation that Bitcoin has pushed forward, and at the same time, too, we're also seeing conversations around government regulations. We're starting to see larger conversations around mining, energy. Bitcoiners are taking a stand. We're done getting pushed down into our little corner. We're done being told, wait, no, we don't want to do it like that. No, you take up too much energy. The dialogue is starting here. It stems from here, and we're going to change the world as a result of this conference.
Amen.
Yep, and it's phenomenal, man. Just look around. Look
at
around.
the volcano.
Look at the volcano. It's mind-blowing, man. You've got people here from all over the world, not just this country, people from all over the world coming together, tens of thousands of people to talk about Bitcoin, learn about Bitcoin. These are some of the brightest, most innovative people in the world who are here right now all in one place. And I'm happy to be here. It feels like an honor. And it's phenomenal, man. Excited about tomorrow.
Awesome. I'm excited too. Zuby, Q, Alex. This was awesome being able to witness this history happen in life. Y'all, this has been the Bitcoin live stream, our live desk. We are going to go to commercial break and be back. Cheers.
Check it. Yo. Check it.
All right, Bitcoiners, we are back live on the Marathon desk. Coverage coming to you from Bitcoin Magazine. We are now joined with Adam Swick, the VP of Strategy over at Marathon Digital Holdings. Adam, really excited to talk about the day here on the desk. But before we get started, I guess, why don't you tell a little bit about your story and what you're doing here at Marathon?
Yeah, certainly. I had the benefit of falling into this space in 2013, as many fell down the rabbit hole. I bounced around some startups, bounced around the investing side of things, spent some time at Kraken, the exchange, and was lucky enough to find my way to Marathon in November on the strategy team. It's been super exciting pairing that background in cryptocurrency with the world of energy grids, talking about kilowatt hours and understanding what is the underlying infrastructure to all of this excitement here. And it's been quite the ride.
Speaking of underlying infrastructure, we just witnessed Jack Mallers announce that he is going to embark on the challenge of replacing the antiquated credit card network and payment processing network system that fuels our merchant systems. Tell us about that announcement and what your impression of that.
Incredibly exciting, you know, especially speaking for us as a miner. Anything that encourages people to use the Bitcoin network more, onboards more people onto the Bitcoin system is exciting for us. So super exciting times. I know following along on Twitter off to the side, I know some skepticism. There might have been different expectations for what was happening. But, you know, it seemed like Twitter was trending super positive, Bitcoin price trending super positive. An announcement came, especially with the in-person ability to spend these things. So very exciting times ahead. And I think that's what's exciting about cryptos. You never know what someone's going to come out with.
So does this mean Marathon will start spending some of their 9,000 plus Bitcoins on Stack?
You know, we're a big fan of holding on to that Bitcoin. You know,
Love to hear it.
It's hard to justify letting go of some of it. It's fun having that big pile. I think we're the 5th biggest public company holder, and hopefully we'll keep climbing those ranks. There's some high bars out there with MicroStrategy, but we'll see what we can do.
Love it.
Talk to us a little bit also about what Marathon is trying to cook up, what you guys are looking to develop over the course of the next year.
Yeah, I think there's a big focus, obviously, on deployment and trying to install more miners, focused on green energy, carbon neutrality, as has always been the focus of Marathon. Moving forward, I think we're having more and more of a focus on just empowering the ecosystem. So how can we inspire new developers to come into the Bitcoin space? What should we be doing with the layer 2 space in terms of, again, finding more ways to onboard people and new use cases onto the Bitcoin ecosystem? Spending a good amount of our time on new green energy sources, energy storage technology. So, you know, seems simple that you just plug this machine in and it starts spitting out some money, but it's the intersection of lots and lots of industries. And it's kind of one of the reasons I love it is it's the crypto tech people, but it's also, you know, muddy boots on the ground in Texas making this actually happen. And it's that combination, which I think is the real magic and what gets me out of bed every day.
So is a foray into volcano mining on the table?
You know, I would be a big fan here. I'll push that up with a strategy agenda at Marathon. The more volcanoes, the better in my book.
We've got a volcano here in case you guys want it.
It looks like that can crank out a couple of exahash if we get the proper equipment in here. Where's the plug to this big thing? And we're ready to go.
So I want to jump in and just talk about the environment here. Like, it is absolutely electric. I've never seen so many Bitcoiners in one room, 25,000 people. Right before the Jack Mallers announcement, the expo hall, which we are stationed in, was absolutely packed. Things have thinned out a little bit after Jack sucked the air out of the room. But it is still hustling and bustling here late into the evening. What was your expectations for day one, and what is it, you know, what's your impression?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be busy, but it has exceeded those expectations and across every dimension. You know, sitting here at the Marathon booth, it's been exciting to have, you know, of course, the normal people we expected to come and speak with us, whether it be power providers, new miner manufacturers, you know, university professors have been coming up, university students have been coming up. You know, it's quite the collection of people, as well as just, you know, people that have coming from 3D printing industry that's looking for the next big thing, and they think Bitcoin and crypto is that. And so, you know, huge diversity of people, which I think is just a strong signal to that more and more people are learning and getting excited.
What are you excited? What are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I think there's a lot of good discussions regarding green energy. In the world of Bitcoin mining, which is obviously something near and dear to our heart at Marathon. So looking forward to some of those discussions. I know it's top of mind for a lot of regulators, a lot of people across the country. And so that's probably top of my list in terms of some of the sessions I'm hoping to hit.
I'm curious, and I'm going to probably have to rephrase this for you to not get in trouble with marathon publication.
Great start.
But
pass.
I'm curious. I want to know your thoughts or just the company line on, we're seeing now ExxonMobil, Ball ConocoPhillips start to introduce natural gas energized mining. What is some areas that you guys are focused on or paying really close attention to?
Yeah, you know, wind and solar are the basic things. Nuclear is always exciting, but a little expensive. I think we're evaluating all of it. And the more that we can drive the change and the acceleration of the building out of all of these new technologies, that's what we're excited by. You know, whether it be big nuclear plants, micro nuclear reactors, the flare gas is always super interesting to follow along with. And I think it's, you know, somebody used the phrase earlier today about, you know, operating in Bitcoin years versus traditional years. You know, I think the energy world has been innovating, but suddenly the Bitcoin miners are coming along and saying, listen, this innovation is great, but we need it quicker.
Right.
You know, we have a halvening coming up, so we need to be more efficient by then. We can't wait around for the traditional innovation cycles in this energy world. And so I love being a part of that increased speed of adoption of new technologies in the space.
You mentioned something earlier too about generators and energy capture. Is a battery something that Marathon is looking into, or how does that fit into this equation?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because in my head, you know, miners are almost a substitute synonymous with battery. You know, if you have spare energy, you put it into miners and you kind of store that energy in the value of Bitcoin, or you store it in a battery. And I think there's a way to make that work harmoniously together. Obviously, the sun is not shining all the time and the wind is not blowing all the time. And so we're constantly looking at the way that we can shift more and more of the energy being used to secure this network to come from green sources. And again, hopefully we're accelerating the rate of change for those new technologies.
It's exciting stuff.
Adam, I want to jump in. I don't know how much time you spent at the mining stage. I'm sure you're busy with a lot of like business things that you had to attend to, but the lineup for the content on the mining stage this morning was really interesting. It was actually kicked off about mining in the public markets. Now that you have been at Marathon for some time and kind of gotten experience with what it's like to be a large public miner, can you talk a little bit about what it's like to mine in a public market and what has made Marathon so successful?
Yeah, it's an interesting, we kind of have our foot in a couple of different places. Obviously here in the place of Bitcoin, but also being a public exposure to the more traditional Wall Street types and traditional finance. Obviously, at times those are at odds, given, you know, the Genesis block and what was written in there. And so it's a balance, and I think we're navigating it quite well. And also a balance with, again, energy providers and all of these things going on. Being public, I think, is an advantage. Access to capital is one of the keys to operating in this space. Access to machines, then access to power are the three ingredients you really need to make that work. You know, in my head, going public was always the end. You know, you went public as a company and you were done, and then people bought your stock. And so it's been my first real exposure to using the public markets truly as a fundraising tool. And I think an important one, especially when we have the HODL strategy where we're not selling our Bitcoin on the other side. And so it's been quite the learning, quite the excitement, and great partnership with the public markets and the traditional finance ecosystem. And so hopefully we're able to bring them along.
So on that note, you know, obviously the introduction of miners being able to take advantage of American public markets to fundraise has really given American hash rate a lot of advantage. And then, of course, we're seeing the exodus of mining from China, Kazakhstan, other places that are geopolitically less stable. Can you talk a little bit about, I guess, what we're seeing is a concentration of mining in North America and the United States now away from China? And what does that mean? And does Marathon think about decentralizing hash rate from entity to entity, geography to geography, or how does that play into your equation as a strategist?
Yeah, well, it's constantly on our mind, and we're always evaluating it. I mean, you're optimizing for power costs, obviously, is at the top of that list, but it has to be balanced out with, like you said, rule of law and faith in the state of wherever you are. You know, this is a lot of investment to dump $2 billion worth of machines in one place. You have to have faith that those are going to be your machines, that they'll have the proper access to power, the proper rule of law should something go wrong. And third, you know, the energy sources in the various markets around the world. So something we're balancing all of these factors as we're making decisions to where to deploy the machines. So far, the U.S. and Texas has been the answer to a lot of those questions. More and more folks are around the world are coming along and getting excited. I think the U.S. is craving for innovation and just entrepreneurial mindset has helped a lot come to focus on the U.S. now, but who knows, that could change in the near future. There's more and more places focused on mining and being a financial leader on a global scale.
So, Adam, we have a lot of politicians running around here today. I've never seen so many pro-Bitcoin politicians in my life. I was wondering, what is Marathon doing to help promote Bitcoin from a regulatory standpoint?
I think the biggest thing is education. I'm sure it's something that you're hearing on a lot of these panels, and cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is somewhat confusing. The energy markets myself, being new to that before coming to Marathon, are also very confusing. And suddenly you have mining at the intersection of both of these. So you have to understand confusing thing one, confusing thing two, and then kind of combine them together. And so politicians have a lot of things to worry about, and taking the time to learn about that is hard. And so I think they're relying a lot on their staffers to make these decisions. And what do I vote on, or what should I do? And so the more we can do to educate those staffers, the more that we can do to educate the actual politicians, more and more are realizing this is an important topic and they need to take the time. I think that voters are making it clear that this is an important topic for them. And so more and more politicians, I think, will find the time to be properly educated about this space. And I think if you are properly educated, I think you'll make the right decisions.
All right, we're running up against a hard stop. Adam, I want to give you the last word to reflect on the day.
Yeah, I think the ultimate reflection I'll have is that this has far exceeded expectations in terms of excitement, in terms of the types of people that are coming together to work on Bitcoin, blockchain. And I truly believe we cannot wrap our heads around what innovations are to come, because this space is so new, moves so fast, and more smart people are working in this space every day. And so just super, super excited, and this experience has only enhanced that excitement.
All right. Well, Adam, thank you so much for joining us. Q, Alex, y'all worked really hard to make an incredible day on the desk. To all the viewers watching us live on YouTube, on Rumble, wherever you're watching this online, thank you so much for joining us for GA Day 1 of Bitcoin 2022. We just witnessed history here. If you're not here this year, you need to be here next year. Make sure to buy your tickets when they come out, and make sure to subscribe to Bitcoin Magazine's YouTube. Thank you so much, and to the moon. Bud Light sponsor.
Bud Light not a sponsor, but sponsor us.